This is a story about a young physiotherapist named Lucas. Just today is his regular working day. Unfortunately, because of the heavy rain, there are very few clients. The industry has a phrase for it. If it's raining outside, there's no patients at all. It doesn't quite rhyme, but it's true. It looks very gloomy outside the window, and the only entertainment in the office is catching flies. Why are they even here in this weather? After a while, Lucas had to make a detour. By the percentages already on the supply, his job is to put heating pads on the patient's sore spots. To ordinary people at first glance it may seem like the easiest job in the world, but that's not really true, because when it comes to muscular, menstrual, and nerve pain, treatment can be provided with just a couple of hands, but you need to be a real expert at what you do. Lucas was previously a renowned therapist in a rehabilitation clinic. There are two things that are considered essential for physical therapists. One is good social skills, and manual dexterity. The kid easily agreed with people for any treatment, and in the future even took out a loan to start his own clinic. The main character also has a girlfriend named Eva. She just texted a message asking him to meet her after work, and the meeting place is a cafe near the clinic. That was really weird of her, because Lucas warned her that he was going out drinking with friends tonight. Something serious must have happened. In the evening, the girl wrote again and said that she had already arrived at the place. After changing his clothes and taking an umbrella with him, the guy immediately went to the coffee shop. He and the girl usually sat in the center of the room, but this time she sat in the corner at the very end. He decided to ask her directly, and he was already happy to meet her without a hint of guilt. Eva, in turn, was sad and taciturn, answering any questions with 1 or 2 words. By the way, they have been together for 10 years. The girl was clearly tense, and even slammed her fist on the table with anger. She had called Lucas here to solve just one question. At that moment, the world inside the guy seemed to turn upside down. He immediately understood what it was about, and even asked in advance, "Do you really want to break up?" Eva said yes and told him that she had another one, who is also a doctor and unlike Lucas has a future in this field. This is how the story of 10 years ended. A few seconds. The fault was the money, which the guy had not so much, but did he deserve it? A knife in the back from his beloved, with whom he planned to live all his life. Her new boyfriend turned out to be really much richer. The girl met a very expensive car, with an extra driver, in which she gladly sat down. In her eyes there was not a drop of regret. Money rules this world. For Lucas this period will be quite difficult. You cannot just take and cross out the person with whom spent so much time. First Lucas went to a bar, to ease his heartache. It started with a bottle of beer, then his friend Jacob came to the bar. Instead of saying hello, he said he knew it would turn out this way. Not exactly a good endorsement, but it's true. Apparently the evening is just beginning. The guys were brought a white-colored drink. They talked about everything at once, about work, relationships, politics. In the end, they came to a unanimous decision. Eva was an ungrateful girl who didn't deserve to be around Lucas. So they sat in the bar until 12 at night. Lucas forgot more or less, but his friend clearly too much to drink. He could not even stand on his feet properly, and could barely string words together. The guy caught the first cab he could find, put him in the seat and sent him home. Despite such a serious vacation, Lucas could not get out of his head, as his favorite person turned out to be a traitor, and quietly left to another. He really began to seem that he was living the most miserable life. Just at that moment in the sky fell a star. The boy decided not to lose the moment, and made a wish to fix his life. Namely, he wished to become the best physiotherapist, to earn a lot, and it would be good to regain his former honor, and become a specialist, obviously better than the one to whom Eva left. As suddenly in the sky begins to fall another star, and it fell right in front of the guy. The whole place starts to go up in bright blue flames. Is this the end? Even his life is worthless. While Lucas was still asleep, his body started the level improvement system. At the moment he felt like his head was going to explode. He'd had too much to drink last night. The alcohol had affected him a little later than his friend. Yesterday it even went to the police. They were holding his hands trying to get an address to take him home. It was so embarrassing. The only good thing is that this whole horror is over. But what happened after the first star flew by? Some kind of explosion, or just a hallucination? In the meantime, the first patient came to the office complaining of severe back pain. He couldn't even move normally. This happened after the man had been carrying heavy things. It had happened a long time ago, and the pain still persisted no matter what he did. As soon as Lucas began to examine the patient, a system window appeared in front of his face. He received his first quest. It is necessary to cure the patient. For this you can get as much as 20 points. Passing the training will give him a special opportunity. The guy, to put it mildly, was shocked by what he saw, and even decided to wipe his eyes. The doctor fell to the floor, started pointing his finger at one system, and asked the patient if he could see it too. The man looked around but didn't see anything. This behavior of the specialist made him very uncomfortable. At this point, Lucas began to think seriously that he was still asleep. The patient was fed up with the whole circus, and he asked to continue examining his back. I had to pull myself together as soon as possible, and start the examination because work comes first, and then figure out what it is. Another system window appeared while working. This time the message was of a warning nature. Lucas' magic eye level was too low to identify and understand the patient's illness. He will be able to get more detailed information about the illness if he increases his magic eye level. In any case, he can't be distracted by it now. This patient seems to have injured his left side lumbar. After work he should have restricted his movements, or else he would have lower back pain. This would have strengthened the muscles on the right side and weakened the left side. If this is as expected, the muscles on the left side should be strengthened. It is time to do some light movements. Their goal is to achieve balance in the patient's body and to avoid putting too much strain on the left side. But no matter how hard Lucas tried to help, it was unsuccessful. The pain was getting worse and worse. Then there was a new notice: if you continue to clumsily handle, then it can lead to his discomfort. From this we can conclude that the treatment is not properly selected. The client asked to try some other treatment method. In this case, Lucas decided to do this obscure level upgrade. Thanks to the primary points, it can be done without doing any tasks. Suddenly it will help after all. The first thing to do is to improve the magic hands and eyes to treat those back pains. From that moment on, the guy was able to treat the patient more accurately, and apply the right amount of strength to carry out the treatment. To move to the next level you need 15 points. The patient almost immediately began to say that he was getting much better, and the pain was almost gone. Lucas did not even know how to react to this, so he just continued to do his job. After the treatment, the doctor asked the client to sit down. It was actually an unusual massage, but a complete treatment. This was followed by a serious consultation. Lucas explained to the patient the real reason for his problem. This process started a long time ago. Due to improper lifestyle, the pelvis deformed to the left side, because of which the spine also started. Physical activity only accelerated this process. Treatment was carried out to correct these problems. In the end, they talked for more than half an hour. Lucas answered absolutely all of the patient's questions. He was extremely grateful for the help and felt much better. He even had a smile on his face, which symbolizes that the client is really happy, will leave good feedback, and will definitely come back in the future. It was really hard. The guy was even a little tired. 3 points were given as a reward for a job well done, and an additional 2 for the training he had received. It's still hard to believe it really works, as the patient seemed happy. Maybe it's worth improving all the other skills too. The first thing he decided to do was to spend the 5 points he had earned on a skill called Magic Brain. As a result of upgrading to level 2, Lucas' brain has become more capable, allowing him to diagnose more accurately and apply the necessary power to perform procedures. Advancing to level 3 will cost 10 points. It's unbelievable, but unfortunately you can't tell anyone about it, because it could get you in trouble. To check how his brain works now, the guy picked up a book his friend gave him and started reading. It took Lucas only 30 minutes of his life to fully master it. His brain really started working much better. Now you can sit down to read books in your specialty. At this rate, you can thoroughly master most important literature in just one day. Unfortunately for today, more patients did not come, but still the day was not wasted. Magic brain, this is just the thing. With the help of it, the guy managed to learn a lot of new information that will help him become a specialist in his field of a completely different level. As the working day is coming to an end, Lucas began to put in place all the books that took to read, as suddenly in the hospital comes an old acquaintance of the protagonist, Joseph, which he just cannot stand the spirit, but nevertheless tries to communicate with him politely. Why he had come here today, couldn't he do it some other time? Since Joseph considered the onion a close friend, he sat down on the couch without even asking permission, took out a bottle of liquor, took a sip, and began to ask how the day had gone, how many patients there had been. The guy sat down on the sofa opposite and said that today was basically business as usual. Nothing supernatural had happened. The alcoholic had also heard that Lucas had broken up with his girlfriend, rumored to be cheating on him with a coworker, or something like that. A long time ago, when Lucas still went to school, he began to look after Eva. A large number of guys wanted to meet her and start dating, but she refused everyone, because at that time she was already in love. The whole class began to laugh with this good man, although he prepared well, bought a gorgeous bouquet, got on his knee, but will be refused. This incident happened just before the end of the school year. There are only 10 days left before the exams, and the boy who confessed his love to the girl in front of the whole class has not attended classes for 7 days. Apparently he fell into a severe depression. These days flew by like a blink of an eye. The exams started in full swing, and one evening, after the exams, Lucas met Eva. Then they had a very nice chat, had fun, and you can say that at that very moment began a love story of 10 years. At one point, when Lucas was going through a real crisis and financial difficulties, Eva started to communicate with the very guy who had proposed to her at school in front of everyone. Only after such a period of time he became a successful young man with money. Of course, such an influential man with a great future caused her not at least some interest, and began a romance, which grew into a full-fledged relationship. When Joseph learned the reason for their separation, he said this: "Although he stayed to work in a miserable, dirty hospital, but he always has money on his card." In general, everyone who knew Lucas assumed that after opening his own clinic, things will go up for him. After all, as a specialist he is good, but for some reason it happened. Joseph's main motto is that if you have a lot of money, then girls are not a problem. He also suggested to Lucas not to waste time and get a job at his hospital, because the loans will not close themselves. The hospital is just looking for new doctors, but the hiring process is quite peculiar because it is the best rehabilitation center in Korea. That was the main reason Joseph had come to visit, but before he said it, he decided to talk about everything at once. After this tedious conversation, the guy just fell asleep on the couch and began to consider all the functions of the system. By the way, about the loans, they need to be repaid in the next few days. Lucas fell asleep on the couch with thoughts that he wanted to win money in the lottery, and at that moment a star fell. Also in the dream he remembered the words of his acquaintances. 2 people had already recommended him to get a job in another hospital. The first thing that was decided was to play the lottery. After all, with such skills, to win there by memorizing numbers, it is more than real, and after that to submit a resume to another hospital to get a job. The next day, Lucas went to the bank to pay off all his debts. As of this moment his credit status was in perfect order. This was insanely good news. The lottery was weaker than a skill called Magic Brain. Then the guy gets a text message on his phone with good news. The ID check stage was successfully passed. On February 21st at 1500 hours they scheduled a job interview at the hospital. To arrive on time, the guy immediately went to the subway and with a smile on his face went to the office. For the sake of such an event, he even declared a day off at his clinic. You can see this hospital from afar. It's huge. It's called the best in the country for a reason. At the entrance, Lucas was greeted by the receptionist, who politely asked what she could do for him. He informed her that he had an interview for a physiotherapist position here today and asked where he could go. To get to the interview room, you have to go up to the 7th floor, where the HR department is located. At first glance, this hospital looks like a 5-star hotel. Going up to the 7th floor, the first thing that catches your eye is the number of people that are here. They only have one vacancy available at the moment, so they have forgotten here. After just 5 minutes, one of the employees who is in charge of hiring newcomers came out into the corridor. She said that the interview was starting, the more experienced doctors would be the first to audition. Lucas was relieved to hear that. It turned out that most of the people here were just newcomers. Only the first group came in, and it had already been so long. How could the interview take so long? Then a very nervous girl came up to the floor, worried that she was late for the interview. Then she saw a vacant seat next to Lucas and asked to sit next to him, to which the guy kindly agreed. To calm her down a little, the boy explained that the interview had already started, but the more experienced doctors had gone first, so there was no need to worry, no one had missed their turn. While this lady wasn't here, Lucas felt fine and didn't worry a bit, but now he was getting nervous too. It was necessary to organize some calmer environment. Every good doctor always has with him some medicines or plaster. Our hero was no exception. Looking closely, he noticed that the girl has a red spot on her foot. It means that the shoes are at least a size smaller and rubbing the skin. In order to energize her with positive emotions, it was decided to give her a band-aid. She was overjoyed, she almost cried, and from that moment on she had a new dream in her life. Namely, that they would both get an interview and be able to work together. The guy stammered and said he hoped so too, really he wasn't a rookie. Meanwhile, the woman from the interview room came out into the hallway and said the name Lucas. Now the girl realized that the guy was not an ordinary beginner, but an already formed professional. Even so, Lucas wished her luck and said he wanted to work together. It was time to pass this interview and show herself at her best. There were 3 professionals sitting in the office. All of them were quite serious, and from the first minutes it was clear that no one was going to joke around here. In order not to waste time, the committee went straight to the main thing, namely the first task. The screen shows a treatment scheme for a patient with paralysis resulting from a stroke, and the participants have to explain how they would treat this patient. Only 1 minute is allotted for reflection. Lucas immediately smiled. Isn't it too easy for such a serious interview, especially when people with experience have been invited into the room? The judges listened attentively to all the participants, and that was the end of the interview. The participants thought for a moment that it was really over. The judges paused for a moment and said, "Now let's get down to the real interview." Behind everything were 3 sick people in wheelchairs. Apparently with the help of them will be conducted all further tests. But this did not frighten our protagonist in any way. Thanks to the improvement system, he will have a significant advantage, unlike his rivals. If in this test all patients have the same cases, it will be easiest to control the patient of small size, with low height and smaller build. The judges gave the contestants the opportunity to choose their own patients, and whoever didn't make it was too late. Lucas, as he wanted to, chose the skinniest man from all those given. The other participants did not choose for a long time, but just went to the closest one. Now it is time to tell the problems of each of the men, as Lucas standing was the first to start. His patient used to be an active billiard player, but now due to immobility he cannot extend his elbow. The goal of treatment is to help him play billiards again without any discomfort. In the center is a girl named Emily. Her patient has worked all his life as a trucker. At the moment he is unable to hold the steering wheel. Because of this he cannot enter. The goal of the treatment is to get him his job back as a trucker. And finally a participant named Joseph. His patient has difficulties with mobility due to a limp. The goal of the treatment is to make it possible for him to walk independently. The guys have only 20 minutes to complete these tasks, and the clock is ticking. Lucas, without wasting a minute, began to set up communication with his patient. The first thing he did was ask him to get to his feet. It was obvious that the man was not quite happy with such a request, but at least he knew what he was signing up for, so he did get up. By the way, his legs were fine. Then the guy asked his patient to pretend that the couch was a billiard table, and to take a playing position. It's quite difficult to do because the patient can't really straighten his elbows. The problem was really immobility. Then Lucas decided to try lifting the man's arms in opposite directions with force, just like lifting dumbbells in a workout. In the end, the guy decided to use contralateral oscillation on the less affected side to improve the condition of the painful area. Muscles cannot move alone because they all affect each other, and this applies to both the right and left arm. The case of this patient may be called the phenomenon that a stimulus applied to the stronger side strengthens the weaker side. Using a technique called cross-training, Lucas asked his patient to straighten his right arm, and suddenly the miracle happened. He was able to do it. The man immediately put his hand up and told the committee that he was cured. To put it mildly, everyone was shocked but just didn't show it. Well, after all, time's up, everyone's done a great job, now stop working with your patients. The man was insanely grateful. His dream had come true. Now he would be able to play his favorite game called billiards again, and in principle fully use his hand. As a reward for the work done, Lucas received 10 points and a special opportunity, an additional 5 as a bonus for learning, total 15 points, a pretty good result. There were too many notifications to read, so the guy closed the system, and the patient couldn't get enough of the way he moved his arm. The judges were watching the guy closely, and one of them even recognized him. We can say the interview went just perfectly. We managed to fulfill all the tasks set. The announcement of successful completion of the interview will be published on Friday, February 23rd at 1500 hours. In the meantime, the committee is in full swing sitting down to decide who is worthy of the position. 2 of them openly tried to favor the girl named Emily. At times it even seems as if it was already agreed in advance who should win the interview. The only valid argument of these guys is that this girl already works in this hospital, and she will immediately have a great relationship with the other doctors. Of course, the fact that she was doing well and already working here was a huge plus, but a doctor named Lucas seemed to Jackson, the head doctor of the hospital, to be a more interesting candidate. In principle, his colleagues agreed with him, but kept insisting on their girl, saying that she was just as good at her job. The point of this interview was not to take someone from the current employees. If there was a decree to choose inside the hospital, no one would have conducted this interview. It makes no sense to rely only on this fact. After these words, the guys fell silent. They just didn't have anything to add, because Lucas was indeed a very strong candidate. The question was asked again: who was the best at this interview? The men already realized that they had been declassified and began to admit that the girl was not good enough to give her first place. Internal promotion of employees, that's great, but you have to prioritize skills anyway, and this guy clearly has them. Jackson has made the wise decision to leave his colleagues alone with this information. Since there are 2 of them and he is alone, he can only hope that they will choose fairly between the 2 candidates, and tell him the logical choice. In the end, the colleagues decided to support the head doctor and give the position to Lucas. In the meantime, the guy was already updating the website, because the time was already 1500 hours, which meant that the results of the interview should appear there right now. At first he was in shock, but then he breathed out a sigh of relief because he saw his name on the list. The level up system is a really incredible thing, which helped a lot on the practical task. Now you can finally relax, go into it, and properly spend the coins. There are not many accumulated. Perhaps it would be logical to improve the magic hands to the 3rd level. But interest takes its toll. I want to know what skill magic face and mouth mean. Difficult choices because they can actually be useless if they are upgraded. Let it be better to have a balanced character who can do a little bit of everything, than something one thing, but perfect. Since then, Lucas's facial features have become more expressive. Now it will seem to others that his face has absolutely no flaws. Also, the speech became more clear. The doctor will be able to like the patients more. In general, Lucas has become a real handsome and he likes it. The skill magic face and mouth were not useless at all. Apparently in this system thought up everything to the smallest detail, and it's cool. From the moment the guy received an invitation to work, it's been a whole week. Lucas tried not to waste time, and days and nights studied absolutely everything, starting from books on the specialty and ending with information about the employees of the hospital. Today is the first day of work. It's kind of exciting. It seemed like he was on time, but he was almost late anyway, so it was good that he was lucky this time, but next time he would have to leave even earlier. No matter how many times a guy looks at this hospital during the day, it will always look amazing to him. I wonder how long this period of falling in love will last. As suddenly on the horizon will appear the most nervous girl, Sophia, who on the day of interviews confused a young specialist with an ordinary newcomer. By the way, she is still ashamed of this incident, so she immediately began to apologize. Since Lucas is the most ordinary person, he never takes offense at such trifles. The girl should definitely calm down and go with him together to work. By the way, did she also accept it? When the guys got into the elevator, the girl looked at her idol and saw how handsome he was. The improvements from the system worked just fine. The demand among the girls will definitely increase. On the 7th floor, a large number of people were sitting again. It was probably the 11th group of interns. It was also on this floor that Lucas was now meeting the head of the ward complex for the first time, and coincidentally his first boss. The guys shook hands and got acquainted. Since Lucas didn't waste any time, he had studied all the information about his mentor beforehand. To put it mildly, he was pleasantly surprised by such serious preparation. His name is Jacob, by the way, and he's been hearing about how the guy interviewed just perfectly, and he can't wait to see those skills in action. In the meantime, 2 other guys have come running into the job and have successfully passed the interview. Only unlike the punctual Lucas, they were late and probably didn't ask for any information on the internet. Jacob was probably angry at the lack of punctuality, but for once he decided not to make a scene. It was only 15 minutes, and the hospital kept a clear record of each employee's hours, so it made no sense to apologize in such cases. Since everyone is in place, it is necessary not to waste time and start working. For the guys, they took him to another specialist's office. At the moment he was relaxed, lying in his chair and enjoying his life. The purpose of the visit was to introduce the new employees, Lucas, the new assistant to the head of the department, and the 2 interns they would be working with from today. The guys were insanely happy because they were honored to meet such important people in their field of work. Out of all 3, only Lucas was noticed, because he gave a great treatment to one of the patients on the day of the interview. The guy thanked him for the compliment, of course, but he couldn't understand what was going on with this guy. He was kind of annoyed. Since it was already 9 a.m., he asked everyone to leave the office and start doing their work despite the fact that there was a request to go to work. The team leader said that they should start by saying hello to the other doctors and then only start. While the guys walked through the building, they saw a lot of interesting things, such as this main treatment room. There is absolutely everything for quite comfortable work, such as a device for dynamic assessment of posture disorders, incredibly useful thing. There's also an advanced support bandage that can be adjusted in height and sized individually for each patient. There are even robotic crutches that make life much easier for the patient. Lucas could not have imagined such equipment in the physical therapy center where he had worked before. He clapped his hands and asked for some attention. Now everyone should gather in the 2nd physiotherapy room. That's how the work routine in the hospital started on March 2nd. The mentor apologized in advance and warned that he would be a bit meticulous in the first days of March. The first thing a doctor should get rid of is long fingernails. Recently there was an incident with a patient who got hurt because of the doctor's long fingernails. This is just impressive. In the coming days, you need to take care of your nails and be careful. The doctors have reacted very indignantly to this request, as the patients also have huge nails and they can also maim the doctor with them. The most important thing is that everyone cooperates and tries their best to avoid complaints from the patient and the ward staff. In the first week of work you need to show your skills and how good they are. All agreed at this point the requirements, and were ready to start work. Details regarding the dinner will be discussed next time. Lucas said hello to everyone again, introduced himself as the assistant head of the 3rd ward of the emergency room. In response, the other doctors were silent. They didn't seem very happy to see the newcomers, or they just weren't in the mood. It's time to make sure the newcomers are taken care of and get to work. One of the department heads asked Lucas to come into his office for a little chat. He called him in to discuss his work. The first thing he was given was the list of patients the previous assistant had been responsible for. There was nothing scheduled for today, so Lucas was free to warm up here and work out in detail how he was going to treat the patients. The head of the third department also wanted to discuss one small detail over a cup of tea. The thing is that in the hospital of all close relations with each other, that is literally very close, many people here started as interns and climbed the career ladder for a long time. This is why sometimes the employees may seem strange to the new employees. As Lucas is not from this hospital, he needs to show his good side, then he will definitely be accepted. Now it is clear why the guy was not so happily welcomed. He is one of the few who managed to get to such a high position at once, without being an intern. After this conversation, the guys said goodbye for a while, and the senior went to his patients. It turns out to come to the interview was not the last difficult task in this hospital, still need to establish communication with other doctors. Suddenly the system sends notifications, there is a new quest called Reputation Enhancement. At the moment Lucas's reputation is really at the bottom. Something urgently needs to be done about it, but why the first quest turned out to be so difficult? And the reward is so self-satisfied. At one point the guy doesn't even regret taking the job. But it's too early to draw conclusions. I wonder what the mentor meant when he said to perform well, and if not, what to do in such a situation. When noon came, the supervisor came into the office again, this time with 2 third ward interns. They looked at Lucas with contempt for taking their potential new position. Of course the guy introduced himself, and said he was looking forward to working with them, but he didn't get a word in return, he was simply ignored. This awkward silence had been brewing until the older man suggested that we all have lunch together. After this application, the guys immediately went to the cafeteria. There is a lot of delicious food on offer. For example, today Lucas chose to eat soup as the first course, rice with some side dishes, and pancakes for tea, which is just the perfect proper lunch for people who are health conscious. Suddenly, one of the employees rises abruptly from her desk, looking at Lucas and saying that she was leaving to go about her business because she wasn't very hungry. It's kind of horrible and disrespectful to the new employee, especially the one who is higher up. But why didn't they like the guy so much? In the course of the conversation, the older man decided to remember the girl Emily, who was in the same interview group as the guy. That's why no one wants to talk to Lucas at the hospital, because he prevented that girl from getting a promotion and they hate him. Whatever the guy was thinking about, he had it all written on his face. At least the older man was sure of it. Since there are no such good hospitals anymore, he would have to try very hard to hold on to this place, and absolutely every effort would be made to do so. Suddenly, a new notification came from the system, and the hospital's reputation increased by 1 point. Then Sophia shows up in the cafeteria with her new friends. Apparently the reputation boost is thanks to her, because she tells everyone what a great person Lucas really is. They wanted to sit down and eat together, to which the boys kindly agreed. By the way, these 3 are students of the elder, but since Lucas as a specialist is much higher level, they can forbid to him for advice, and any help. Surely all were already familiar, but the elder, to practice his memory, decided to reintroduce everyone. The students were thrilled to meet him, and said they'd ask Lucas first thing. That's how easily the senior got out of trouble. Emily, by the way, is apparently a close friend of the supervisor, or she's just trying to get him to like her. Because she's bringing him a cup of coffee in his office, a gesture no one just does. The man smiled and said he shouldn't have done that, but she still insisted on having a cup of coffee together. The manager admitted that this time he did not have the right to vote because of the director, because he insisted on his own, and to go against him was like becoming an enemy. But it's not over yet. He promised this girl that he would write on Lucas some medical error, thanks to which he will probably be fired from this position. In this case the main thing is not to overdo it, and write everything correctly, so that there would be no unnecessary questions and it corresponds to reality at least a little bit. It was already 5 p.m., which meant that the working day was over, and when the guy went outside he was surprised that the sun could shine when he left work, because before he had to stay up late into the night, and that's if he was lucky. It was a great decision to close the clinic. Joseph comes running out of the hospital and says it's urgent that we talk. As they say, everything can't be perfect, but thank goodness for that. He was really shocked that Lucas had managed to get a job here, especially one so high up the ladder. Apparently the conversation must be extremely serious. Because Joseph refuses to talk here, he wants to go a little further. Because of such excessive regression, Lucas assumed he knew about the system, but how is that even possible? Eventually he calmed down and said to follow him. When they sat down at the nearest cafe, Joseph asked him directly what kind of magic Lucas used. Of course, the guy smiled, pretended that magic was bullshit, and didn't know what he was talking about. But in fact, he was in shock at the suspicion. Then he starts asking how long Lucas has known the head of the hospital. Maybe it's all just a deal that was planned in advance. This question was the last straw, and the guy also began to answer rudely. In his opinion, Joseph is just angry that Lucas still managed to get the job, and by the way, with the head of the hospital he was not familiar at all. But if that's true, why didn't Emily get chosen in the end? Now Lucas finally realized that the hospital had decided in advance that they were going to promote Emily. But even if that was true, then why did Joseph ask him to get a job here? He must have said that because he thought they wouldn't hire him. Finally the guy calmed down and started talking normally. Now he said he just wanted to talk and congratulate him. Thank God it was all over. Lucas was scared out of his mind when he thought someone had found out about his superpower, and how it had gotten him through the interview. But since that wasn't the case, he could relax. Now their conversations have taken a more friendly turn. Since it's all thanks to Joseph, your Lucas should buy him a drink. Joseph had just said he wanted to congratulate me on my new job, in which case he had suggested that we celebrate another time because he had to go somewhere else. Even though it was all over, the inner jitters just wouldn't go away. The same evening, Lucas met with Jacob at an establishment in the city to have a delicious dinner together. Lucas met Jacob at a restaurant in the city to have a delicious dinner together. To serve such complex topics, you need to get the appropriate beverage, namely 2 beers on tap. In general, there is nothing surprising about all this. The medical industry is like this everywhere, and in this hospital of course also. The sad thing is that Lucas can't even deny it. Lucas remembered that Jacob liked computer games, and he asked him to imagine that the game was real, and asked if it was real. He asked him to imagine that one day the screen of the game system would appear in front of his eyes. He thought that Lucas must have had something wrong with his head because of the sudden change in his life, and even decided to feel sorry for him. In that case, Lucas told him to forget it, and not to feel sorry for him either. Now on his drunken head he started thinking about tomorrow's patient treatment. Jacob assured him not to worry so much, because Lucas had gotten a job at the hospital because of his abilities, which meant he could treat other people without any problems. A friend in this situation was the real support and encouragement that had been missing for so many years. To show his gratitude, the guy promised to close the tab for the evening, so you should order whatever you want. Unfortunately, this decision was a fatal mistake. Jacob was off the chain, ordering large quantities of alcohol and not wanting to leave the place, and Lucas had to get up early tomorrow. In the meantime, the new man Eva passed by an establishment where the guys were already drunk, which pleased him very much, because if a person often drinks, it means that his life is not good. In general, he hopes that everything will continue like this. This man also made himself a document that exempts him from the army. Now his goal is to get a job at the same hospital where Lucas works. It turns out he still doesn't work, and according to Eva's story, you'd think he's already making millions. As has already become clear that his main goal is to ruin the life of Lucas and make it so that he did not succeed in becoming a famous doctor to which people will come from all over the world. But to prevent him will not be so easy, because the cheat system gives him a lot of advantages. The day Eva dumped Lucas he looked very sad. Daniel saw it and enjoyed it. At first glance, it may seem that he did not steal this girl because of his strong love for her, but just to bring negative emotions and disappointments. The next day at work, Lucas sat bored on another shift without work. At this moment, he moved to the main treatment room of the hospital, because at 4 p.m., the first patient in 2 days was due for an examination. He was brought by a relative in a wheelchair. His name is Pak. His problem is that he is paralyzed halfway through his body. He used to be unable to speak at all, but now he has difficulty with some words. The woman was madly glad that she had managed to get to Lucas, because they had wanted to consult him for a long time. Since the guy was an experienced specialist, he immediately noticed that the patient had come here after the exercises. This surprised Puck, because it was really true. In any case, Lucas was very happy that the patient was practicing regularly. Most likely because of this he had learned to speak at least a little bit. You could see the patient was a little scared, but the doctor assured him that everything would be fine. For people like him, nice words are very important, because unfortunately they don't hear them very much. There are a few questions that need to be answered before the examination can begin. The patient's magical chart says that his main goal is to walk again, but he also works as a driver. The doctor needs to know if the patient has a specific reason for wanting to walk again. He has never shared this before, but apparently the time has come. Basically, his daughter is getting married in April, and as a father he wants to walk her down the aisle, so he just has to start walking by then. It's a lifelong dream to have a full-blown wedding for his daughter. Lucas congratulated the patient's daughter on her future wedding and said that her father would definitely be able to walk by then, which even brought tears of joy. The first thing the doctor suggested was to use a quadruped cane, to visually assess what exactly is the problem. So far, the patient is still struggling with it, but he is walking better than before. By applying the magic eye skill, the guy managed to notice that the person tries to lean on the toes instead of the heel. To correct this, the hypotenuse in the posterior muscles of the thigh needs to be extended. You could say Lucas already knows 100% how to treat this patient. Let's fix this hypotenuse. The first step is to stand up and lean forward so that your feet don't reach the floor. Once the patient is in this position, treatment can be performed. With the magic hand skill in place, let's get to work. First, let's start with anti-gravity muscles. This is a whole group of muscles that help actively keep the body upright and help you overcome gravity. They help a person walk upright and are located all over the body from the neck to the feet. They also include the hamstrings, the tendons of the 3 posterior thigh muscles, the semitendinosus, and biceps femoris, and the calf muscle. So the best way to stretch them is to put them under gravity. Right now, the patient's muscles are pathologically shortened. For the next procedure, Lucas asked his patient to lie on his back and lower his left leg. A large number of joints are responsible for the movement of a person. It is necessary to concentrate on the limb as much as possible. At this point, the patient should feel a touch in the area of the heel, and at one moment push the doctor's hand. Since the muscles that have come into action have not been used for a long time, such procedures can be a little painful. The patient's wife began to feel a little worried. But it's actually okay. Puck is now feeling more surprised than more, as the muscles that have not been used for a long time suddenly came into motion. The patient is even doing very well. Now he needs to visualize himself walking and offer even more effort. In the end, the miracle happens, the muscles are fully functional again. Now came the most important moment. Pak had the desire to stand up. At the first steps, Lucas will definitely back him up, so do not worry, and just try to walk. The patient couldn't believe that he was able to do it after only one session. And now it is necessary to smoothly firmly stand on the leg, so that the muscles have already fully started to work as before. Having done this, Pak was able to start walking. The guy held him only by the hand. He really is doing well. Compared to what was, it can already be called a victory. In the meantime, the guy had already received a notification in the system that the treatment was complete, and as a reward he received 20 points and his reputation increased by 3 units. After walking around for a while, Lucas asked his patient to sit down and rest. but he also wondered why his reputation had increased. As it turned out, 3 people who were nearby saw that the patient, who had recently been unable to speak, was on his feet and walking. At least 3 people began to respect Lucas for this. Puck said that he was now in a great mood and felt a surge of strength in his left leg. It's very good, but he doesn't really have more strength, it's just that the area of his foot in contact with the floor has increased, so it's starting to feel like he has more strength. If you keep practicing hard, you'll soon be able to walk on your own. Even before your daughter's wedding starts, you can fully participate in the preparation phase. The wife was so grateful for her husband's recovery, she almost cried. It's Lucas' job to get people back to normal. The appointment was over for today, and there will be a follow-up consultation tomorrow. The clients said their goodbyes and walked happily out the door. As soon as they were out the door, the doctor who had taken care of Puck earlier ran to Lucas. He said that at this time of year the patient she was getting better just by looking at him. In other words, he meant that this patient's results were solely due to him. Usually when people feel better just by looking at him, it means they've been to a psychic, not a clinic. Then William got into the conversation and confirmed that Puck was getting better, solely from the treatment, so he shouldn't be a bully, but rather go and deal with the patients who for some reason hadn't yet started walking at the mere sight of him. Of course there were excuses that the other patients were older and needed more time. I wondered why he was so determined to attack me for no particular reason. William laughed and said, "It's because the new doctor is from another hospital. There will always be competition between them. We need to give people some time to get used to it, and then everything will be fine. By the way, this problem will be especially visible at the corporate party. But don't worry, there's a good atmosphere at the team party." Initially, Lucas assumed that it was not a general hospital event, but only a team event, but as it turned out, this is not quite true. There will be present all the employees of the hospital, and it is impossible to refuse to come. So it's gonna be a fun event. Despite the party that was coming up, William suggested to Lucas that in the future the two of them should have a drink of something stronger. At the end of the workday, the guy went to the break room and began to ponder whether it was worth spending the glasses. With the looks we have now, is there any point in investing in a magic face next? This time rationality still took its course. The guy decided to spend 15 points on magic hands, and another 10 on magic eyes. Since then, the vision has improved significantly. Now it will be much easier to identify the patient's disease. Also, thanks to the increase in the skill of magic hands, treatment will become much easier. The most interesting thing is that every time you don't know what to expect from the improvement, but this time it was a bit meager. The only way to test your strength is to do quests without stopping. Since it's 6 p.m., that means the workday is over. We still have a corporate retreat to get ready for. After some time, all the workers were already dressed up and beautifully gathered near the entrance to the hospital. Everyone would be taken to the restaurant by bus. Please take your seats carefully in advance. Lucas was shocked at the organization, to say the least, and had no idea where they were going. During the trip, the guy even managed to fall asleep, not so much as he strongly does not want to go anywhere. So far he is all alone, and he does not even have anyone to talk to at this party. In the end, the travel time was only 15 minutes. The bus stopped outside one of the swankiest restaurants in this town. Hiring a bus for 15 minutes is the #1 hospital in the country. The organizer said that the head of the department would be here very soon, so it was advisable to wait for him and then start the dinner. Everyone kindly agreed. As Lucas looked around, he realized that many people had already made friends for a long time. It's a good thing that a lot of the people who were with him at the interview were able to get jobs after all. As soon as he entered the place, he said that everyone can eat. He is not one of those who focus on it. The party immediately played with other colors. People began to eat, drink, and walk. The first toast was made to the newcomers, because they have the greatest expectations. The party continued, but Lucas was approached by his boss. He was very interested to know if the assistant liked the hospital. The guy got nervous for some reason and turned around with a smile and answered that he liked it here very much, and it seemed that he was slowly getting used to everything. The chief was curious about the assistant head of Ward 3 of the emergency room. But he seemed more than okay. This assistant seems to be adapting as well. But his treatment skills are hard to call normal. Everyone was already having a lot of fun. So the jokes about the patients started. Lucas recalled one patient who, after the assistant started working with him, had an immediate load response phase that had not been observed before. The load response phase is a term referring to the second step in the walking process. Of course, Lucas's joke about the patient was not to everyone's liking. The chief decided to react to the guy's incomprehensible remarks, too. And so if he so received a response to the load, then the assistant Lucas should remember how things are progressing with thematic conferences, scheduled for March. A conference is a large, lengthy meeting on a particular topic. Due to the fact that the event is attended by dignitaries of the hospital, the speaker is under indescribable pressure from the people around him. The March conference was scheduled to be conducted by Assistant Khan. But the boss, he had slightly different plans. And with a smirk, he made it clear that he just wanted to give Lucas a chance. Lucas was not confused. The March conference meant a lot to him, and he promised to give his best. The chief thought the guy was ambitious and called him a real man. It was to him and to this event that the next toast was made. A supervisor approached a girl asking if it was true that she had broken up with her boyfriend. It was his sister. And he was quite worried that the girl didn't think about her personal life at all. And he also emphasized her age and that she should get married sooner rather than later. Someone came up to Lucas and took him by the shoulder. But all the boy's thoughts were about the March conference. It was written all over his face. He pretended not to understand anything, but his colleagues guessed that Lucas was thinking about the conference transfer. Lucas saw Sophia being yelled at for missing 3 ice creams. The girl ran off to fetch them. Lucas immediately went after her. Sophia was happy to see him. She was mad pleased that the guy wanted to help her. Colleagues saw the assistant with ice cream and were shocked. He could have just asked the interns to bring it, but he ended up bringing it all by himself. Lucas got out of it and explained that Sophia just didn't have enough hands, so he decided to help her. The head of the ward complex turned to the therapist. The head was quite angry, because he had already explained many times that it was not necessary to give personal orders to interns. The therapist immediately started to justify and apologize for the act. At the end, Lucas said goodbye to Sophia and advised her to go and rest, because the poor had to work here. The party came to an end. And as at any such event, some people had to be carried out of the place. The guy was watching the night city and suddenly heard a voice that sounded painfully familiar to him. It was Sophia again, who couldn't stop thanking him for helping her with the ice cream. Luck laughed. Sophia immediately realized it was her nose. Sophia had one cute thing going on. As soon as it got just a little colder outside, the tip of her nose would turn red. She even had a nickname for it. They had a nice conversation, and Lucas suggested that they take a ride to Seoul National University. While on the transport, Lucas noticed that the girl's nose was still red. Suddenly they reached the university. The guy wished them a good trip home. Almost getting out of the transportation, he heard the girl shout again, thanking him for his help. The smile couldn't get off his face. The workday came. Lucas was already working with a patient. He was curious about the man's well-being after he had intuitively started walking. The patient had previously felt clumsy when walking, but now he felt much better. Lucas would have been very pleased that after 4 days the patient's condition had indeed improved, but he was concerned that he couldn't see the man's wife. As he wheeled the wheelchair in, he overheard an interesting conversation between the woman. She was talking to her daughter, who did not speak well of her father, even though he had worked hard to get to her wedding. This poor woman's daughter was only worried about her reputation. She couldn't take it anymore and just hung up the phone. When the woman turned around, she saw the doctor and begged him not to tell anyone about the conversation. The woman was the spouse of Lucas' patient. A few more days passed and it was Saturday, March 6th. The conference was 2 weeks away and Lucas was preparing hard. It was very difficult for him to work on the weekend. The guy immediately ran to the patient's room, but saw his worried and upset face. The man was already well aware of the whole situation with his daughter. He was incredibly hurt that she didn't want him at the ceremony. He realized that she was ashamed of him because of his illness. The patient had only thought about fixing her back, but he would not be welcome at the wedding. Lucas realized that this was really hard for a man to accept, and he tried to support his patient in every possible way. In his mind, he was thinking that everything would work out for the man, he just needed to believe in himself. The assistant promised that the daughter would still change her mind about her decision. Everything will be just fine, because miracles are actually closer than they seem. That's how it happens. A man in his old age can get more support from a doctor he doesn't know than from his own daughter, who thought of such a statement. In this situation, Lucas was also a great psychologist. When the guy came to the restroom, he realized such a horror now this man is experiencing. His own daughter is ashamed of her father, although she is already practically walking. To cheer him up somehow, the guy decided to dedicate the upcoming conference to him. It is March 19th, the day of the announcement of the conference. This event will be held in one of the auditoriums of the hospital. Lucas has started to worry, but he needs to pull himself together and present his work in a dignified way. Lucas even changed the title, writing that it is a conference on the case of patient Puck. They are the first guests to arrive. What a harmonious couple. Lucas asked them to imagine today as if they were having a very ordinary day. The guys agreed and said they were counting on the guy. About a week ago, a meeting was held between Lucas and Pac's spouse. The topic that was raised that evening was very important to the whole family. The doctor suggested inviting his daughter to the conference. His wife didn't immediately support the idea, because they didn't have the best relationship with her. Lucas knew that, but he asked it for a reason. Despite the bad relationship, it's what Puck needs right now, for his daughter to attend as well. The woman said she would try to communicate with her, but no result is guaranteed. If the stars align, the patient will be motivated to continue treatment, and the daughter may have a change of attitude towards her father. It would be great if she did come in. After the main guests, all the senior doctors and directors of this hospital entered the hall. It was time to start this March conference. While waiting for all the guests to take their seats, the guy was thinking only one phrase in his head: miracles are closer than they seem. Before beginning, Lucas introduced himself to all the guests and suggested that we start right away. To begin, he decided to introduce the audience to his patient. The job he has spent most of his life at is an excavator driver. At the introduction stage, Lucas thought that this man was trying to recover in order to get back behind the wheel, but it turned out not to be the case. His goal was not only to drive, but also to walk again. In order not to make the introduction too long today, the guy decided to go straight to the hypotheses and possible treatment options. But suddenly the head raised his hand and questioned why Lucas hadn't told him the purpose of the patient wanting to learn to walk instead of drive. Just this question, the guy was going to reveal a little later. Since there were no more questions, the host proceeded to demonstrate a way to test his hypothesis. Distinctive signs of patients in the acute stage of the disease are ankylosis and cramping. That Pac also complains of these pains. The presenter usually asks the patient to come in 20 minutes before the start of the procedures to apply a cold compress. This allows treatment to be carried out without fear of consequences. The effectiveness of cold and warm compresses on ankylosis has been proven by Dominic Becker. Since the compress has been previously placed today, treatment can be started immediately. First, Lucas asked his patient to stand up. As you can see, his heel is off the ground. This is due to a shortened calf muscle. When the facilitator asked his patient to take a step, he started to walk differently than usual, most likely because he is a little nervous. In the standing position, the calf muscles are under the influence of gravity. Now you can see how the distance between the heel and the floor is significantly reduced when walking. But this is not enough for now, so it is necessary to shift the weight forward. With the help of the handhold, the patient was able to straighten his leg further. Then the magic eye skill was activated, which told him how to hold the patient perfectly. Just a few more steps and everything would work out. The guy definitely did not pump his magic hands to the 3rd level for nothing. When suddenly a miracle happens, the heel finally touches the floor. The audience was shocked by what they had just seen. The senior doctors were equally surprised. They could not believe that such a result could be achieved in such a short period of time. And after a few minutes, the patient starts to walk around the stage without any problems. How could it be possible? His gait had changed in just one touch, and no one in this hospital had ever done that before. Then, during his performance, Lucas saw Puck's wife and daughter-in-law at the back of the auditorium. And 2 hours before the show, Lucas asked for the daughter's phone number from the patient's spouse, called her, introduced himself as her father's doctor, and said he'd like to talk to her, so he took a chance and called her directly. Then he asked her to meet her father just once and see what he'd accomplished for the family. And then, miraculously, she showed up. As the patient is a former excavator driver, every day for 30 years he climbed into the cab and passed the wheel. No matter how hard it was for him, he knew he was doing it for his family. And now his precious daughter has decided to get married, a very solemn event that every father wants to attend. The patient wanted to walk again, just so he could take his daughter by the hand and walk her down the aisle. Now this aisle is the way to the altar, and the guests gathered here are honorable people. Family, please take care of your father, because he is trying so hard for you. You are the only thing he lives for. In an instant, the audience noticed how a business meeting turned into something more different, more tender, but no one minded. The daughter immediately approached her father, took his hand, and in an instant the memories came flooding back. How much fun they had together. The father was insanely happy, and thanked his daughter for taking his hand again. He missed it so much. After these words, the girl cried, and began to apologize for the way she behaved towards him. Not every father deserves to go through this. All the spectators who were in the audience started clapping. Today was a family reunion in front of the whole hospital. Even the directors gave a standing ovation. They had never seen such a level of presentation before. By the way, Lucas, for successfully completing the treatment of his patient, received plus 30 units as a reward, and raised his reputation by 20 units. It was the most ordinary working day in the hospital, as suddenly on TV, on all channels began to turn on the emergency news. The virus SARS-24, which has recently swept the world, is passing from the category of pandemic to epidemic, followed by a brief instruction on how to protect themselves and their loved ones from contracting this disease. At the same time, doctors are already in full swing to monitor patients, who unfortunately have fallen under this terrible wave of unstudied virus. All staff work exclusively in masks, and have no right to direct contact with the infected without a special suit. After all the procedures, we can say for sure, SARS-24 affects only the brain and heart but not the respiratory system. CT scan clearly indicates this. MRI also cannot distinguish between the cerebral cortex and the medullary tissues. But despite this, one of the doctors suggested to do another CT scan and MRI a little later. Maybe something will change. But no matter how you look at it, by all accounts the patient's brain is destroyed, and in such a case recovery is impossible. The only valid argument that encouraged the doctor to repeat the procedures was that the patient moved his fingers at one point. Medicine is the science of biology and the classification of phenomena based on statistics, and from this we can say that there can be as many exceptions as there want. As the virus has gained new status, there are new norms that must be adhered to. For example, such as airing the room for 10 minutes at least 3 times a day, wearing a mask when visiting stores and places where there are a lot of people, and so on. SARS-24 is a respiratory virus that 3 years ago made the world a pandemic. Now, even though it's become an epidemic, people are still careless about it. But this patient here, his brain has simply stopped working. How can you continue to be careless about your health with these consequences? Despite all the results of the tests, Professor Richard still wants to take them again. For sure he suspects that the virus may mutate. At the moment, the last preparatory procedures are underway, after which Assistant Michael will go to the professor. In general, Neurologists say that even after the cortex stops working, a person will live, because all the centers responsible for vital functions are located elsewhere. The first analysis is to put the patient to sleep, under the cameras, turn on the recording and watch him all night long. Suddenly Richard noticed, when the workers entered the room, strange things began to happen. A man who is essentially devoid of life, at one moment without any problems, begins to move in bed, raise his legs, arms, and so on. Then one of the workers approaches him to see what's wrong, but instead of an adequate reaction, the patient jumps out of bed and starts beating the man, and when the other went to help, the infected man immediately switched to him. At this point, even through the cameras, you could clearly see his eyes glowing bright red. Hearing the cries for help, a whole crowd rushes into the office, and now they all together tried to stop the fight, and what happened next is still a mystery, because at the most crucial moment, the camera malfunctioned. Gradually the quality of the picture began to deteriorate, and then the viewing became impossible. The next day it became known that the rabid patient had escaped. Richard arrived at the village medical center where his patient was supposed to spend the night. Looking around, he was certainly surprised that rural medical centers look better than urban ones. It must look good because it was attached to a university, so there was a lot of money to maintain it. Upon arrival, the professor was met by a man from the State Department of Disease Control, a fourth-grade secretary named Surim. There was also an employee of the medical center next to him. He would help Richard in solving all the questions, but before going inside it was necessary to put on a protective suit. Before he began his search, Richard wanted to know the answer to one question: why the state refused to publicly announce the search for such a dangerous patient, whose name was Matt, and what they hoped to accomplish by sending only 2 men on the case. Deputy Peter said that the official search was denied by some bigwigs. It was probably done because of the election. If the public knew that a patient was suspected ours had escaped, there would be a problem with ratings, and there would be fewer people willing to vote for the incumbent. That's the theory, but Richard is sure it had something else to do with it. Peter also reported that Madhvi did not exhibit the symptoms that Richard had reported to the wounded that night. Based on this, it can realistically be assumed that the virus mutates and allows a person to reawaken after taking their own life. The government is clearly worried that this information will be released to the public, so they have decided to keep quiet about the search. Only God knows what else could have happened to Matvey, so the search team needs to be told in advance about the patient's possible aggression, because if they are not prepared for it, a little trouble could happen. Despite the fact that Richard has many other patients who need care, he decided to stay and help with the search because, first of all, it is a very valuable experience for him. In the morning it was reported that the military would also join the search, and the police would be a search party. Just at that moment James came up to the guys. He was an Army lieutenant colonel, who had come here to help in the search for the escaped patient. Peter immediately extended his hand to say hello, and thanked him for coming. The operation is to begin as soon as the police join the search, 160 troops in total. That's 3 fully loaded trucks with infantry. It looks huge. Despite the fact that the most ordinary search for a man is planned, the warriors were very formidable. On their faces even painted special camouflage makeup. Peter was even a little frightened, and could not understand why such a serious preparation was made. But since there was no turning back, it was time to wait for the police and the medical staff to brief him. James asked the guys not to worry because he has everything under control. It's not the first time they've been to such events, and they know exactly how to behave. The guys decided not to linger, and went to their medical search team to brief them. The most important thing is that all participants should get protective suits and gloves. According to unofficial reports, the patient may behave extremely aggressively, so just in case it is necessary to prepare batons. The whole group of people will be divided into 5 squads. The first squad will contain Peter and Richard, along with the detectives, and the rest will need to form 4 more squads. Due to the fact that the military arrived more than was necessary, the lieutenant colonel asked some of his men to disband on medical squads, to which the guys liked to agree. When the briefing was over, Peter ordered everyone to begin the search. For obvious reasons, the medical squads were very unhappy, and asked a lot of questions. Since there's a group of military, they couldn't understand why they were called here at all, since it wasn't even their jurisdiction. Rumor has it that the military sent someone to guard the exit of the village. What was the purpose of this in the first place? After just a few kilometers, Peter is exhausted, because all the time you have to go exclusively upwards, so the load is obviously greater. Looking at the military, one can realize that they are also tired, although it would seem that a person with such a strong physical fitness can be tired of a slight upward climb. Richard, for example, feels great. When Peter finally reached the village, it reminded him a lot of his childhood, because every summer he spent in the village. Usually in such places people always have a lot of chickens and dogs, so the street is always quite noisy. But now, this village where the band is, it doesn't look like it's been abandoned for a long time. When the guys happened to notice an escaped patient, it was as if he had the SARS-24 virus. This man was clearly larger in build, his muscles bulging so much that his clothes began to tear right off him. For some reason his hands and mouth were covered in blood. From now on, it's safe to say the world is about to change. About a week ago at the monthly meeting, Richard at the village hospital was talking about a patient who had come to see him. His name is Manhwa, age 30, infected with APS-24. This is a man who, after being admitted to the hospital, was diagnosed with a cortical arrest, but nevertheless survived. But after a while he began to show abnormal symptoms. Firstly, he constantly feels a strong hunger. Because of this he starts to eat uncontrollably. Secondly, his physique is constantly increasing, with the release of a huge amount of hormones. And thirdly, it is a frequent manifestation of aggression, but about his actions, in the end, he does not remember. If all of these symptoms are caused by a type of SARS-24 virus, we should definitely expect secondary infections to have the same symptoms. Basically, all of the above, at this point, is a real-life example. But if we look at this infected person, we can realize that this body is not Manhwa's. It is urgent to report this situation to the other units. Thankfully, the guys were on the line and responded promptly. Peter reported that an infected person had been found just 50 meters away from them, and they also reported that the infected person was most likely a secondary person, not the one they were originally looking for. Most likely he had been infected directly from Manhwa. No problems so far, unobtrusive surveillance. For now, the decision has been made not to rush at him, but just observe what he does next. But it's so strange, the guys are only 50 meters away from him, and they can say for sure that the man is infected, so it's logical to think that this is an escaped patient, but Peter didn't tell the search teams that the virus can change appearance. As suddenly the patient heard some sound behind him, and decided to turn around sharply to see what was going on there. Due to intense fear, Peter hid behind the fence, and sharply pulled Richard with him. The professor didn't understand this behavior at all, because they had come here to catch the patient, not to hide from him. The man decided not to stand still for long, and went further, in an unknown direction. Peter immediately reported it to James. Since he disappeared from sight, the guys decide to urgently find him again. To find him, at least a few people were sent to each corner. On the way, Richard noticed something terrible. It was a dog, which by the look of it was alive recently. Someone had abused it and tried to eat it. I think it is clear to everyone who could think of doing such a thing. Having looked closely, the guys noticed the prints of human teeth on the body. Now there are no doubts. The other guys, when they realized that it was all the work of a man, were shocked, because if an infected person is capable of such things, then what would prevent him from doing the same to people? This act can't be explained by aggression alone, but something worse. It is urgent to inform the other squads that they must be careful, and under no circumstances should their efforts be allowed, because one bite is enough to become infected. Already all the people in the group have realized that the aggressiveness of the patient has gone beyond the normal level. The earth suddenly began to shake violently. Something heavy and huge must be coming this way. Despite the horror of it all, Richard remained as calm as possible, and in no way let his emotions get the better of him. As it turned out, it was just a huge crowd of infected people who were giving in to their instincts. Meanwhile, Lucas, the director of the Department of Disease Control and Prevention, has come to meet with William, a permanent member of the Disease Control Committee. Apparently, they have something important to discuss today, because the meeting is taking place in a rather deserted place, a parking lot with only one car, which is where Lucas is headed. William, by the way, was really excited about this meeting. Lucas couldn't reciprocate, because he didn't know the topic of the conversation, and it turned out to be not the most pleasant. William had learned that his colleague was operating without the consent of his superiors. Initially, Lucas pretended not to understand, but he was quickly refreshed. It's about a private search where military personnel have been invited to cover, but for some reason, it's not the rear guard at all. It's the 707th unit, used by the authorities, only on special occasions, and they work in secret, and usually no one is supposed to know where they are. It's an operation to catch an infected person. Usually when such incidents happen, people are supposed to be notified, but William could find absolutely no information in the public domain. From this we can understand that someone influential interfered. William was gradually coming to the point of admitting that he also took part in this operation, but that's not all. The squad that was sent to find the patient stopped contacting. Usually if this happens, then they are in incredible danger. Meanwhile, the guys are in the worst situation of their lives. They are directly confronted with the infected. At the moment Richard is lying on the floor and on top of him is a rabid sick man who is ready to do anything to bite him. And he's not alone, the whole group is fighting. Unfortunately, there are guys who have been bitten. Richard did not lose faith in himself after this information, but began to fight with even greater effort. Grabbing the sick man by the throat, he tried to pull him away from himself, and then gave a strong blow with his foot in the chest, after which the infected flew away in the other direction. What a pity the boys did not have firearms with them. When the professor got up, he urgently ordered to gather all the detectives and stand with their backs to the wall, as suddenly he was again grabbed by the leg of the same infected, but this time Richard was not confused, and struck the same leg with the strongest blow to the face. Then a military man, who was a little behind the group, came running up to the guys. First of all, he asked how Richard was doing and if he was injured. The professor replied that everything was fine, but he was a bit worried about the situation, as the military man had been following the group all the time and had fallen behind. While the boys were socializing amongst themselves, another fighter was bitten. Even though these men were now charged, the professor ordered the early detectives to be taken and dragged to the inner wall. The rabid infected must be dealt with before they could be rescued. The situation was extremely tense. The infected were literally attacking from all sides. Anyone who even for a moment distracted from the fight increased his chances of losing his life several times over. The guy reacted quickly, drew his club and struck him hard in the neck, after which the opponent fell to the ground with a huge rumble. As soon as there was a moment, the professor once again asked all the survivors to gather at the inner wall, also to hit the infected preferably on the neck or chin. Those were their weak points. The boys had formed a semicircle to protect those who were unable to move on their own, so they were protecting them. At that moment Peter was examining the wounded, and he began to see with his own eyes the speed at which the virus was beginning to affect them. The first symptom was a hellish pain in the head, then the pulse went over 200 beats per minute, and the muscles got bigger and bigger. The irreversible process was fully started. After the guy wanted to go to another wounded man to try to help at least him, but the second one was already red-eyed and he pounced on the doctor. Good thing he was held by the military and who was not hurt. The infection has already been transmitted to a third person. The incubation period of this form of the virus is too short, which means that people who have just been infected won't even be able to get to the hospital in time. Then 3 more infected people rushed at Peter from the other side. In a state of shock, the guy just froze on the spot and could do nothing. As luck would have it, at the same moment a girl named Tatiana drives into the crowd of infected people in her SUV and accidentally saves Peter's life. She received a call from William, asking her to come and check on the situation, and what she saw shocked her to say the least. Of course, Richard wondered how the detective knew there was a covert operation going on here. Tatiana briefly told how she got here, but did not admit from whom the information came. The girl turned out to be a real professional. Her perfect mastery of the police baton was proof of that. Finally, after some time, the second military unit came to the rescue. They quickly neutralized all the infected who were near the guys, reported the situation that the losses are minimal, and continued to do their work. Their main task is not to destroy, but to neutralize. At last he could breathe a sigh of relief. Peter couldn't believe his eyes. In that short period of time, he had almost said goodbye to his life several times. 30 minutes later the operation was over. Lucas was finally able to reach his charges. Peter reported to his superior that their group had encountered the infected, but everything had ended plus or minus safely. This must have been said to keep Lucas from getting nervous, because at the very least the group had been going in search of one person, but had run into a huge crowd. All the infected people we encountered show the same abnormal symptoms as Mavi, and if it wasn't for the help of the military, things could have ended much worse. During the operation, 3 detectives were bitten and suspected to be infected. The interesting thing is that there was no patient named Mavi among the infected group. One can only imagine what condition he's in now. A thorough check has been made of all the bodies. There's no way to be wrong. In that case, the boys will have to search the village again. And right now Richard can't negotiate with the lieutenant colonel. The military is threatening to take all the infected. They want to take them to a predetermined hospital. Since the virus mutates every hour, it must be monitored together. Where is the guarantee that their military doctor is qualified? From this information, William concludes that the military wants to steal the patients. But why would they want to do that? Why are they interested in the sick? Lucas assumed they wanted to counteract the quarantine. There's a lot of speculation, but one thing's for sure, they're acting on orders from above, and it's unlikely they're interested in preventing the quarantine. Despite the risks, William has agreed to let them keep the patients for now. But not everything is so simple. Following the 2 military trucks, on a passenger car drove 2 young guys. Their task is to follow the trucks and report information about where they will stop. The most important thing is not to drive too close, so that the military did not suspect anything. That's the cunning move made William. On the way, the guys were discussing the virus that had taken over the world, wondering where it came from and what happens to those who are infected. After something strange began to happen, the trucks went off the preliminary route and stopped, so the guys also fried to the side of the road not to lose sight of them. It is urgent to inform him that the trucks are off the route. To do this, the guy has to get the phone, which is in the back seats. Turning his head, he noticed another truck behind him, which is coming straight at them. In the end, there was a terrible accident, during which the car with the guys fell off the bridge. The height was quite high, and apparently right on the roof. It is almost impossible to survive in such a situation. Meanwhile, the clock is 1400 hours. Richard with his colleague rushes by car to the specified address. He received information that a number of patients with confirmed Rs-24 are going to a certain place. There are about 12 of them, all of them aggressive, so it is necessary to prepare security and restraining devices to get them into the building and put them in their rooms without incident. Since not everyone knows what an aggressive infected person looks like, the person who finds them will have to explain on the phone how to behave with them. An infected person in the aggressive stage will try to attack and bite, so it is necessary to be as careful as possible. If a bite occurs, the person automatically becomes infected. After a phone conversation between the guys, they talked about the military who were helping with the search operation. Richard was very grateful for their help, but their behavior raises quite a few questions. At the moment, it looked as if they were working only in their own interests. The military were suspiciously calm when they saw the infected, and it seems that they knew what was in store for them. Even the doctors who saw what was happening to Matvey were completely shocked when they saw it. Suddenly Peter received a phone call from an unknown phone number. He had already discussed everything with the detective, so it's hard to imagine who is calling. The person who called told him about an accident that happened just a short time ago, and called it an accident. The damage is quite severe, especially to the rear of the car. 2 of them were killed on the spot, 1 on the way to the hospital, and 2 more are in critical condition. Upon learning of this terrible tragedy, Richard immediately set a course for the hospital where the two survivors are lying. Peter ran into it at the speed of light, and at the reception desk introduced himself as the guardian of one of the boys. At the moment they were in the emergency room. The nurse decided to take the boys to the ward at once, because here the hospital has no right to refuse to visit the victim. At the moment, doctors are doing everything possible to save the boys. As for their personal condition, as was said on the phone, it is extremely serious. One of them almost lost both legs. He also has a piece of glass stuck in his stomach, so the chances of survival are extremely low, and the other one has multiple rib fractures and punctured lungs. Of course, the doctors operated on him immediately. There is hope, of course, but it will take a long time before he can speak again. In short, the situation is extremely tense. After the accident, the culprit immediately fled. An unknown person called 911 to report the accident, and the culprit was never found. When the crew arrived on the scene, they saw that the front and rear of the vehicle were badly damaged. Tentatively, it was a dump truck accident, but was it really? It all happened around lunchtime. Unfortunately, there were no other vehicles in the vicinity, and there are no recordings from the surveillance cameras. On this particular day, for some reason, the cameras were not working on this part of the road. The reason was not specified. The doctor also said that he had photos from the accident scene, which were taken by the emergency team. This terrible news quickly spread among all acquaintances. The police had already managed to tell everything to Detective Tatiana. She is very shocked. Despite the fact that it was a temporary team, they had a very good relationship. All those who lost their lives had no families of their own, and Peter was the only one found in the phone book of the victims. Richard was already 100% sure that it was definitely an accident, and a well-worked-out plan. Too many things played into the hands of the person who made the accident. Even if you remember about the cameras, always they were filming, and just this one they decided to stop. It can't be that simple. It must have been done on purpose. There were two collisions, and after the first impact, it came back to ram the car again, only from the other side. After some thought, Peter assumed that the military must have done it. No idiot would believe that it happened by accident. It just couldn't happen by accident. Richard supported that theory, but asked him not to talk about it so loudly that they wouldn't be overheard by any ill-wishers. These military men were too strange, and the detectives were following them. It was probably for a reason. If it really was done intentionally, then they must have ears everywhere. Even here they can go around and gather information. From now on, you have to be extremely careful and report immediately if you notice any suspicious people. Those who dare to go this far will probably never stop. It goes without saying that this whole situation is very hard, but now you have to think twice as hard about your family. She can't be dragged into this work stuff either. Peter admitted that he was really worried, and now it was very difficult for him to control himself, so he decided to call his wife to distract himself a little. What is it, detectives and military, acting under some criminal instructions? How is it even acceptable in this country? As it was said before, these military men were too strange, but it seems that the detectives knew nothing about the subject of the search. There must be someone very powerful behind all this. I wonder what his goals are and what he wants to achieve. When I think back to Peter's words, one very strange thing always strikes me. All the people who were deprived of their lives in that accident had no families. It can't be just a coincidence. But what if they had specially gathered people who would not be in trouble if they disappeared? So far it was just a guess, but it was. How could it even be told to the superiors? In any case, Richard realized for sure, he and his friends should not have known about the taking of these people's lives. Meanwhile, Peter had finished with his wife, and went back to suggest that the professor get something to eat, because the doctor was coming later anyway. Richard was already on the phone with someone about a very serious matter. 6 hours had already passed since the search had ended, which meant that the military should have arrived by now. They just got word that they've kidnapped all of Richard's patients. About 6 hours ago, in the very village where the operation to catch the infected had been conducted today, the military had found and taken Matvey safe and sound, and they had done it very stealthily, at a time when Richard's group had been distracted by an infected patient. As soon as Maudvi was brought in, some of the military immediately ran to their aid. And the second unit was just standing on the hill with their lieutenant colonel. With the help of binoculars, they were looking at how Richard instead with his team was simply trying to survive. They were also aware that the first squad already had 2 people bitten at that point. James had ordered them not to, because they already had Maudvi. The only thing to do is to help the first group to get out of this forest as soon as possible, and go home as soon as possible. By chance the lieutenant colonel noticed some people passing by. They were not his military, but ordinary hospital workers. The problem is that they are potential witnesses, and it is not easy to get rid of them without anyone finding out. On arrival at the site, the lieutenant colonel was praised for his excellent work. The VIP client was extremely satisfied with the job done. On arrival, the infected were immediately placed in rooms. As Maudvi was the most aggressive of them, he was locked behind bars as soon as he arrived. In this hospital, he'll be called number 1 only, because if you call him by his first name, information might leak out. As it turns out, Maudvi is not his real name either, because this man himself is from China. Probably the people who took care of his health didn't even know it. And also when he was hospitalized, he had an ID of a similar-looking Korean with no relatives. Someone deliberately made him a fake ID. It's hard to imagine that the government would bring in mutated patients from China for chemical and biological weapons research. At the moment Maudvi is behind bars, as he is getting bigger every day, the guards are beginning to worry that one day this cage will no longer be able to contain him. Even now he is trying hard to get out, punching his fists from the wall, and making attempts to unbend the metal bars. So far, it's all made the general smile, but the question is how much they can hold back. According to the doctor's preliminary findings, the patient has a huge hormone surge. Usually at this rate, people would have lost their lives a long time ago, but in this case, the person is functioning perfectly. And if we talk about other infected people, they do not have such a strong hormonal surge. The general was a little upset when he heard this information and asked the question, "Can they be made as aggressive?" The doctor replied that it could be done without any problem, after injecting an artificial hormone. But it's not a 100% guarantee yet, because the hormones of these patients are different because of the infection. In fact, all the samples have different results, so it'll take more time to come up with a single one. The lieutenant colonel also noted that the hospital has too many staff members to guarantee that they'll keep their mouths shut. The professor assured the military that there was no need to worry about it, because all the people here are only people with confirmed identities and who support the idea. Sounds convincing, but the general asked to be careful anyway, because once something leaks out, it's all over. Deep down, the doctor knew that with genetic research alone, it would be impossible to reconstruct such a sample. These hormones are too violent. It's necessary to find someone who can handle them. At the moment, the guys are trying hard to contact the hospital where the military should come, but the answer was always the same: no new patients have arrived. In this case, Peter allowed the theory that they went to a completely different hospital. Anyway, they had to stop somewhere, because going to a unit with such dangerous patients makes no sense. Richard remembered that there was a military hospital not far from here, with room for 40 patients. This hospital is a hospital branch of a large hospital. It accepts only VIP clients, and the staff there is carefully selected. They just have a lot of opportunities. One of the graduates of the college Richard went to is a military doctor, and he works there. You should try calling him. Unfortunately, no much was disappointing. My comrade said that he no longer works there. By order from above, he was sent to serve in another unit. He also told me that in that place there are no more contract doctors. A year ago, they were all replaced by doctors from the military academy. Since there was no choice at all, the guy signed the documents and transferred to another branch. Whatever. That's pretty useful information. It is very strange that the government suddenly decides to dismiss all contract workers and recruit graduates instead. So far, this is the most accurate information the guys have. But if this whole process was set in motion a year ago, then the military has prepared much better than you'd imagine. I wonder why they're doing this. What's the payoff? Peter was lucky enough to see the results of Matthew's hormone test. The patient's symptoms were unrealistic. The test results showed that Matthew's hormone levels were 10 times higher than normal. It was as if someone had injected him with steroids on purpose. Peter found the theory ridiculous at the time, but now it's different. Suddenly, one of the doctors interrupted the guys' brainstorming and asked them to come over for a minute. In general, things are bad. One guy did not manage to survive the operation, and the second is now in critical condition still in the operating room. Everyone was very nervous and couldn't believe what had happened. In fact, you're only one guy alive, and it's not certain that he's going to get back to normal. William also came here with Lucas to say goodbye to the boys and to see how the rest of the colleagues were feeling. Lucas also asked if the families of the bereaved had already been contacted. Peter answered that none of them had families, and the director initially thought he was being mocked, so he asked again, but William intervened and stopped him. Then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Peter to go out for a nice dinner after such a busy day, and asked him to forget about today's events like a bad dream. In the moment, the assistant realized it sounded like a request, not a word of encouragement. William is well aware that today has been a blur, but there's nothing he can do about it. There's no telling who's behind this and how far he'll go. So he asked his employee to keep his mouth shut and to think about his family, also against the backdrop of such a terrible event, suggested that he take a vacation. Anyway, if you need anything, you can go to William at any time and he'll arrange it. This excessive kindness made Richard wonder if this seemingly innocent boss was involved in the case. Meanwhile, it was already late in the evening at 2300 hours. All the guys had gone home, and Michael was on night duty. But this night Richard could not sleep. He decided to call his colleague and ask for help, namely to try to find information about the patient Matvey. All this is for the purpose of normal checks, so you should not ask a lot of questions. In this case, not thinking long, Michael sits down at the computer and begins to look for information. But for some reason he couldn't find anything. The guy even double-checked, but all to no avail. Michael said that the medical records were in the database until he escaped from the hospital. Of course, this information is not enough, so Richard asked his colleague if he could find anything else to pass the information on to him. Apparently, the military even got to the medical records. Is the hospital's security system so weak? Richard's laptop was untouched, and he still has at least a copy of his medical records. How can the army be connected to all of this? To accomplish their goal, they even destroy people and erase patient records, thus completely illegally infiltrating the personal database. In fact, such actions can only symbolize one thing: the military wants to use the infected for their own military purposes. But this isn't a movie. It doesn't make any sense. Even if they are huge and strong, they can't be controlled. They probably regulate the hormones to make them even stronger. It hits the guy. After all, if you can control the hormones, it's entirely possible to use the infected for military purposes. Now it's clear why the warriors want the infected, and since it's extremely inhumane, they have to operate in secret. But these weaklings can't exactly handle hormone regulation. They're going to need an expert in this field, someone who knows more about hormones than anyone else, otherwise it's all going to be irreversible. It was already midnight on the clock. Richard makes an urgent decision to dial his old friend, who has long been sweetly asleep and does not want to be distracted. This guy's name is Pavel, with a bit of grief, but somehow picked up the phone and tried to say something. Because of the strong anger for the interrupted sleep, Pavel did not even express himself nicely to Richard, but even so, the professor apologized and said that he had urgent business. In general, Richard wanted to know if the Ministry of Defense had contacted Pasha, for example, to help him with his research. Such a stupid question in the middle of the night really pissed him off, but nevertheless he replied that no one had called him and hung up. Then a few seconds after the conversation, a message came to the couple's phone. Of course, he was very reluctant to pick it up and read it, but the interest took over. The sender was a medical center. In this letter he was approached by the commander of the medical center of the National Armed Forces, and asked for help in the study of hormones, the reward for the work done $1 billion, To say that the guy was shocked by such a sum is nothing to say. The next day Richard wanted to make an appointment with Pavlik, but Detective Tatiana came instead, so he would have to try to get all the information out of her. From the look of her, she also has some urgent question. The girl's obviously changed for her unexpected call, but she has no one else to talk to about the situation. In principle, Richard did not resent her in any way, and in response asked how she felt after such a heavy loss, his close friends. At the police station the girl was forbidden to investigate the case, explaining that it was just an accident, and it is not subject to investigation by the detective. But a lot of young people have lost their lives. How can such a tragedy be left uninvestigated? The family and friends will not be able to forget as if nothing had happened. Right as Tatiana is pouring out her heart, Richard interrupts her and says that he doesn't think the situation was an accident. Of course, he doesn't know where the truck driver fled to, but he knows exactly where the infected patients were taken, and most likely the people who committed this terrible crime are there. If this theory is not confirmed, then the search for those responsible for the accident can be forgotten forever. Tatiana immediately emphasized the tears and asked where the place was. Richard pointed to a branch of the hospital. Perhaps the culprits and patients were there. In that case, the detective suggested that as soon as the professor's shift was over, they should go there at once. If they came together, they would have a better chance of finding some clues. So they did. Somewhere around 4 p.m., the guys were already near the branch hospital. This place was just huge. I wonder how many floors there are. From the side in general looks like a fortress. Siloviki in full uniform guarding the entrance to the hospital from all sides. A large number of cars were parked near the entrance, and one of them was in a blind spot for security. From that moment Richard began to conceive a plan of how to get inside together with Tatiana. When he approached the car, he analyzed it a little, and came to the conclusion that the owner would be here soon. It rained all night last night, but it's dry under this car. So it's been sagging here all night. We need to request the car's DVR footage. The girl offered to argue that there had been an accident nearby. It's not a bad idea, and Richard agreed. The guys are really hoping they can find something on these tapes. The guy is also worried that the neighborhood is too quiet. At least a car or two should have passed by now. Whatever happened, it's pretty easy to cover your tracks here. As suddenly at a great speed enters the car, initially the guy thought that it is a regular civil, but the driver turned sharply at the entrance to the hospital. By the way, the license plates that were on it seemed very familiar to the guy. Surely he has seen them many times. Suddenly, Tatiana comes running back and tells me that she has managed to get hold of the DVR footage. This is great news. They need to review them as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this time there was an anomaly. All the recordings that were on the flash card did not want to be made for some reason. Tatiana decided to try to transfer the given to Richard's phone, but that didn't help either. The professor was very upset. He couldn't believe that not a single record of them all was working. The only thing he could think of was that they had been erased and replaced by some other files. These people have thought of everything so well that it becomes scary. But suddenly the guy gets a call on his phone from Peter, who says that Luca urgently wants to talk to him about something serious. The professor agreed and said that he would appoint the place of the meeting. The infiltration of the hospital will have to be postponed to another day, because there are urgent matters at the hospital. Perhaps soon the guys will have new leads. Meanwhile, the car that drove up to the entrance to the hospital is checked by the military. As it turned out, the driver was Paul. Richard was not mistaken when the license plates of this car were very familiar to him. Apparently the guy succumbed to the money temptation and agreed to this case. The military asked him to confirm his identity showing his ID or driver's license. It was 6 p.m. when the guys finally got to the hospital, and Richard set up a meeting with Lucas in the hospital cafeteria, which he thought was the safest place to be. He didn't even notice the director at first, because he decided to disguise himself by covering his face with a cap, glasses, and a mask. The director looked too suspicious in that outfit, so Richard asked him to take it all off to have a normal conversation. Lucas decided not to argue and immediately took off all his clothes, and then from the inner pocket of his jacket he took out a photograph and handed it over. The point of this photo is that the lieutenant colonel is outside the hospital where Richard works. This picture was taken on the day a patient named Manhwa escaped, too strange a coincidence considering how badly the military wanted to take all the infected. After the horrible incident yesterday, Lucas went through the data the secretary had given him, and after reviewing all the DVR footage, he came across the lieutenant colonel. The director was making the case that James had most likely facilitated Matthew's escape, and then they lost him somewhere near the village where the operation to catch the infected man was taking place. It's also learned that some big shot is involved, and the lieutenant colonel is just his man who does all the dirty work. As long as the guys have proof that the military is hiding Matvey and the other infected, they can't act quietly. Lucas really wants to try to stand up to these thugs, but it's gonna be hard to do it alone. But maybe with a congressman. Because the bumpkin and the congressman are in the same environment, they just went down slightly different paths. When everything works out, the infected must be returned to the place where they can get qualified help, and of course it is necessary to organize quarantine, because the disease is very terrible and requires increased attention. Then the boys began to discuss the insidious plan. Lucas said that he wanted to prove that the lieutenant colonel had no reason to visit the hospital that day. To do this, he asked the guys to find evidence that the man had never been treated or visited the hospital. Only then this circumstantial evidence would be of great value. You can get that evidence from hospital security, but it's too dangerous to go there alone, because it could attract unnecessary attention. Maybe the military has eyes and ears everywhere, like the DVRs in the accident. They purposely got rid of evidence and witnesses. The professor told him that he was collecting data on the escape case and asked him to dump the data from the CCTV cameras, and if possible to improve the quality a bit. The guy had no problem agreeing. Now Richard has to go to the lab and check something out. Since there is no more work for Tatiana, she decided to go home. The professor wished her good night, and to be careful on the road. Before entering his lab, the guy took a good look at it, as if nothing had changed since the last time he had been in it. But if the military has its own people in the hospital, they could have installed a camera and a wire, although maybe that's overkill. We can't be sure of anything at the moment. When suddenly someone slowly approached the professor from behind and called out to him. The professor breathed a sigh of relief and said he would call him himself. Frankly, he was getting really paranoid. Lucas, meanwhile, was getting into his car to go about his business. To put it mildly, he was also very nervous and constantly felt anxious, and it seemed to him that someone was following him. He assured himself that he had made the right decision to tell Richard about his investigation. When he looked at the steering wheel, the director noticed that it was turned sideways. It was very strange because the man never turns it so much when he leaves the car in the parking lot. Then he felt that someone was behind him and turned around sharply. Since there was no one there, the man concluded that it was time to go on vacation. This anxiety does not let the nervous system calm down. Lucas is too tired, so there are strange thoughts. But at one point the man just cannot stand it, abruptly stops his car, pulls out a golf club, then opens the back door to attack whoever is in the car. But even this time there was no one there. Realizing this, the poor director took his head in his hands and wanted to get the hell out of here to go home. Suddenly a man comes up to him to ask him what's wrong and ask him for a lighter to light a cigarette. Lucas is more scared than ever. When he realized what had happened, he found the strength to answer that he didn't smoke, so he didn't have a lighter. The director himself could not understand why he was shaking so much. Maybe he should take a vacation and relax a little. Then this seemingly unassuming kid grabs Lucas by the head and pulls out a knife, followed by a punch right in the stomach to bring his opponent to the floor. This time Lucas got off with just a warning: if he didn't want to lose his life, he had to sit on his buttocks, otherwise it could end much worse. The director didn't even think of resisting and agreed. Also, the bandit confiscated the phone and let the victim go home. This guy's name is Michel. After the job was done, he immediately called his superiors and reported it. Lucas was obviously scared, so he's not supposed to get involved. Eventually, he was ordered to stay in the area and wait for further instructions. Michel also decided to clarify about Richard, because he was also in the village and took part in the search for the infected. So far, his superiors ordered to just keep an eye on him, and not to let him start to muddy the waters. Michel assured them that everything would be fine, because the professor's house and laboratory were already bugged. When the military summoned Michel, he thought a civil war had broken out or something. But in the end, he is asked to blackmail and spy on civilians, which is very alarming. 3 hours ago, at the branch hospital, Pavel had an interview with the chief military doctor. All the high-ranking people in this hospital were very grateful to Pasha for taking the time for them. It was written in the letter that the billion won was just a reward, not money that would be allocated for research, which interested the guy, and here he was. In addition to the chief military doctor, there was Dr. Joseph, a doctor of medical sciences in the field of genetics. Paul had certainly not expected to meet him in this place. This man is a leader in the development of vaccine against SARS-24. After the virus manifested itself, he changed his specialty to genetic engineering. Moreover, he became a key figure in the main pharmaceutical company JC. In general, the news said that he was in America, but it turned out that the doctor has been here for quite some time. Joseph made not a big intrigue, saying that this research is very fascinating. Pasha will certainly like it when he learns more about it. Also, to the interview joined the general, who warned at once Paul must take with him to the grave what he sees and hears here. Of course, the man was a little tense, but there was no turning back, so he agreed to all the demands. In that case, the general ordered to follow him. When the doctor sees what's going on here, he'll understand everything. The whole crowd, they got into the elevator and went to the right floor. The guy was reminded once again, if a single detail went beyond these walls, they would be forced to take the necessary measures. At first, everything seemed to be calm. A large number of doctors were walking around the wards and attending to their patients. Pasha was so interested that he started asking for information right on the spot. He managed to find out that this was a closed department, and there were people who were called research subjects, with whom he would have to work. They brought him straight to the most interesting thing, namely his former patient Matvey. Of course, the doctor did not recognize him at once, because the body had changed too much, from the muscles to the face. The military knew that Pavel had personally given this patient a hormone test for this object. Only thanks to this conclusion, the guy managed to remember a man named Matvey, who had the same diagnosis. The bandits confirmed this information. Pavel just has to remember him, because this patient was hospitalized in the hospital where he now works. At this point, the doctor began to remember what had happened when Matvey was first brought to the hospital. The first thing they did was put him in the room and tried to do a quick hormone test, but the patient wouldn't let them do it. Eventually, after several attempts, Matvey just lunged at the doctor and almost beat him up. That's when Paul first suggested that the patient might have acromegaly because his hormone levels were absurdly high. Also, the military was told that the subject spoke a different language. It is 100% Chinese, but also quite unintelligible. Paul was surprised, to say the least, because he and all the other doctors assumed it was Korean. Then the boy was shown another infectious one, also with a brightly pumped body, but he was extremely calm and did not even try to get out. It was this object that had bitten Matvey, thus infecting him with the SARS-24 virus through his saliva. The peculiarity of the virus is that all the infected are different from each other. This sample is interesting, but there is not one that looks anything like Matvey. All the others have also increased in size, but they lack something to be aggressive. The military speculates it's the amount of hormones, which the bulk of the infected have less of. That's why Pasha was invited here. The guy on his way here had imagined different things, but definitely not like this. This study is much more interesting than all the previous ones. In this case, the doctor asked whether these people gave their consent to keep them here or not, because in essence it's an illegal deprivation of freedom. Basically, you can call it whatever you want, but you have to consider that all these people have been infected like Matvey. If they are released, there may be unforeseen situations, so withholding and here is the best safe option for people. Based on the research that the military was able to conduct, this virus specializes in the survival of its host. The virus that infected Manhwa was a little different. During the work was able to determine that in each subsequent generation of the virus to the gene added a methyl group. This suggests that the virus Rs24, weakening with each successive generation. The doctors think that's what's so special about this variant. In order to bring this system to one optimum, the guys need Pavel, who can hormonally organize it all. Well, he found this research very exciting indeed, and he had never done such work in his entire practice. But in his heart he knew that under no circumstances could he predict what would happen if the infected got out. In that case, if everything is satisfactory, Pavel is officially employed by them as of today. Just a day later, Peter and Richard met on a bench near the river to discuss their business. Peter did not understand why the meeting was taking place in such an open place, because now it was better not to go out at all. Richard wanted to talk about Pasha. Since yesterday he has not appeared in the hospital, referring to the conference, but the problem is that now there is no conference to which he could get. It turns out that he is blatantly lying, but most likely there are certain reasons for this. Before going into more detail, Richard decided to show what he had gotten. He had brought with him a small portable refrigerator that contained vials of Manhwa's blood tests. Richard kept them for research, because that's what he'd been told to do from above. But don't jump to conclusions. Patient Manhwa may not be who they think he is. Last night, Detective Tatiana called the professor and said she needed to see him urgently. All the while she was doing research on patient Manhwa, she finally decided to ask if Richard was sure that was his real name. To make sure, she looked at all the registered bodies, including those that were linked. A man named Manhwa had been on the list of the bereaved or linked for a long time. The website says he's been there for more than 2 months, so from that we can understand that, purely in theory, he lost his life before he was admitted to the Korean University Hospital. Peter suggested that it looks like insurance theft because Koreans and migrants go to private hospitals. Sometimes they use other people's health insurance. It's been a problem before, but during the pandemic, it's become a bigger problem. It's safe to assume that Manhwa came from another country. In Korea, medical care is almost free, especially if you qualify for basic benefits. Now we have to decide whether he's Korean or Chinese. So there's a good chance that the second escaped patient also came from abroad. Maybe it's more complicated than we thought. It's also recently emerged that several experts from other countries have recently disappeared. All this happened right after the video of the patient's escape was published. People like that never just disappear. The military has taken this matter very seriously. Everyone will know who pushed the nuke button, but no one will ever know who spread the virus. Can the hegemonic countries allow this to happen? After all, they have an imperial policy of world domination, connected by military aid. Peter then allowed the theory that the military stole the infected that supposedly disappeared in order to study them and use them for their own military purposes, which may seem absurd at first glance, but there is no other logical explanation. This is exactly what Richard wanted to talk about today, that the government could start using the infected as weapons. But does it make sense to use a man manipulated by a virus to bite an enemy? It sounds as ridiculous as possible. To make prisoners adequate and make them fulfill their tasks, it is necessary to at least reduce their hormonal background, and without a professional it can't be done. Since Pavel hasn't shown up at the hospital in over 2 days, he's 100% in on it, because he's the best in the business. The schedule of foreign conferences that he talks about is just an excuse. In fact, he is working full-time on the infected. Hormonal changes are a great feature of this virus. Paul is the best hormone doctor in Korea, almost the best in the world. Besides, at the mere mention of hormones, he freezes, not knowing the purpose of the study or what he's going through. It turns out that the infected are no longer in the power of the hospital. If this process is started at the national level, it is almost impossible to resist. Richard assured her colleague that she could no longer stand by and watch them turn the virus into a weapon that could get out of control at any moment. The vials of blood that Richard brought with him must contain the virus. If you try hard enough, you can make a vaccine against it. Recently, investment in the vaccine business has increased since the pandemic. Now, even if there is a variant, people who know the business can produce a vaccine in less than a month. But there is one problem. Richard doesn't trust vaccine companies. You never know what they are capable of. They could try to make it themselves in a lab at the Department of Disease Control and Prevention, which might take some time, but then the guys would be 100% sure that their vaccine would be effective. That's why Richard approached Peter to get access to the lab and start working together. The professor preliminarily handed over the refrigerator to his companion, urged him not to do anything alone, because the process is very responsible and requires at least 2 fresh heads. It was also decided to involve another specialist in this case. Just in case the whole blood will not be given to him at once, but only 1 ampoule, in case this man turns out to be an aide to the military. The guys are very hopeful that they will succeed. At the moment, the future of all mankind is in their hands. There is no right to make a mistake, so if something goes wrong, the 3rd specialist will have to be removed. The next day at 1400 hours, Richard met with Tatiana in a cafe to discuss all the recent events, when suddenly they heard that on the street an unknown man is interrogating a passerby, under the pretext that he is looking for a dangerous bandit. After presenting a police ID, the passerby agreed to give some information. Tatiana recognized him, and said he was a junior detective, and the guy's outfit left a lot to be desired, so he had to be notified. Initially, Richard wanted to talk to the detective about the situation if the rented accommodation near the hospital, but by chance he noticed through the phone screen that he was being followed, so the conversation on this topic will have to be postponed. One man was on the roof and the other was sitting behind him pretending to read a newspaper. In fact, he was trying to eavesdrop on the conversation. Richard was not confused, and informed Tatiana through messages on his phone, so that she would also be aware of it, and would not say anything unnecessary. In this case, the girl offered to communicate via phone, so that the bandits would not hear anything. In general, near the hospital there are a lot of plots that can be rented. Moreover, all the dates of completion of transactions come in on the day after the accident, which is quite strange. The professor tries to find out if there are any places nearby where the hospital staff can stay. It's strange that they chose a building only around the hospital. The business district has been empty for years. Tatiana agreed that this moment is quite strange. Since Pavel now also spends a lot of time in the area, Tatiana suggested that he might be involved in all of this. It was certainly upsetting, but it was even worse to realize that even if all of humanity united to fight the virus, it probably wouldn't be enough. Looking around, Richard noticed that the guy who was on the roof had already left, and just 5 minutes later, the man who was sitting behind him also started going somewhere. At this point, the guys had gathered enough information about the neighborhood, so Tatiana suggested leaving, to which the professor kindly agreed. Now all this information needs to be verified personally, and a lithologic report needs to be made. The first thing they did was to meet the junior detective to talk to him. He's got a nice outfit, but he's not exactly a detective. The guy made a map of the neighborhood on his phone, and marked the houses that are outside the hospital zone. All the contract holders for this housing are Korean, but there were always Chinese or English-speaking people around. I wonder what the foreigners are doing here. I wonder if they're involved. All the contractors are Korean, but they have always had foreigners with them. Apparently they are using Koreans as proxy to sign the contract. So far it looks very strange. Maybe the foreigners suspected something and decided to act in their own interest. At the same time Michel returned to the office to his employers. He also received information that the area around the branch hospital had been cleared. In his opinion, foreign intelligence was 100% involved in this, doing their dirty deeds. Initially no one wanted to believe him, but the guy kept insisting. The rest of the guys urged him to calm down, because they also noticed some strange movements among the top of the society. Even the police started to show some strange activity. Apparently today Michel was not going to calm down, because he does not trust even the special forces, and wants to know clearly what is happening in the world now. Foreigners are capable of many things, so in no case should they be taken lightly. It is necessary to hire more people as security guards, as suddenly there is a strong explosion. It seems to be coming from a branch of the hospital. The guys decided to urgently call the police and go outside before anything explodes. When Michel arrived at the hospital entrance, he found the guards eliminated and the front door open, just as the police arrived. At the same moment, Michel was approached by his guys, who reported that there was no one around the hospital. The terrorists were probably inside, so the guys started to prepare for an assault, all of them armed with pistols. Michel asked for information on where the enemy was. The military reported that the enemy fled almost immediately after the battle began. But how is that possible? Why would the terrorists blow something up here and leave almost immediately? There's also the question of why the security forces didn't report the tragedy immediately. This story begins on Lion Mountain, where the sun always shines brightly, drizzles fine rain, and creates a large number of rainbows. Life was quiet and peaceful here, until one moment, when the revival of spiritual energy began, which provoked the unrest of the middle ferocious beasts. Here lived not only animals, but also a young girl, Isabella. She also, like everyone else, ran away in an unknown direction to escape from a group of special forces, who were sent here to restore order. Because the girl was very fast, there was no way to catch up with her. Because of the heavy ammunition of the SWAT team, it is much harder to move than her, so one of the men made the decision to open fire without waiting for orders to stop this pursuit, for which he will eventually be punished. When the whole pack, together with Isabella, had fled, a huge boar appeared on the horizon, who was obviously displeased with the uninvited guests. He was so furious because a military man had accidentally hit him right in the fang. Of course, the wild animal would not tolerate such treatment and would want revenge. As soon as the boar started to run towards the group of special forces, most of the guys started to run away. Did they really think that in an open field they would be able to escape from such a huge creature? Realizing this, one of the military decided to take the initiative. To at least try to save his life, he picked up an RPG and fired a shot. Although the shot was accurate, it was of little use. The boar had no difficulty in fending off the missile fired at him with his tusk. The military man was certainly shocked, but he did not lose hope, and began to reload his gun to fire again. When suddenly, on top of the mountain, someone starts roaring very loudly. It turned out to be the golden lion King Ares. The soldiers were surprised at how beautiful it was, for a moment even thought that it was made of real gold. To be sure, the boys decided to shoot to kill, but they did not yet know what a fatal mistake they were making. Feeling a slight tickle from the bullets, Ares jumped off the mountain and was down in seconds. The guys who had opened fire were instantly repulsed, probably their last seconds of life. Just in the meantime, the other soldier had time to reload his RPG and take aim at the chosen target. Fortunately, Lev was smart enough to jam the muzzle of the heavy weapon with his finger. After pulling the trigger, it exploded right in his hands. The consequences, of course, were fatal. At the end of the battle on the territory of the mountain, the entire Special Forces battle group was destroyed, and a large number of different weapons were lying on the floor. The lion admits that it is his fault, because he is unable to control his own power. But the fault of the humans is that they brought other animals here, thus making a mess of the mountain. In fact, this lion used to be an ordinary guy orphan, who after university did not think of anything better how to become an unofficial wage earner, but one day accidentally found himself in this place and became a werewolf, turning into a golden lion. He also had access to a cheat system that made him stronger and stronger for absolutely anything he did, from going for a walk to heavy combat. Even now, for scaring off a boar, Ares got an authority level boost. There are also animals on the island such as a werewolf parrot and a werewolf snake. They were very close to the lion. Now it's important for Ares to find out where the girl the task force was after. Snake said that unfortunately the shockwave threw her into the animal stream. God only knows what happened to her next. For pacifying the animal riot, Lion received a whole 1,000 units of experience in the authority section. On the ground, the animals found the body of a girl who no longer gave signs of life. She had probably been hit more than once during the riot. It's a good thing she wasn't crushed. Aries went downstairs to take a better look at the situation. Since he was very respectable, absolutely everyone gave way to him. This girl was obviously not simple, obviously she had already lost her life, but her body was still full of spiritual energy. Since her body is no longer fit to live, the lion decided to extract her soul to temporarily make her a ghost. This girl was an incredible beauty, it's a shame she didn't survive. Since under the guise of a lion, an ordinary young boy was hiding, he too appreciated her lush form. Aries decided to continue the conversation with his new ghost at home. After realizing everything that had happened, Isabella cried a lot, but it made absolutely no sense anymore. If a girl doesn't want to be a ghost, she can just reincarnate and start a new life. When the system window suddenly appears very abruptly, it tells her that it has spotted a ghost, and asks her to get attached to it as soon as possible. It's the first time I've received such a message. Before that there were only notifications of receiving points. It must be for a reason. I wonder if the times of idleness have come to an end. Something bad is brewing. Without further ado, Aries began the bonding process. As it turned out, in the lion's cave, there was another girl, Amelia, also a ghost. The essence of binding is that Aries shares his spirit, so that the soul of the ghost did not dissolve. All ghosts who live through this method are called demons, but it does not mean anything bad. But relying on his personal strength is not enough. There are only two conditions of becoming. The first is a personal predisposition, and the second is his own motivation. Amelia was very curious about everything, but most of all she wanted to know why those armed men were chasing her. Because Isabella was in a very depressed state, she was unable to speak for a long time. After a while, she gathered her thoughts and began her story. The girl lived in a village called Man, which is located at the foot of Lion Rock. Since the spiritual energy rebirth, people from her village started disappearing one by one, and now the population is only 20 to 30 people. 9 days ago, a group of armed men burst into the village, and brought the whole village to its knees. The thing is, there were some mystical things going on in the forest, and the purpose of this special group was to find out what was going on there. To do this, they decided to take over the village, and let one civilian come forward as a victim. If someone refuses, they start beating them up, and then they let them go ahead anyway. In the forest, a person began to feel strong headaches, which almost did not allow normal thinking. In the air for a few seconds flashed black smoke. He very sharply appeared, and also sharply disappeared. The military noticed it too, but they had no idea what it was. Then the grandfather who went first just disappeared. People started to be taken one by one and sent into this fog. The military didn't care if it was a woman or a child, they just carried out the task. No one managed to get back, and nothing could be found out. Then at one point it was Isabella's turn. As it turned out later, this black fog had a hallucinogenic effect. When the girl entered it, she unconsciously began to move in one direction, and then she saw her parents. Apparently the effect was so strong that a person simply stops controlling his head. When Isabella woke up, she realized that she had fallen into the hole that the task force was supposedly looking for, and she also saw what the military was looking for. It was a flower and a sarcophagus. The soldiers had killed her parents and a large number of her fellow villagers. The girl just couldn't let them finish what they had started. Since she could not destroy the sarcophagus with her bare hands, she decided to eat the flower. After eating the flower, her body felt light and her eyes felt as if they could see in the dark. It was an incredible sensation. Soon the military came. A helicopter flew to their geodata and took away the sarcophagus. Then they talked about the flower, the one that the girl had eaten. The customer was very angry, and said if there was no flower, he would pay a penny for the incomplete work. From that moment on, the military started chasing Isabella like mad in search of the flower. That's how she ended up here. It's a very sad story in which ordinary civilians were used as bargaining chips so that the rich could make even more money. Now Aries understood why, even after taking her life, she radiated so much energy. Her motivation clear, revenge and nothing else. Apparently, the sarcophagus and the flower must be some kind of rare treasure. It's all about human envy that leads to such tragedies. It happened at the foot of Ares Mountain. He will be uncomfortable if he doesn't figure things out. After the revival of spiritual energy, people went crazy. Sitting around and doing nothing is not a good option, because the next similar situation could be just around the corner. You need to be more careful from now on, since the system asked you to bind it. Since the past will not return, there is no point in being sad. Since Isabella is now Ares' personal ghost, he takes all her problems on himself. The girl agreed because she could use someone strong as an ally on her path to revenge. The binding task has been successfully completed. The reward is 1 yang fragment. 10 fragments can be exchanged for a full yang. If Ares collects all the fragments, he may be able to regain his human form with this item. Ever since the guy turned into a golden lion, he had a system that made him stronger in whatever he did, but nothing like what happened now until he became king of the Lion Mountain. The system started sending tasks and rewards for completing them successfully. Now a new mission called Pawn for the Lion has been activated. It is necessary to make Ghost give up all his obsessions and become a full-fledged servant of the king. The reward for the mysterious chance mission. Well, if the last reward was a fragment of an item that can restore human form, then the next one will be even better. We need to find out what Isabel's obsessions are. The little girl replied that she dared not cause any trouble, for now she was a ghost and had a new home, and there was no telling what had happened to her family, whether they had survived or not. Even if they were all destroyed, the girl wished they were in the wasteland. The poor child has experienced so much grief at such a young age. To keep his ghost safe, Lion created an avatar for them. He will accompany the girls and protect them, mostly Isabel because she is new. The second wave of spiritual energy restoration is coming. This mountain will also undergo some changes, so it is necessary to protect this place. Lion also used his powers to create a dagger for Isabel, and it came in a neat pink balloon. This cold weapon was not simple, it had a maximum sharpening, and its power was the evil spirit of the king. The only disadvantage is that it is heavier than a normal weapon, but for self-defense purposes, it will not hurt. The little one was insanely grateful for such kindness, and no one had given her a gift in a long time, so it was doubly pleasant. As the road ahead is a difficult one, the boys must have a bright candle to light the way. Amelia will kindly serve them. That same night, the girl took the avatar to the place where people disappeared on that doomsday. It was all because of the black fog, but after the unknown men took away the sarcophagus, the fog cleared. Now it's safe to walk here. The avatar felt that the ghost aura here is too strong. It's no wonder because a large number of people's lives happened here. Then the boys noticed the remains of people on the ground, namely their skeletons. It all looked rather strange, because some of them even had their clothes on. Isabella remembered what clothes her grandfather was wearing, and was able to find him among the mountain of corpses. Could it really be that all her relatives lost their lives in the black fog? But how could a man who lost his life yesterday turn into a skeleton so quickly? It was probably the work of someone else. After seeing all this horror, the avatar did a rather noble deed. He cleansed the sorrow in the souls of the villagers so that they could enter the cycle and reincarnate. The most important thing is that in the future such a large number of ghosts swallowed spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain did not become a problem. Hopefully, they can all rest in peace, and in the near future to start a new life, in which there will be no such troubles, grief and suffering. Despite such a large number of corpses, the girl still could not find her parents. They could not just vaporize into thin air. Lion also used his powers to create a dagger for Isabel, and it came in a neat pink balloon. This cold weapon was not simple, it had a maximum sharpening, and its power was the evil spirit of the king. The only disadvantage is that it is heavier than a normal weapon, but for self-defense purposes, it will not hurt. The decision was made to keep looking. Suddenly the avatar smelled that there was someone ahead. There were 5 people, and they were armed to the teeth. Because they smelled of gunpowder, it was clearly live ammunition. Then in the middle of the dark forest, Isabella saw a bright light. It was exactly where the sarcophagus had been. I wonder if those people are still out there. As it turned out, the military stayed behind to search for the girl in the morning. They are currently having dinner and discussing how they will abuse her when they catch her. Judging by their smiles, they really want to do it. They also had a couple of dead bodies with them. They took them with them because they were Isabella's parents. She'll probably want to find them and come back here. The men mercilessly mocked the remains of the body, and then laughed at the bones breaking. Only a sick man would be happy about such things. As mercenaries, they acted strategically, and when it comes to morals, they are no better than wild animals. Unfortunately, Isabella saw all these horrible things. She was filled with a great anger. She even went up to get her magic blade to take revenge, but the Avatar stopped her, because he sensed someone else approaching here. It was a helicopter, from which a very famous woman named Grace, the head of a special unit, landed on a rope. All the men at the sight of her became at attention, because if someone does not please her, the whole unit will suffer. Unfortunately, today she was in a good mood and called the organizer of this whole operation a jerk. The guys reported that their main task was to find a flower that a girl in the village must have. According to Grace, there was no point in looking for the flower because it had no value, but what was in the sarcophagus was a real treasure. Such an important person has come here for a reason. She needs to take hold of the earth on which lie the souls of 49 ghosts who have taken their lives in vain over the last 81 years. This earth is imbued with the corruption of 3 existences. What she's going to do with it is yet unknown. Because the Avatar of Ares was right on the scene, the system detected the corruption of 3 existences. For this, Lion gained a new skill called Evil Knowledge Level 1. It was the first time he'd ever encountered such a thing, and now he could see every vein on his body, not only in himself, but in the creatures around him. Whatever Lion did, he grew stronger, but this was the first time he had ever had this kind of ability. It was even possible to see the aura pulsing through his veins. In the meantime, Grace and the rest of the military came to the ruins of the sarcophagus near the Mang village. No one but she knew that this spoil was so precious. The boys, of course, were sworn to secrecy about what they had seen today. But Grace had an opinion. She knew that only those who were not alive could truly keep secrets, and the original plan had been to let the soldiers choose. But those made a fatal mistake, namely, directed their weapons at the girl. She was not easy, because at least she had a magic bracelet, with the help of which she began to destroy opponents. It was a unique ability, at least because it allowed to highlight the opponent with a bright outline, which makes it easier to detect the opponent in the dark. Also, her eyes turned bright pink. Despite such a delicate color, it still looked intimidating. Grace decided everyone's lives so quickly that they didn't even have time to react to her attack. This girl has incredible strength that is definitely not like ordinary human strength. Since the fighters had long since exhausted all their strength and resources, it was even easier to deal with them. Did they really think they could take on such a worthy opponent? Grace came to this place to obtain the power of spoiling the 3 existences. She bit her finger and smeared blood on the stone as part of the ritual. If Grace hadn't told them to find their way with the help of the villagers, they wouldn't have gotten the sarcophagus, and they would have killed all their men. Isabella heard these words and attacked her with her magic blade. Because she's not an ordinary woman, she managed to sense the presence of a foreign soul. For her own safety, she swung her sword in a random direction. The boys initially thought that this fighting woman could see ghosts, but so far she hasn't. Isabella subconsciously dodged the knife. Though being a ghost, she can't be hurt. She turned around and saw no one. Though the bracelet couldn't be wrong, she had goggles in her pocket that allowed her to see ghosts. At first glance, Isabel was assessed as a pathetic little thing. She was not considered a rival in principle. But she was in a fighting mood. She was going to avenge all her parents. Before starting the fight, Grace deigned to ask who was standing in front of her, and which parents she was talking about. She ended up comparing people to ants, and said she couldn't remember how many she'd run over lately. Isabel couldn't stand the insolence, and decided to attack first, but unfortunately without success. The first attack was easily repelled. This situation raised a lot of questions for the Avatar. Why did the huge lady react so calmly when she saw the ghosts? It was not the first time she faced them, and judging by how confident she was, she might even know how to defeat them. As the little girl was starting to lose, the avatar immediately decided to help, namely to apply the golden lion technique called dragon absorption. Isabella couldn't understand how she could be injured as a future ghost. This time she was very lucky. It could have been a little more, and it could have ended very badly. In fact, it was simple, because Grace is a very trained military woman. In addition to the goggles that allow her to see ghosts, she has a knife that allows her to destroy ghosts. Well, that makes things much more complicated. The little girl has no choice but to dodge and try to attack. But the length of her opponent's blade is too great to resist. The situation was getting more and more tense. Any magic or illusions were powerless here. Amelia begged the avatar to do something to help. Because this girl was just a little ghost who had just turned, she couldn't handle her. Amelia begged the avatar to do something about it. Because this girl was just a little ghost who had just turned, she couldn't handle her. He was actually helping her remotely, because in his mind, revenge is about destroying your enemy with your own hands. Thanks to his powers, he was able to influence the objects Grace was using, and at one point Isabella disappeared from sight and stabbed her rival in the neck. It was her first fight as a ghost, not bad, but she couldn't have done it without help. The girl immediately apologized to the lion. For her recklessness, however, in this situation she could be understood. The bracelet that Grace used, a kind of magical weapon that can sense the presence of another's aura. Every time an enemy attacks, her bracelet indicates the direction of the attack, so she avoided damage at the beginning of the battle, and the actual goggles that allow you to see absolutely all of Isabel's movements. But no matter how skilled a fighter is, that doesn't make him 100% invulnerable. At least the avatar expected the girl to go into battle, but you in the future asked not to be so reckless anymore, and before you do anything, to inform the king. Suddenly Grace is behind the little girl's back, and she clearly didn't like the fact that she had an assistant. Despite such a sharp attempt to attack, Isabel reacted quickly, and was able to block the blow. This huge sword is designed specifically to destroy ghosts. You cannot in any way let her get close. After a good defense, the girl made an equally good attack, which resulted in the loss of her opponent's arm. It was a terrible sight, Grace's avatar barely standing on his feet. I wondered if he'd be able to survive all this, given that his main body had long been uninhabitable. Apparently, it was time to use a new technique called consciousness to find out the truth and how to proceed. As it turned out, there was a spirit from 3 existences fighting at the moment, which was true because Isabel had dripped her own blood on the ground. Unfortunately, it was not possible to completely deprive her of her arm. She continued to use it, but at a distance. Of course, the radius of her attack has increased, but at this rate her speed is many times slower. This must be taken advantage of. After repelling the attack, Isabel ran into battle. So she stabbed him in the stomach with a couple of good stab wounds. At first glance, everything might seem fine, but not quite. The threads that had broken free began to wrap around Isabel from head to toe, squeezing her tighter and tighter with each passing second. Objectively, things are bad. We need to figure out how to maximize help without getting hurt. Because the avatar of Ares is also a spirit, it would be bad if he gets hurt. We can't risk the deity. While the guys were thinking, the girl was completely tied up, screaming with all her might. In the end, she had to go to the extreme and use the yang fragment to get the lion in its true form to be here right now. He told her not to be so reckless. Anyway, now was not the time for moralizing. It was time to finish what she had started, and finally destroy Grace's avatar completely. By the way, she was very pleased when the girl managed to get out of her threads. The king asked everyone to immediately hold their breath, plug their ears, and control their heartbeat. He used a skill called Lion's Roar. From such a loud sound, the avatar began to dissolve into small particles, and eventually disappeared completely. By the way, the knife from her remained, and it's really not bad. It has not a single crack. He will be allocated an honorable place on the collector's shelf. For the victory over such a persistent monster, Aries received a lot of nice bonuses, in the form of skill enhancement and expansion of attributes. Apparently still not in vain, Isabel attacked her. In the end, at the end of the fight, everyone was happy. The girl had gotten her revenge, and the lion got some nice boosts. The only thing Aries was not satisfied with was that there was still no hair on his neck. This stupid system, as usual, does not work normally. How long to wait for healing? But there is also one more thing that Aries wants to return to his life most of all. I think no explanation is required. Everything is clearly understood here. In general, the most important thing is that everything ended well, and the rest is the little things of life. Amelia also appreciated Leo's new uniform, which he wore for the first time today. By the way, Aries also noticed that now he can see the aura that hides in the air. As expected, the system has made him even stronger. Isabella was madly grateful to the king for his help, but apparently not to the maximum, because she still has her own interests. From this we can assume that the revenge is not over. Moreover, the guys have not yet found out what this sarcophagus is and why it is so valuable. We need to get down the mountain to finish the investigation. While the boys went downstairs, it was already morning. Since spirits are not allowed to appear in the sun, Amelia immediately hid under the cloak of the lion. Isabella also tried to do so, but because of her height as a normal person, of course she did not succeed. Since the girls had forgotten, Aries decided to remind them that they could inhabit anyone. It would allow them to move around in the sunny weather. Since the only free body that was within a 5-meter radius was Grace, Leo suggested that they inhabit it. Isabel started crying loudly, saying she didn't want to do it because Grace was ugly. Unfortunately or fortunately, there wasn't much of a choice here. It had to be done as soon as possible, because lives were at stake. On the way, the guys came up with a plan. To avoid combat contact with the mercenaries, the girl would just pretend to be one of them. Since the plan was clear, it meant it was time to get to know the newcomers better. After gathering their courage, the guys walked into the military camp as if it were their home. Of course, the guys on the territory immediately welcomed their goddess, and were madly happy to see her back. The girl said that she had already gotten what she came here for, and now she could go home. The commander responded quickly and clearly to questions such as who was next to her. It's none of your business. For using the flying machine, Aries got 1 unit of experience in the courage section. The town the guys arrived in is called Sherlin, and they're scheduled to land in 10 minutes. The men who worked in this town really didn't care about anything. They are ready to dig through the corpses of animals to find new resources. It's scary because at any moment, you could run into a mine, but these guys are unstoppable. In contrast to the prosperous Lion Mountain, the cities had fallen into disrepair after the energy was restored. I wonder why it affected them so negatively. In some places it even looked like the apocalypse, destroyed houses, no windows, as if doomsday had already come. Meanwhile, the helicopter arrived at the landing site. Isabel was madly happy, because now she could learn a lot of useful information, which she would use against her enemies. Immediately after landing, the girl destroyed all the unwanted passengers, and apparently the crew too, so that they wouldn't get in the way. At the moment the guys are near the Prosperity Corporation. It's one of the enemies without, it looks quite large. If they wanted to, Aries could incinerate the place in a matter of seconds, but first they had to look around and then decide what to do. The guys walked around until late at night, then decided to stay on one of the floors and settle down completely. Of course, all the staff on it was destroyed, so now only they were the masters there. Initially Aries even wanted to change into an employee, but unfortunately his size was not found among these men. According to Amelia's previous investigation, the evidence the guys came for was hidden here. To make sure of that, Lion used the divine consciousness skill, which allows him to see through walls. After watching, it turned out that this is indeed the floor, but apparently the guys are not the only ones who snuck in here, because behind the doors to the room with archives stood a girl who is dressed as a normal office worker, but at the same time in her hands a gun, which she will definitely use in case of emergency. Judging by the size of her clothes, she probably took them off someone, because not all parts of her body fit into the blouse. Since Aries is invulnerable to bullets, he decided to go first. As soon as the lion opened the door, he was shot right through the heart. This girl is really not an ordinary girl, but some kind of special trained agent. Of course, Isabella wanted to destroy her for this act, but Lion stopped her because it was too early. What if she could get valuable information out of her? Interesting fact, these people are using aura to make bullets. What kind of new technology is that? The lady with the gun was shocked to say the least when she saw the bullets go through the man. Could he be one of the awakened? To be sure, the girl decided to fire a whole clip into him. In the end, 0 injuries and no more bullets. With a single wave of his finger, Aries broke the gun into several pieces. Now she would no longer be able to shoot. Then Lev took her by her arms, chained her to the wall, and told her not to move, otherwise he wouldn't vouch for himself. It was only in her best interest to follow these light rules. Usually no one forgives for targeted body shots. But here it was a little different situation. The girl was strong in spirit, and was not afraid of losing her life. But if it was really necessary, it would have been done a long time ago. After asking her a few questions, the guys were able to find out who she was. As it turned out, she also came here for revenge. As it turned out, the corporation illegally seized her projects, so the girl came here to find proof of it, and to start a lawsuit. Initially, the guys did not know whether to believe her or not, and then looking closely, Lion noticed a piece of paper in her cleavage. Out of curiosity he took it out, and it turned out to be a whole map, which depicted the Lion Mountain. As it turned out, mercenaries are already a serious risk on the territory of Aries. Meanwhile, another helicopter arrived on the roof of the building. It was Samuel, the leader of the headquarters. But why so quickly? The purpose of their visit was to look at the sarcophagus, and there was another woman with them who didn't understand anything and asked a lot of stupid questions, like why did we come at night, or why use candles instead of normal lighting. It was as simple as that. A sarcophagus can crack when exposed to light. Candlelight is the maximum allowed for it. The guys decided to follow them. Their conversation was about transporting the treasure to another location. In principle, if this lady was satisfied, they could arrange the transportation right away, but she urged them not to bother about it, and said she would organize it herself. Her personal bodyguard named Jack possesses incredible strength that allows him to lift the sarcophagus alone and carry it to a specified location. He is currently in the awakening stage of rank A. That's a pretty good level for many people to aspire to. Since Emma was at the S rank awakening stage, she sensed that they were being followed and threw a rope with a sharp tip right at Aries' face. Blessedly, he had a good reaction and was able to catch it with his hands. Just a little more, and it could have been fatal. Lion was shocked, to say the least, that someone in this room had managed to sense his presence. Now he realized that most likely everyone standing there was awakened. 3-on-1 was certainly not a bad prospect. Samuel was the first to run into the fray. He hoped to deal with his opponent in a matter of seconds and get a look at his face. At first Aries didn't even attack, but just dodged. Let's just say he worked to exhaust his opponent. During all the many futile attacks, he still managed to remove the cloak from the lion and see what his opponent really looked like. He was shocked, to say the least. No wonder he had such stamina and reflexes now that they were facing an awakened werewolf. Emma was pleasantly surprised when she saw the handsome man, but it wasn't clear whether she liked the beauty of it, or just the fact that it was as rare as possible. The Aries beast form gave him an extra defense that was many times greater than that of a normal human, but there were still some blows that even he couldn't take, like the light one that Samuel was about to try to use against the lion. Despite such unequal strength, he felt overconfident. It was probably time to punch him in the nose a couple times. But in the end it didn't even have to hit. The lion was so powerful that the leader broke his leg during the light strike against his body. For defeating the awakened guy, Aries of course got some nice light bonuses in the form of enhancements. The lion was apparently surprised by this outcome as well. Even Emma couldn't understand how it had happened, because Samuel was of high rank. Jack just laughed at the situation, called the businessman a worthless dog, and threw the sarcophagus right at Aries. How could he even think of throwing such a valuable object? Thanks to the fact that the lion is quite strong and has a good reaction, he managed to catch the sarcophagus and gently put it on the ground. After watching all this, Jack decided not to wait long and used his favorite skill, which allows him to become 10 times bigger than he is in his normal state. Now you can try to fight with Ares. To pass the inspection at the entrance of the building, the jock had to wear a special vest of nanoscale carbon fiber. Now no matter how much he strains his muscles, things don't tear. He better not wear it at all, because it looks too vulgar. Jack was so sure of himself that he asked in advance not to test his nerves and accept his defeat. As suddenly from the back of the bodyguard, Isabel attacked, who apparently wanted to end the fight with a single stab, and tried to insert it directly into the heart of her opponent. But due to too much muscle, it didn't even reach through the muscles to the inner layer of skin, and then he squeezed the blade so hard that the girl couldn't even pull it out. The guy considered himself invulnerable to absolutely any weapon, especially cold ones. It was like a tickle for him. The fact that his muscles are very well pumped, probably everyone has already realized. But what about his brains, whether he trained them well or not? Now we'll check it out. The lion gave him his royal flick, which made his opponent's teeth fall out. And then he fell unconscious. It's safe to say that 2 of them were already out, and only Emma was left, who thought they were a couple of scum, but she wasn't, because she'd come up from the bottom, a little girl who lived on the streets. Step by step, the girl went to take the position of the president's secretary in a very prestigious company. Thanks to her intelligence, she managed to awaken a special ability called seduction. She knew how to perfectly drive men crazy and then use them for her personal purposes. She really looked very attractive, and the suit she was wearing was just perfectly tailored. No matter man or beast in front of her, no man could resist her abilities. All of them eventually became her personal puppets. But despite such a rich experience, she still failed to seduce the lion. He just looked at her and couldn't understand what those strange poses were before the duel. With the skill of the girl's gaze, Emma was able to see through the lion. What she saw shocked her. Is his body made up of only yen energy? Now it is clear why the charms did not work. In that case, we should try to arouse his lust. After that, the lion went crazy. He became several times bigger. His eyes got a bright light and he started roaring loudly. To put it in simple words, he completely lost his sanity, and even hit Isabel, who tried to help him. At the moment, he is interested in absolutely nothing but the very woman who just seduced him. Now she realized what she had really done. Since the lion's body was filled with unusual energy, no one knew what the effect would be. But now it was clear that until he got Emma in full, he would not be able to calm down. Even if the girl wanted to go back to the way things were, she wouldn't be able to. At this moment, Leo is consumed by the fire of desire. In each of the participants of this story there is a special energy that consists of the flame of desire and the flame of karma. Both of these flames are extremely dangerous, so they must be suppressed with the help of various spiritual practices. This woman broke the balance of the soul and awakened the feelings of the ram. Now he is driven only by instincts. If you do not intervene in time, his desire will burn him to the ground. The only way to help him is to let him satisfy his lust. Well, in that case, let him have what he wants. Emma felt a hot fire go through her body, not the least bit unpleasant. She wanted to lose her life to stop feeling it. She was punishing herself with the worst punishment imaginable. Amelia knows what this side of Ares is. It's made up of the purest yang, so that no one on this world can bear his lust. It was a power filled with 20 years of abstinence. But what do we do now? Just watch him burn alive. Then Amelia remembered that she was the goddess of candles. Any flame, whether natural or spiritual, must obey her. Risking everything, the little girl decided to try and save her king. Slowly over time, the blue flame began to dominate the orange flame, and the lion began to calm down little by little. In the end, first he completely calmed down, and then fell unconscious. He had experienced too much stress and energy drop. The girl recognized this lion is too dangerous. He almost burned because of his own lust. She thought that she could no longer survive, but thanks to Amelia their lives were saved. Without wasting an opportunity, Isabel came close to the girl and told her not to move, otherwise she would take her life in an instant with that beautiful sharp blade. Ares finally woke up. He couldn't understand what had happened and why he had fainted. The system also gave him a new skill called the Mind of Sacred Fire. How it works is still unknown, but it sounds pretty damn cool. As Lion looked again at the woman he just destroyed, his nose began to bleed, and fast. Isabella already wanted to destroy her, but the girl swore it wasn't her doing, it was just a coincidence. Amelia changed color when she absorbed the lion's lust, but she'll be back to her old self soon, she just needs to digest that energy. Despite her disadvantageous position, Emma even managed to behave inappropriately. Of course, no one liked it, and the lion quickly put her in her place, namely on his knees. From fear, the girl began to apologize, and said that if she was given life, she would do anything. In that case, Ares decided to wonder why she needed this sarcophagus so badly, what use it would be. All the details were not known, but most importantly, it can be used as a magical weapon for reincarnation. Sounds interesting. From this point on, more details. Experts also say that there are ancient secrets written inside it. If you lie in it, you can learn all of them and reincarnate. But you have to pay a very expensive price. If you learn these secrets, the person will certainly go crazy and his body will turn to ashes. The soil that surrounds him is the ashes of those who have failed. It can certainly be very useful, but the risk is too great. After hearing this story, Isabel wanted to try to lie in the sarcophagus, and asked her king for permission to do so. Because it was too risky, he could not let her do it, no matter how much she wanted to. At that moment, the ghost's mission was just about to be accomplished. The reward was an increase in success in the sarcophagus trial. The chance was increased by 30%. Such a useless prize made the ram very angry. He demanded to be given a full chance, because he was obviously not ready to lie in the sarcophagus and hope for a miracle. Since the chance was raised, Isabel once again asked to lie instead of the lion, because her life belongs to him. If she does not do it, how can she call herself the ghost of the king? In the end, he agreed, but you could see in his eyes how worried he was about his spirit, and he wanted her back safe and sound. In case something goes wrong, Isabella has to give a sign, then the lion will get her out of there right away. The girl agreed and asked to start, so as not to delay this already tense moment. When the process of moving began, everything around was in pink colors, and some unknown symbols were flying to the sky. Initially, Isabella seemed to fall into a dream, and then abruptly awoke to a peaceful time near her village, where her family was still alive. When she saw them again, her body began to overflow with emotion, tears came on their own. Parents went outside to call their little girl to eat. Everything was exactly like in real life. The most important thing to remember that it is an illusion, and do not deceive yourself in vain. Isabel decided to take a look at what was going on in the house. There were happy parents who invited her to the table. They were having fun sitting around and chatting about their topics. Meanwhile, the lion was watching the whole process closely. He had a blue flame in his hand. This is the indicator he uses to guide him. If the flame is working steadily, everything is fine. Then events changed abruptly, and Isabel's wedding day arrived. For some reason everyone was praising the guy she married, but she never got to see him. His face was hidden. Meanwhile, the sun is about to set. If the girl doesn't wake up, she'll be enchanted. Something must be done. The lion realizes she's struggling hard, but the fire is still burning evenly. She's really struggling to resist the sarcophagus charms. We can't wait any longer. We have to get her out of there. At one point the girl returned to the stage of movement. Amelia began to sound the alarm. The sun has already risen, things are bad. Rays began to freeze her body, and eyes glowed bright yellow color. This means only one thing: everything worked out. She managed to survive this ordeal. The little girl sat inside, not yet realizing that she had already succeeded, and then tears of joy flowed down her face as she was madly grateful to her king for the opportunity. The lion had gotten a lot of improvements, and new skills for completing the task with the sarcophagus. It looked very touching. Even Emma cried and was about to leave, but Amelia quickly caught her by the ear and stopped her. After all, the king should have the last word and decide what to do with her. On the one hand, she aroused a strong lust and forced her to use a special technique, but on the other hand, it helped Aries to improve his skills. He wanted the girl to help him become a better man until he achieved greatness. I think we all know what he meant, especially when he put his paw on her head. When all the business was done, the office decided to blow it up to wipe it off the face of the earth once and for all. After a certain period of time, the second energy uprising began. All the animals around just started to go crazy. The king of the system was given a new mission to open new frontiers and expand his influence. It's just horrible. There's no limit to this system. How do we stop it? By the way, if the lion fails to expand the territory and does not reach the stated goal in the allotted time, his body will not be able to resist the flow of aura and he will lose his life. Early Aries did not explore the territory of the Lion Mountain, so he decided to immediately use a special skill at the same time I tried it. His name is Demon Consciousness. Now the king is able to see the flow of energy throughout the Lion Mountain as if he was its creator. He also managed to notice that for some reason the golden tree had fallen, but according to the rules of this forest, it should be guarded by a lizard. Something was wrong. When Aries arrived, he discovered that someone had just beaten him up. Who dared to offend him? It is urgent to find this jackal, using the skill Demonic Consciousness. Who dared to behave in this way in this territory? You must first follow the trail of his energy, and thus find him. As it turns out, this is a very long insect that can live underground. This tree blossoms every 10 years, bears fruit every 10 years, and its fruit ripens every 10 years. By eating its fruit you can get the power of a demon for 30 years. The one who did this deserves no mercy. He will be destroyed and wiped off the face of the earth. Aries announced that there was trouble and gathered all his strong and close friends to go and avenge the bastard for the tree and the guard who got hurt in that fight. When the guys came to the place again, the lizard was still alive. Good news, the bear said he could still be saved. As suddenly the very thing that destroyed the tree appeared on the horizon, it even dared to hiss towards the king. In response to this, Aries was about to show what a real lion's roar was, and what the consequences after it would be. Even his eyes were already glowing. But the snake stopped him, under the pretext that the king should not get his hands dirty with this creature, and said that it could handle him alone, and went straight into battle. It wrapped itself around him and began to squeeze its opponent with maximum force, and to gnaw at him wherever it could. In the trailer, the lion was not against this arrangement of events. It is a great opportunity to communicate with the lizard and learn more information. As it turned out, this monster used to be a common earthworm that constantly loosened the soil under the tree. But during the formation of spiritual energy, he suddenly began to mutate, but only in body, not in mind, then went into a violent frenzy and completely out of control, and then the entire species year-round fed on the leaves that fell from the tree. They are not easy to deal with. They are really the most real earthworms. If you bite one on the papapam, it will get two, and so how many of them do not destroy, will come out more and more. The boys gathered and came to help, but the snake asked them not to interfere. It really wanted to show the king its new skill. She's been working hard on it for days and nights. Now it's time to show what it's all about. The first thing to go is the process of turning into a dragon-shaped sea serpent, followed by a naming caster called Breath Caster that can destroy absolutely anything in its path. It looked really spectacular. That kind of power always looks good. Her friends were initially thrilled, but then they remembered that, according to her, she could only use that kind of power in a cave. So they found something to pick on, something to ask for. Oh, that fight among themselves in the team, who is cooler. In any case, the king for himself knows who for him is the best, a little bit worse, and so on. Creatures who managed to survive began to run underground. They realized that in this situation they will definitely not win. Do not lose a second. The snake crawled after them in the hole to prevent them from leaving. There is one unpleasant news. It is here under the ground is the power lines of the Lion Mountain. If you believe in the system, the source of the Aries power is directly connected to them. If these things damage them, the consequences could be dire. In the dungeon, the snake reported that they escaped, Those guys are oriented with the help of the skin, but the sense of smell in normal animals completely interrupts the aura lines of spiritual power. To see better in the dark, the lion used his devil consciousness ability. Now he began to feel these lines of energy as if they were continuing up his spine, so well he had never felt them before. Need to go and dig around to find them. The place the boys are roaming is very much like a lion's den, because of the amount of ancient writings. Suddenly the team noticed a large number of bones, and among them lay these things that destroyed the tree outside, and a little farther away was a red umbrella, around which flew a light red mist. It is clearly not just lying here. Then together with the umbrella, rises at first glance beautiful girl. She had quite open clothes. If you look closely you can see on the umbrella very sharp edges, perhaps with it she attacks. Call this mysterious woman Arya. With a single glance, Arya was able to destroy all of the subordinates that Bear brought with him, indicating that she has serious potential. Fighting her may not be as easy as it seems at first glance. The girl was not even ashamed to admit it. In her opinion, the animals she had destroyed were just fodder for the monsters she had created. The bear did not tolerate such humiliation, activated his abilities, and went into battle. Just before it struck, the girl moved to the other side. Then everyone who was in the cave except the lion ran to attack. Arya fought very skillfully. It was almost impossible to get close to her. Thanks to his umbrella, he fought off all attacks. Unfortunately, the bear had the worst luck so far. He wanted to attack, but got hit by the rotating umbrella and was badly wounded. Feeling superior, the girl called all the participants of the battle brainless creatures who were only good enough to cook food off of. But she had jumped to conclusions too soon. The king had not yet entered the battle. That lions don't show their true strength when treated like kittens is absolutely true. But today I had to make an exception, to quickly subdue a very insolent girl. Ares used the power of a lion's roar. At least that would make Arya's cheeky smile come off her face. At first she tried to wait out the flood with an umbrella, but realized it wouldn't work and used the disappearing technique. At the very least she got a feel for how much power the king of all beasts possesses. Arya realized that she can't win in a one-on-one fight, so she wants to turn her attention to Ares' friends, because he definitely can't protect everyone. An ability called Umbrella Universe Absorption was activated. All of the friends start to receive enormous damage. They can't go on like this for long, otherwise they will simply lose their lives. Things are very bad. Apparently this umbrella is from another world, such a magical object the guys have never met before. Once again the bear tried to attack, and received a strong wound from the umbrella. Most likely after this he will not survive. The king could not believe his eyes. Immediately he flashed in his memory, as they all spent their childhood together, in a friendly company. Even as children, the guys said that they would stand for each other, and always go in the front row. From today's battle we can conclude that none of them were lying. When all the friends were captured, the ram began to overflow with intense anger. The power began to burst out. Immediately he would attack, and began to simply gnaw with his teeth this sharp umbrella, which had a very sharp end. The lion was so desperate that he did not even think about it. It turned out that the base of the umbrella is made of ancient divine wood, which is impossible to destroy. And even if the lion manages to break it, he will never be able to see his friends again. It was a clever trap that Arya made on purpose. Once destroyed, the umbrella is able to devour any living creatures. Ares decided to ask what she wanted for the freedom of his friends. The girl immediately smiled, began to think, and asked the lion to lick her feet, to be her service dog, even put out which one to lick. The lion was already right next to her leg, but didn't dare to do it. Arya tried to speed him up, saying that if he didn't start now, his friends would turn into blood clots. Just in the nick of time, the avatar of Ares and two spirit girls appeared on the battlefield. While the girl was looking at the original, she completely forgot about the umbrella. The avatar came from behind and took it away. How quickly everything was reversed, but the lion doesn't like to be licked, so he won't ask for it. The girls were madly happy when they saw their king again and ran to hug him. Now it's just a matter of opening the umbrella and all the friends will be free. Arya begged him not to do it yet, but no one would listen to her. As it turned out later, opening the umbrella affects her directly. Every time the avatar tried to open the umbrella, the girl was in a lot of pain. Since Lion he is muscular, he made every effort to open it all the way. When he succeeded, the girl almost hurt with such pain, but in principle, all on it was all the same, and moreover wished only evil, so it is even good that at last it turned out well, the most important thing that in the end the trap closed and all friends were saved. Then came the system prompt. It said that the yen fragment had expired, which meant that the avatar could no longer be used. The timing was just about perfect. A little later, and it might not work. Amelia also gave some good news. She said that some of the friends just passed out, they could be brought back to life. Arya didn't expect the lion to seem exactly like that, because she hadn't met such strong monsters before. She had become a demon hundreds of years ago. You can see a lot of things in that time, but no one had ever managed to overpower her so easily, or even give her a chance to resist. Then she took off and started running in an unknown direction. Now her main goal is revenge. She is determined to devour hundreds more monsters to become stronger. If she runs away now, she will be in trouble. Lev took Isabella on his shoulders and ran after Arya. He couldn't let her run away like that. The girl jumped straight into the abyss without a second thought. Thanks to the magic umbrella, she can fly anywhere safely. The ram, of course, did not think about it, and jumped after her. Since he cannot fly, he almost immediately fell down. It looks spectacular, of course, a lion in the air, they really only lack wings. He fell very hard and left behind a huge hole. This situation made the girl laugh, but in order for her not to relax too much, the lion launched a golden stream of flame at her. If her umbrella was of ordinary quality, the girl would probably have already flown down, but this time she was lucky and didn't even get burned. She was really surprised. Your father lion has so many tricks, you have to be very careful with him. Since Arya was almost thrown to the ground, it was decided not to stay in one place and fly away. From now on, Ares will no longer feel safe now that she has escaped. Her return is just a matter of time. You need to be prepared always. She had lost the ability to fly after she had been in the sarcophagus, and it was not certain that she would be able to fly again in the future. The girl began to try again to remember everything that was in the sarcophagus. She would have to do it to learn how to use the gifts she had been given. It seemed to speak of a new life. Isabel was given a gift by the creatures in the sarcophagus. Those words were actually the formula for a new life, a transformation of a ghost. Ares immediately noticed that the girl can fly again, which raises a lot of questions. The little girl immediately told everything. She remembered what happened in the sarcophagus, and now can safely transform. She must be urgently sent in pursuit of this devil, because now there is every chance to stop her. It seems that the gift that the girl received is not so simple. It needs constant spiritual nourishment to become one with its owner. In general, more training is needed in the future, but now since this deviless is not simple, the king gave his spirit a drop of blood that will definitely protect her in battle. The little girl clenched her fist, and promised that she would definitely accomplish the task at hand. Then immediately flew to catch up with the enemy. With her blade in hand, she was about to strike a powerful blow, and in the trailer she did, but Arya managed to block it with her umbrella. She didn't expect anyone else to want to fight her today, of course. Let's say a high-level lion, but how did this little one manage to damage it? This blade was given to her by the lion itself, so the umbrella is completely useless in this situation. A couple more of these good blows and it will no longer be usable. To prevent this, Arya used the demonic umbrella technique, and absorbed the girl into the space inside the umbrella. It wasn't even the softest of landings. Everything around was very strange. Some houses were upside down. And there was a light fog around, which has a corrosive effect, and takes away the girl's personal aura. If something is not done urgently, you can be left without abilities once and for all. Another essence of this world is that wherever the girl goes, she always comes to the same place, so in the hope of finding a way out, she had to run a large number of circles, but all without success. Naturally, it was not so easy to escape. Usually in such traps, the most dangerous places are the safest. To check it, the girl went to the highest house, but this time she unfortunately had no luck. And now the gravity has changed, the sky has become the earth and the earth the sky. How can you even think straight in this environment? Arya could control this place completely, and only she knew where the exit was. Isabel remembered that last time everyone was able to get out only at the moment when the umbrella was opened. If no one came to help, she would not be able to get out herself. When she realized this, she began to apologize to her king for letting him down, and it seemed she really shouldn't have rushed. Suddenly the world turned upside down again. Isabel dropped her sword, along with a drop of blood, and in an instant they joined together to form a huge red blade. The girl immediately took it in his hands, and began to try to chop the ceiling. Everything turns out with each time the crack is bigger and bigger. Having such a weapon cannot allow himself to lose his life just like that. What if this woman is just an illusion, and her real body is the umbrella itself? Thinking about it, Isabel decided to go to extreme measures. Even if she uses all her spiritual power, and she can't survive this battle, she will still rid the king of this trash named Arya. The girl used a very dangerous skill called the last secret technique. In berserk mode, her body began to overflow with incredible power, and her eyes turned light red. With her best efforts, the little girl began to destroy this umbrella from within. Meanwhile, Arya began to feel the pain inside of her. The first thing that began to hurt was her stomach. Her organs felt as if they were being destroyed from the inside. This was not the outcome she had expected. It was not in vain. The fog inside the umbrella began to dissipate, which only meant that she had to keep going, which she did, but with even more diligence. Arya assumed that the golden lion might still be after her, so she couldn't stay in one place for long. To somehow stop the girl, she called in her world blood warriors. Of course now she can fly, but for these soldiers, you need a constant supply of energy. You can say that at this point for someone who wants to attack Arya from the outside is the best option. She is virtually defenseless. Also, in addition to the soldiers, she used the souls of those who previously absorbed. This is a very mean act. In relation to ordinary people, they are all a whole crowd of run towards Isabella. Now you need to figure out how to defeat them. As the Lion King lost contact with his ghost, he immediately moved forward to help. It seems her development is too shallow for the legacy that she received. If it cannot be controlled, the consequences will be very serious. It cannot be allowed to happen. Isabella has already dealt with all the spirits, destroyed half the city, not much left. If she keeps this up, Arya will be forced to let her go, because if she doesn't, she'll be 100% dead. The umbrella space has already started to change. The city is splitting into two parts. Meanwhile, a small group of tourists were walking in the forest. Unaware of anything, they saw a beautiful mountain ahead and headed towards it. On the way, they were discussing what a lousy government they have, high taxes, and complaining about life. Then, it was about the second recovery of spiritual power that had not long ago started, because it was the most opportune time to seize resources. The heroes of this novel never had a normal childhood, mostly due to their father, who trained his children with exorbitant cruelty, justifying it by the fact that it is necessary to be well prepared for the future test. In this world there is a goddess named Grace. She bestowed sigils that grant magical powers to those she deemed worthy of them. Like the father of these two beautiful sons, for example, the sigil allows them to create weapons out of mana. Others can use it to use mana to gain incredible power. In some cases, a person can gain control over natural elements, such as lightning, tornadoes, and so on. And in very rare cases, a person can gain the ability to summon powerful beings. According to the legend, this is not all known abilities, but they are the most common. However, all magic comes at a price. The chance to gain the power of the goddess is only given after passing a challenge. A journey into the bowels of a spire filled with monsters and traps, all in exchange for the magic mark. Grace has created 6 similarly huge towers that hold terrible dangers. The main character's brother Ares was by all standards the best swordsman of his generation. He was fast, strong, and insanely talented. He passed all the mandatory practical exams better than anyone else. But all of this only slightly raised his chances of survival. Climbers enter the tower to reach its summit, but the test is conducted according to very different rules. The rooms of the spire are constantly changing places, and those who eventually find their way out do not always remember what they saw inside. All that people know about the towers is only a rough guess, and the vague memories of warriors who have been there. It was hard to even imagine what awaited him inside those walls. No matter how much and well a man prepares, nothing can guarantee that he will return in one piece, or at all. It had been a full 5 years since Ares had disappeared into the depths of the Serpent's Spire. Today it's Michel's turn to follow his brother. At the entrance he is met by 2 knights who, before starting a new participant, must check what he is carrying. Items such as weapons and armor are forbidden to take. Opening the bag, the knight noticed that the guy was really well prepared. The only item he had questions about was the hook. But since Michel had studied all the rules thoroughly, he knew that hooks are not forbidden. It is considered as tower equipment, so it is written on page 4.b. The answer was indeed very precise. The guards, without any further questions, closed the bag and let the boy pass forward. Michel had a clear plan for his survival. If possible, he would avoid all trials of combat, and if he was drawn into a fight, he would try to escape from anything larger than a goblin. But better yet, run away from the goblin too. It all depends on how evil he looks. Also important, be sure to avoid traps with stakes. It's even worse than a fight. Finally, taking a few strong breaths, the guy went to the tower. It was his first room, and therefore the first test. Going downstairs, he saw a large number of items that were on stands, mostly weapons and armor. It all looked very strange, and it didn't look like the scary trap he was expecting to see here. He supposed this was one of the tests. Maybe the tower wanted to see how greedy he was, but it didn't look like there were any traps set up around here. It was a little disturbing. Also, for some reason, one booth was empty, probably some kind of sign. Michel was sure that any decision he made would affect what would happen next, which meant he had no margin for error. Maybe he should leave something here instead of taking it. Well, since nothing bad happened, we can assume that these items are specifically designed to be taken away. In the end, the kid started to take everything he needed to survive. The armor fit him perfectly, the sword he also took. But when it came to the book, opening it, Michel saw that it was empty. I wonder if it could be some kind of mystery. Will anything happen if you try to combine it with the quill? The goddess would never leave these things here for nothing. It was decided to take the book and the quill, to be dealt with a little later. How long has the player been here? And so far nothing has even exploded or tried to destroy it, some joy at least. Next, the player has to choose between 3 doors. Blue. This is a good color, calming, peaceful. Some explorers think that blue means a test for the mind. Unfortunately, in this world, most of the knowledge of the towers comes from the climbers. In a trial, the colors can mean something else entirely. No one can predict what will actually happen. As it turned out, to get to the blue door, it is necessary to pass the riddle with plates, which Michel simply hates. To not torture himself, he decided to choose the red door. Supposedly, there should be a test with a duel. Of course, the father would be happy that his son made such a choice, but the main thing that there was no goblin. After opening the door, the guy found a small animal. Yes, it's not a goblin, but it's too cute to destroy. Besides, looks can be deceiving, not worth the risk. Michel was beginning to think he was the world's worst adventurer. His last hope was the yellow door. The essence of the task is that the player, with the help of these slabs, to go to the other side. At first glance, nothing complicated. But not everything is so simple. Some of these slabs are very fragile, and can easily break when a person becomes completely on them. It is definitely much scarier than a rabbit. Still, our hero would never harm a living creature without necessity. Not that he couldn't do it, after all, he had a lot of training under his belt. But if he had to hurt someone, the guy often shut himself in. Wrapping the rope around himself, the contestant began to say that everything would be fine and everything would work out, then took the first step. As a friend, At the other end of the abyss, a monster appears. It was an exact copy of Michel, only in the form of a shadow. First of all, since our hero is very polite, he decided to say hello. It seemed right to him, even if this monster wants to destroy him. He received a nice greeting in return as well. After making eye contact, you can slowly move forward. So far, the shadow version of Michel doesn't look very aggressive, and if you don't approach it or make any sudden movements, it might not even attack. The guy decided to try to approach the problem a little differently. If he succeeds, then most likely will be able to avoid interaction with the shadow of the platforms themselves. It is necessary to pull himself to the mirror with a rope. It was not as easy as one could imagine. About the 5th time, Michel realized that the shadow completely repeats all his actions. The first slabs began to break behind him, indicating that it would not be possible to stay here indefinitely. He didn't want to risk it, but since time was limited, he took the blade he had taken from the first room and charged it with magic. Since the shadow didn't do anything wrong, it doesn't deserve even one hit with the dueling staff. The only option left that the guy hasn't tried yet is to shoot the staff directly into the mirror. Because of the strong blast wave, he had to cover his face with his hands to keep himself safe. This all brought back strong memories for him, from when he was still training with his father. At that moment, the boy also covered his face, and fell on his back. It was all happening on some playground in the middle of the forest, and the spectators were his older brother and sister. The father was very unhappy, because his son had the advantage in the moment, but he still hesitated and didn't know what to do. As a rule, when an opportunity to strike a fatal blow arises, only a fool would not take it. Michel tried to justify it by saying that he didn't want to hurt his father, but this answer didn't suit him. Because the entire family's name was built on battle, someone who had the honor of bearing that surname would never miss an opportunity to strike. If one so much as doubts the actual fight, it would most likely end very badly. Her father then ordered Victoria to take her staff to test how attentively she was listening to the lessons, to which she immediately agreed. After the fight, Ares came to comfort his little brother. He was already in tears. In his opinion, Michel is very good. Maybe the boy does not notice, but from the outside people can see how he is getting stronger every day. After these words it was as if he began to blossom. His brother's support is really important to him. It's a shame he's been gone for 5 years. The point of this recollection is to keep going forward, and not to stop in any way, even in such a difficult situation with these slabs that could collapse at any moment. As a result, after the shot, the shadow immediately fired back. For some reason it appeared to be several times stronger, but where did the shadow get such power from? The main problem was that it ended at one shot. It continued to fire non-stop at the fleeing Michel. That was clearly out of line. When the slabs started to fall under his feet, the guy decided to just run forward, dodging the blows. Since the chance of making it to the end is really slim, you have to think of something. Maybe it's worth holding on until the shadow runs out of mana, if at all. Another option is to take a distracting shot in the other direction and run the other way, which sounds realistic but is also too risky. Given the general appearance of the room, we can assume that the shadow has something to do with the mirror. Since there's no time to think about it, the guy jumps behind the mirror and pulls a punch right through it. And it worked. The mirror cracked and the shadow broke into small particles. In a moment Michel was upset that he had to destroy someone after all, but then he caught himself thinking that it was an illusion created by the mirror, and there was no time to think about it. It was necessary to keep going forward. The next challenge looks more innocuous. Is it really just a game of valor? This is a standard tactical game found in most noble families. Each side starts with 20 pieces, many of which have different functions. The winner is determined when the opponent's goddess can no longer make a move. As a child, Michel constantly lost to his sister in this game. After another victory, she even managed to mock him, saying how much she appreciates the opponent who makes it so easy to calculate his moves. Of course, the guy was very offended by this, and always tried to respond to such statements in the same way, but with Victoria this does not fly. She can stand up for herself, and if she starts to tease, then most likely the answer will not be verbal, and fists, or just something to throw as in this case. You don't wish for a sister like that. But no matter how you look at it, from that moment on, Michelle's personal level of play has increased. It can be called an order of magnitude above average. But if the tower play is as good as Victoria, then it's definitely a problem. The pattern on the next doors is exactly the same as the previous room. These luxurious doors could represent the tyrant in gold. But definitely do not fall for it. You need to stick to the golden ornaments until the hero has a good reason to switch. As it turned out, to enter the next door, you need to open it with a key, and it's not just about the golden one, all the others also need a key. Perhaps they could be opened with the key that was on the stand. Most likely it would not fit, but it was worth a try. When Michel was going through his briefcase to find the key, he accidentally came across a book, which he had also taken in the original room. A little closer he realized that it had changed. At least the cover had an inscription on it. As it turns out, the function of this book is to give clues on each room. It introduces each challenge in turn. Certainly should have checked it out a little earlier, but as it stands, it's still incredibly valuable. I wonder what she'll say about this room. The main clue was to beware of the fog, which gradually builds up in the room. Initially the guy did not understand what it was about, but when he looked around everything fell into place. Similar, it comes out of all the grates on the edges of the room. It is necessary to get out of here as soon as possible. Coming to the table, Michel noticed that the red side lacks a piece. If he had thought of stealing that ruby statue from the first room, then he would already have a complete set. However, the princess said that it is necessary to take the side with a shortage. So in good conscience, we can start with the blue side. We can only hope the tower doesn't play the same way Victoria did. Given how fast the fog is lifting, the guy doesn't even have time for a full game of valor. Eventually the brilliant idea comes to mind: why play when you can just discard all your opponent's pieces and put your own around the goddess? You could say it was the easiest and quickest victory, followed immediately by the key. Was it cheating? No, it was just playing to win. But there is one thing: the key that just appeared was red in color. Can it open the golden door? Maybe foul victory brought a certain kind of key. Michel still has a little time to check before he suffocates in the fog. The orange color is pretty close to red, so you can just try to see if it fits. The room that opened in front of the guy was just huge. The ordinary human eye could not even see where its end was. As it turned out a little later, it was inhabited by a huge monster, whose eye alone was bigger than Michel's. In the end, it was decided not to disturb this king of snakes, because it is simply impossible to compete with him. The guy carefully and leisurely went out of the threshold, and then sharply slammed the doors behind him. Literally one wrong move and he would be eaten. Of course, our hero is not a coward, maybe not very brave, but against the divine beast courage does not gather a roll. This situation is a little out of the rut. The guy involuntarily even began to think about what he is doing here. But in no case cannot hang up his nose. It is necessary to move on and be sure to find his brother. Be that as it may, Michel would hope to never encounter any more divine creatures along the way. Walking into the next room, a deep breath was taken, to calm down at least a little. She looked pretty strange, by the way, if there was a catch. To get to the next door, you need to cross the river, and on the left under the water is a large grate. Perhaps behind it is something behind it, such as some useful items. I wonder what the function of these levers are. Maybe if you press them the bridge will lower. About the water, at first glance it is ordinary, although it may be a kind of acid, which is similar to water and does not corrode metal. To make sure of it, the guy decided to put one drop of this liquid on his hand. Now he's sure it's acid, because he can feel it literally eating away at his skin. Due to the fact that there was very little liquid, basically everything turned out okay. The best thanks to the book. Find out what the point of this room is. Maybe it's some kind of a place to rest, because at first glance goes to the next door seems too easy. The book doesn't say much about this place, and it sounds more like a mystery than a clue. It says it's a false election room, but what that could mean, of course, it's incredibly helpful. Desperate, Michel took up his pen and began to ask the book directly what to do in this situation. Of course, the chance of getting an answer back is extremely small, you should not even hope for it, but it would be spectacular. As suddenly on the next page slowly begins to appear some text. Initially it looked like the scribbles of a 3-month-old child, and then acquired a normal beautiful look. Book asked what she can call her writer, and afterwards said that she can give the key and understanding of the clue. These 3 exits from the cell that are in the front, they will not be the best. She also said that it is necessary to hurry up, because the true choice begins to disappear even the time of reading this text. That's the clue. You could say a lot of time was wasted, because it was useless. The guy took the moment to ask the book if it knew anything about a guy named Aries who had entered the tower exactly 5 years ago. If she were in the guy's shoes, she'd be more concerned with surviving in this room than her brother. Well, that's probably the most obvious signal that it's time to get out of here. Since this is a room of bad choices and doors are a bad way out, we need to go a little outside the box. The guy picked up his sword again, charged it with magic, and fired a light shot at the lever, after which it switched and the water began to descend sharply. Now without any problems it was possible to climb down the ladder and reach the very grate that was at the bottom. Michel was almost 100% sure it would work, and when he got downstairs he used his magic wand to break the bars. Once inside it was very cramped. The door upstairs was easier to get through. By the way, there's a small door here too, and it's gold, so the technical guy is still in the false election room. Since the book said that doors are a bad option, it's best not to go through them, but to go straight to the end of the tunnel. It's the least obvious choice you can make. On the way out, the guy was so happy that he didn't even notice the large amount of blood under his feet. When he opened the book, he noticed a not entirely comforting inscription, which sounded like you shouldn't have done that. Looking around, he saw a body lying in a pool of blood, and a large number of glass cubes, in which people were bricked up. One of the bodies looked very familiar to him. The first thing he noticed was the hair and build. They were in relative order. But was it really possible to keep things that way? Then looking closer, Michel was almost certain that his brother, who had gone to the tower 5 years ago, was standing in front of him. Initially, the family spent days waiting for Aries to return, then it turned into weeks. Mom and Dad, because of this, quarreled more and more. Finally she left the family, and then at one point, Dad said stop waiting, it's time to act. Then Michel didn't know what he was talking about, and asked him to go back to the steeple to find her brother, because you can't leave him there alone in danger. Then the father called Aries a loser, and said that he would not let the younger one become one. Suddenly one woman in the glass cube turned out to be alive. She banged her fist on the glass, thus notifying the boy of the danger, and he was able to dodge the falling stone. Michel said confidently, "It's definitely not Aries." And after a more sober look at the man, of course at some point the guy actually believed it could be him. But that shouldn't distract him from the traps in this room. Michel completely accidentally relaunched the trap that destroyed this man. He apologized to him for this, and will hope that his soul will go to heaven, because most likely thanks to him the guy is still alive. It was also very lucky that through this glass cube you can hear people. The girl said that on the belt of that man hangs a key. This lady's stuff looks like she's Kelford. What is she even doing in the steeple? Maybe she's a traveling merchant. Since the guy was extremely interested in what was going on here, he decided to approach her and have a little chat. It seems like the character lost his guard and caution at this point, because he almost grabbed that cube with his hand just now. It's an almost indestructible crystalline structure. Even if you somehow penetrate the first layer, the amulets on the other 2 chambers will activate the protection. So there's no reason to be reckless here. Any attempt to penetrate the cube will have a very negative effect on whoever's inside. Her name is Ella, by the way. If you help her get out of here, she can get anything. With the key that Michel has, you can only open one capsule. Since the lock is gray after the first use of the key, he breaks it. Ella insisted that the guy save the baby, because he certainly has no chance of getting out of here on his own. One of the most difficult choices is looming. I wonder if it's some kind of test, or if it's really a prison, Or maybe the guy found a place in the tower he wasn't supposed to be. But that's unlikely. The goddess must have made the test to free the prisoners. Before opening one of the capsules, the guy asked if anyone here had met a man named Ares. He asked if anyone here had ever met a man named Ares, but it was worth a try at least. Ella immediately answered that she had never heard of such a guy. The second prisoner, named Henry, said that there was a large flow of people here, they came and went, but he had never met a man with that name. Then Ella started saying bad things toward Henry, the main argument being that he was a wanted criminal and should not be released. But the woman should be released, because she can be useful and get absolutely anything. Since Michel doesn't like persistent people much, he went to Henry's side to hear his arguments for release, to find out what this place was like, and how people got here in the first place. Ella didn't give up hope and said she'd tell him herself, because this guy doesn't like to talk. As everyone knows, there are traps scattered everywhere in this tower. Some of them are merciful enough to survive, others set off alarms and put participants in a place like this. Unfortunately, the girl went where she shouldn't have, as treasure hunters often do. If she's a treasure hunter, that means she didn't enter the through gate for judgment. So what we have in the cell is a female looter, a man wanted for who knows what, and a small child who probably won't last long in these conditions. It's a bit of a mess. If people like them can be imprisoned here, there's a good chance it's happened to others. At least that makes it much more likely that Ares is still alive. Ella notices the guys pondering and starts to push the issue. She claims that if Michel chooses Henry, he'll destroy her. I wonder why that would be the case. The kid realized for himself that this puzzle actually makes no sense at all. The child is on the verge of forfeiting his life. Is it worth using the key on him? Because there is not even anyone here to help him. Well, whether it's a woman or a man is another question. When the guy took the book in his hands, he immediately saw the message. The essence of it was that it was impossible to communicate with the prisoners. The people in the cell would say anything to be opened. Michel gathered his things and started to move towards the exit. When Ella realized what was going on, she started to pity the guy again and asked him to take the baby at least. Of course, it was difficult to leave at such a moment, but it was unacceptable to ignore the advice from the book, so he clenched his teeth and left. If these people are in holding cells, isn't that what the goddess wanted? I wonder if Ares had the same fate as them. Grace really lets people bleed to death on the floor of the tower like that. It's horrible. But if that was the case, Michel was now not sure he could trust her judgment, and the book either. In the end, the guy got off his seat and ran back, announcing that he had a plan, and if it worked, all 3 prisoners would be released. To make this plan a reality, they will need help from 2 adult prisoners. If no one fails, with a 100% guarantee, all the cells will open. It all sounded great, but the guys were in no hurry to rejoice, because there was only one key, and it would take more than that to get everyone out. He smiled and took his backpack in his hands, and pulled out another key, but it was red in color. Ella was shocked by this gesture. He had a bag full of keys. Michel noticed at once that the keyholes are gray, so an idea can fit and other colors. At least there is such a hope. There's also the question of whether the wrong key could trigger the amulets, if the security inside the pods is triggered. Henry answered clearly that it would not. Because the failsafe is designed to destroy the prisoners from the inside, the jailer must be able to do so safely. In that case, Michel decided to start with a key he was sure of and used it to open the baby. The boy was very careful, and kept asking if he would be crushed when he reached for the boy. Ella laughed at him and told him it wouldn't be a big deal. But Henry realized it wasn't funny, because he'd gotten into that cell like Ella because of a lack of caution. He decided not to risk it anyway, and used the rope to get the baby out. The woman even pretended to be worried about the baby and asked him to be more careful. Eventually the baby was successfully pulled out and placed on the ground, with the request to hold on just a little longer. Now it was time for the most interesting part, opening the capsule with another key. Before doing anything, Michel decided to ask Henry if he would be able to break out on his own, namely if he could withstand the explosion. Before he could answer, Ella decided to remind him that this man was a wanted criminal and should be careful with him. Since he was tired of listening to this gossip, the guy asked him directly if it was true or not. Henry answered that technically it was true. The main reason why they were looking for him was because of the large number of thefts. Since he was a foreigner, he had his own nuances. Well, he's probably not lying, but at the moment, there's not enough time to ask a lot of questions, and their answers could be pre-planned. But even if he is a criminal, having someone so powerful in his debt isn't such a bad idea. The guys are ready to take this risk at least because they will lose their lives anyway if no one comes for them, and most likely they will. Michel inserted the key into the lock and tried to open the door, but unfortunately this time the lock didn't open. At times like this you can really go crazy. In that case, he would have to use the key that the guy wanted to save so badly. Of course, it might not open the capsule either, but at least it was worth a try. This time the key turned without a problem, and the doors of the glass cube opened. Ella was insanely happy, and in joy she immediately ran to hug the guy. After a great deal of time, she finally tasted sweet freedom. Michel immediately moved away from her and asked for no touching please. The same surprised the girl, to say the least. Then came the capsule Henry was in. To put it mildly, he wasn't weak. You and part of the man managed to survive it. After being released, he asked everyone to leave the area immediately. Now you can't stay here. First thing Henry did was to take the baby with him, who was already as exhausted as he could be and needed immediate first aid. Michel started asking this woman if she knew what this man's crime really was. The only thing that was known was that he had spent much more time in the cell than she had. During that period, Ella definitely saw Henry do some of his tricks in the cell. Also, Henry's not a treasure hunter, he's more like a rapturer. That means his goal is to get to the top of the tower. Legend has it that if someone reaches the top, the goddess gives that person a divine reward. I wonder what a man like him would want from grace, wealth, or more powerful runes. Instead of entering through the doors, Henry prefers to just break out the wall. In principle, it speeds up the process of climbing the floors, because there is no need to waste time looking for keys. Inside, the guys were waiting for a trap, namely a huge sharp circle that flies around the room in a completely chaotic direction. But even that didn't deter our superhero. He drew his sword and actually single-handedly broke the trap. Michel had never met such a strong man before. It has to be at least a citron as a battle rune, maybe even an emerald. Even the guy's father wasn't on that level. Michel decided to ask one more funny question for Ella. Will she be able to handle him if suddenly he will betray? The girl laughed and asked to be realistic. Of course she also has rune, but not as powerful as him. It is better not to upset him, and quietly go after the professional. Friendship with him is the best chance to pass the tower alive. The most important thing a player needs to know is that the tower doesn't like it when the rules are broken. Ella assumed it was probably alive because she didn't know how to explain the ever-changing layout. Henry, in turn, has no desire to take part in conversations at all, so he continues to move on and punch holes in the walls. Ella had already realized that Michel was a very well-read guy and could talk for a long time, and she would have loved to listen, but probably she shouldn't do it now. As Henry didn't like to wait, she had to catch up with him. The next room the guys got into looked pretty nice. It had a nice cozy renovation. It's actually more like a noble manor than a camera. As a friend started a slight earthquake, a strange smile appeared on Henry's face. Apparently he's been wanting to meet the man he's about to see for a long time. This man's name is Sebastian. Henry had waited a long time for a meeting with someone from the upper management, because Sebastian was what they called a makeup artist. But Sebastian didn't seem to be happy about the meeting and considered Henry an intruder. Sebastian looked very majestic. He had big white wings and was dressed in golden majestic armor. Sebastian started chasing Henry away and throwing threats at him. Ella was watching from the corner, and Michel was next to her. Ella asked the baby to go somewhere else, because being with her was turning them into a target. Michel hoped Sebastian wasn't a real visage. Perhaps it was some kind of trick after all, and he was actually a shape-shifting monster. But it didn't matter, because they could all feel Sebastian's power. Michel wouldn't even risk facing a walled god. The visages have the power to destroy an entire nation single-handedly if they choose to do so. When the people of Feria tried to invade one of the spires, one single visage wiped them out in one night. Henry didn't expect to be confronted with makeup right now. He decided to try to turn it into a little joke. But at the same moment, an incredible force came from Sebastian's hand and pushed Henry into the wall. Michel and Ellie were very frightened. Henry stood up and began to dry his clothes. Sebastian was impressed that this kid had survived his attack unscathed. Sebastian wondered what had brought them here. Henry explained that he was only here to send a message to their goddess. The man thought Henry was a fool. He had broken through the sacred tower and dared to ask permission to speak to the goddess. But Henry did not lose his enthusiasm and thought that Sebastian had done much more damage to the place. The veil from the visage seemed to have lifted, the air pressure no longer seemed so stifling. Michel and Ellie thought that they should use this opportunity to find a way out of here, and then they remembered about the child who was left by the stairs. Talking with such high tension was a terrible move. Michel didn't even know what he was getting into here. But immediately he threw himself at the feet of the great makeup artist and started apologizing to him. Michel said that he was just going through his ordeal when he came across these travelers. He assured them that Ellie and the baby had nothing to do with the man and his requests. He humbly asked for a blessing to allow him to take the child and continue on with his quest. Sebastian became angry again and used his power against the boys. Ella rushed to save the baby, and Henry took over the attack. He bravely rushed to the boys' defense. An incredible battle began between Henry and Sebastian. They were two incredible forces. The only thing the boys could hope to do was to save themselves. Michel begged Ellie to run away from here sooner rather than later. He was only thinking about saving himself. Sebastian noticed this immediately and tried to strike at the poor boys again. Henry immediately stood up for them. And unfortunately he was injured. Michel was scared for him, but Henry just shouted at them to get out of here. Henry said it was not a bad attack for Sebastian, for he had almost destroyed his second favorite coat, though he had even been burned in a fire much hotter than this one. Henry's words were nothing but mockery. In order to defeat Henry, Sebastian had to come up with something better. Sebastian did not lose his enthusiasm and thought that everything would be over in a heartbeat, for Henry possessed absolutely nothing. And once again a strong fight broke out between them. Ali grabbed Michel's arm and tried to take him with her. But it seems that this time Michel actually chose the side of the prisoner over the visage of the goddess. He told Ellie that if Henry lost, the makeup artist would probably come after them to finish what he started. Ellie agreed with him. And then they saw something else in the room. They were bloodthirsty monsters, and among them was the guardian of the spire. It seemed like Michel's hand was about to explode from how much power he had put into his dual staff. After all, he had already used up so much on this visage. These monsters were quite strong, and would most likely have to be fought with a fully charged rune. Michel didn't expect to face them during the test, and he wasn't sure if they would succeed. Ellie suggested that he wait here and watch the baby for a while. In the meantime, she would try to take care of the monsters. Michel wasn't sure of her dueling staff levels, but it was likely their best chance of survival. Ellie was confident enough. However, there was something special about this room. And so slimes wouldn't leave such marks on the walls unless they were probably traps. Unfortunately, Michel's thoughts on the matter turned out to be true, and they were indeed traps. Ellie started the battle with the slugs with confidence. She seemed to be getting the hang of it. But they couldn't relax too much, because they had other things to do. Ellie continued the battle with the werewolves. Michel wanted to intervene, but he realized that he had no chance in this fight. The one he had a plan for. He grabbed the hook and threw it over the top. It wasn't his best solution, but he hoped it would be enough to help. And he seemed to have succeeded. But that wasn't the end of it, for the guardian of the spire himself was interested in them. Ellie hoped Michel was just imagining things. And in a moment he even agreed, for they had in their minds or that they could now move between any floors that came up. Michelle offered to take the baby to the exit and help her with the evil monster. But Ellie said she'd take him herself. And he realized that she really cared a lot about the baby, for a person who pretended not to care. They heard the shout of a guard who promised to make them pay for their insolence. Ellie entered with him along with Dwayne's staff. She held her ground bravely, and even managed to fend off one of the guard's attacks. At that time, Michelle tried to retrieve the sword that was stored in the ice. Michelle managed to get the sword after all, and rushed to Ellie's aid. And looking at the sword, he saw a rusty piece of junk that almost dislocated his shoulder. Looking at the sword, he didn't even notice that a guard had appeared behind him, but Michelle managed to defeat a terrible monster with the same sword. The guys were happy that they finally managed to defeat absolutely all the monsters. Ellie asked to hold the sword. Michelle gladly gave it to her. And Michelle thought that they had better not get lost in this room. They had to get everything they needed and get out of here as soon as possible. They found themselves in the right place. The door at the end of the room looked like the one Michelle had used to get out. Ellie saw that Michelle was tired and offered to carry the baby for him. He thanked her and carefully handed the baby over. The unexpected happened, whether it seemed to want to give Michelle. Ellie apologized to the boy and said it was nothing personal, but she just had to make sure her friend was safe. Michelle was puzzled as to who the kid was, since she hadn't taken her eyes off him since Michelle had gotten them out of the cells. Just kept saying it was none of his business. She kept apologizing to the front, and she was really sorry to do it, but she had to get out of here alone. Finally, she told me to follow her because she would no doubt try to take his life. Michelle could only accept what was happening. Michelle sat down and thought that the next steps would be to figure out what room he was in. He pulled out a book and started flipping through it. He really should have taken it out more often. But who has time to pull out a book every time you encounter a monster that wants to take your life? Suddenly the guy felt an earthquake. But it was impossible, because earthquakes don't happen in the tower. But something was moving the room, and it was something big. Although in his thoughts there was a variant that the fight between Henry and Sebastian got to other rooms. There was only one way to find out, and that was to find out. He turned to the book for help and apologized for ignoring it earlier, but he really needed help now. The book didn't give any answer, and it was understandable because Michelle wouldn't answer either if someone blatantly ignored all his warnings. Behind him, he heard himself being addressed with the words that they had finally met. Michelle was more than a little freaked out. The mysterious entity claimed that the guy had complicated things a lot, and all attempts to influence him left much to be desired. After these words, Michelle assumed that the essence of the mysterious book stood before him, and it turned out to be true. It wasn't her true form. At the moment it was just for convenience. The entity asked me to follow her, for there was much to do and not a moment to lose. I wonder if the voice comes from the cloak, or if it's just in my head. In fact, it feels like it's everywhere. Meshali expressed his gratitude for his help, but it was inappropriate, because in the end they would both have to pay for such actions. At the moment the boys were in the sanitarium room. In the middle of it was a beautiful fountain. Essence ordered them to drink some water from it in order to become anointed and complete the test. By the way, it is also necessary to get the sword and put it in the fountain, before the hero drinks water. Now Michelle is one step closer to finding Ares. The main thing is that this water gives him power, which will further facilitate the passage of levels of the tower. As soon as the guy took a sip, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. She was wearing only white clothes, and behind her back were white huge wings. With only one touch, she was able to make the heroes awaken, as suddenly his eyes shone with a bright light, and on his forehead appeared some sign. Now, after this procedure, the boy will be presented with the structure itself. It may not be the best gift, but it's the only thing the entity could prepare in the limited time available. You'll need much better items in the future to survive the days ahead. The events of the guy's personal ordeal have drawn him into a conflict that could lead to more devastation in the future. But one wonders where the conflict came from. The entity then asked to find a woman named Isabella, and tell her what the lad had seen today, and that the voice at the tower needed to be spoken to. This information can only be told to her, and no one else. With the battle still raging, the entity couldn't waste a minute, needing to head back immediately. Michaeli urged her to stop to ask one question about her brother, in case she knew where he was. Unfortunately, the answer was disappointing. Every day thousands come and go in this tower. It would be extremely difficult to find him. By the way, this place should be urgently left while you still can. Before running away, the guy decided to get some of that sacred water in a bottle just in case. When all business was done, he headed towards the red door. And finally freedom. You can say the guy did what many people cannot do, but unfortunately he was not able to find his brother. The main goal was not fulfilled. He was immediately met by two joyful knights. They could not believe their eyes. They had not seen anyone come out of there for years. It is a really hard task to get a Sonnenstrom. The knights were more excited about the guy's return than he was. By the way, there was also a huge fair. People were walking around, relaxing, socializing, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Of course, Michel was also offered to join the festivities while his papers were being done, but he kindly declined because he didn't like drinking and wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Since the guy recently found a son Astra, who is legally required to serve 2 years in the academy, and then 2 more years in the army in government positions, from this moment he was enrolled in the Academy of Secret Arts Lorien Heights. Judging by the mark on his forehead, Michel will probably meet this woman in class in a few weeks. The woman's face changed immediately. Her smile disappeared. She did not want to upset Michel, but this Sonnenstroika is considered to be the most useless of all that exist. With this terrible news, completely without mood, the guy got on his train and went home. The road ahead was going to be long. When he arrived, no one met him, so he had to walk home alone. Right from the threshold of the place of congratulations, the father said that he had already heard that his son had received the most terrible Sonnenstroika, and then added that he knew that Michel would fail, and nothing good would come of it. Such a greeting with his son, whom he had not seen for a long time, could reflect very badly on him, and lead to consequences. Talking to her father has always been difficult. Every interaction with him is a duel. He uses words like a steel blade, aimed straight at the heart, but this time Michel will do everything not to fall for this trick, and keep in secret maximum information. If you overreact, the father will use that momentum of negativity against the guy. You have to think of it as a gradual victory, because any alignment regardless of class is a sign of strength, and in time, the guy will get more. Dad said he couldn't call the coward's sign a victory, gradual or otherwise. It was his first knee strike to piss a man off. But there is no way to react to this, lest the father get the upper hand. Since the father expected his son to fail, and not get a decent attunement, it was time to introduce his replacement. It turned out to be Victoria. Could it be that her father had decided to send her to the tower as well? Michel was shocked to say the least by the news. He even started to lose some of his self-control. When the boys grew up together, they agreed that Victoria would be her brother's subordinate and closest confidant. But when Mom left the family, everything changed dramatically. By the way, as it turned out, they weren't siblings. The father said it wasn't worth getting ahead of themselves and getting too close. He had legitimized the girl as a member of Ma Cadence, but he hadn't declared her father yet. She apologized for jumping to conclusions and said she would do her best to be the best example of what the house had to offer. Michaeli, during his time in the tower, had forgotten how his sister could talk so pathetically. It was disgusting to listen to sometimes. Unlike the boy, the girl managed to get a real Sonnenstar called a summoner, which is incredibly rare and very effective in battle. According to his father, he suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of his 2 sons. Amidst the continued disappearance of Ares, and Michel's flawed Sonnenstroika, in all likelihood Victoria will be the domain of this family. He also added if the guy has any hope of accomplishing anything, maybe he should follow her. Of course these words were very offensive, but Michel didn't let it show and said that he was pleased to meet Victoria again, As it had been quite a while since the last meeting, he also congratulated her on getting such a good synastrophe. The girl also said she was very happy to meet him, and wondered why his brother had a hole in his sweatshirt. It was only because of one battle out of many that he had to go through in the tower. In fact, Michel had learned a lot of important information that would help him when he returned there. The father didn't understand what his son meant by learned, because his memories should be gone by now. It was easier than imagined. When the guy was in the tower, he took copious amounts of notes to make sure he didn't forget anything. But don't get the wrong idea, Dad, Michel's not competing for approval. My sister immediately started making fun of the whole thing, and saying it's basic cowards' cues for cowards, how to escape. To shut her up, he threw the crystal, which was quite impressive in size, right into her hands. But the surprises didn't end there. The guy also showed off his sword that he had been given. So Michel turned out to be a worthy opponent for his sister, and proved that she still has to try to outdo him on the lute. Her father made it clear, now Victoria would have to find something more impressive on her next trip to the tower. Well, since everyone here thinks the guy is a real coward who wants nothing but luxury, he decides to go to the bathroom and then go to bed. Every night when Michel fell asleep, he had strange dreams from his childhood, as he played with his relatives, until even hard to imagine what their message was. It's been a full 2 weeks since the boy returned from the tower. Unfortunately, being the first wizard in the family does have its disadvantages. It's probably why he's having so many strange dreams. The house has a large number of books on synastrophes, but almost no books on spellcasting, even struggling to figure out how to start practicing their skill. After all, the family made a name on fighting, not as artisans or tradesmen, so it's unsurprising, might be able to find more useful information at the local bookstore. Just as suddenly Guy noticed a bright light in the next room. Turns out it was Victoria, and she's practicing hard, because it's only a week into the new school year. Her sister advised her brother to do the same if he wants to keep up with the other students. But worrying about it is obviously unnecessary, because Michelle is doing her best. More worrying that Victoria hadn't buttoned her jacket in the freezer, so she could catch a cold before school. Of course, my brother's brashness was not unnoticed. Just because he's a bookworm who studies all day is no reason to forget about personal hygiene and not take a shower. Now the family can only assume that the boy was lost in the tower and could not pass his test. People regularly come to the entrance to the tower and complain that their children have not returned. At such moments, the guy feels the strongest possible desire to go back and continue the search. But you have to be patient, train and hone your spirit. By the way, strong enough to survive at the top of the tower. The week passed like a blink of an eye. Michelle and her sister were on the train on their way to school. Victoria noticed her brother's pretty face, and asked him what was so funny. The boy slammed the book shut and said it was nothing. Since her sister is used to getting her own way, she started asking her brother about this magical book. Michelle told her that it's just a typical magic book, connected to and almost all of the spiritual essence that exists within the Serpent's Spire. Since it's more like fantasy rather than reality. Victoria interjected which of the above is true. After thinking about it, he answered that about 80% of it was true, with a possible margin of error of 3%. When the girl saw the serious look on her brother's face, she laughed. But nevertheless she asked him to show her how the book worked. The guys have a long and fun conversation, but all the benefits of this book Michelle never told, when suddenly everyone saw that the next stop was Lorien Heights Academy. Despite the fact that the guy has such a cool magic book, Victoria didn't miss the opportunity to remind him how weak and defenseless he is. That may be true, but either way, Michelle is on this train, which means he's not so weak. But even that wasn't enough to stop him from making arguments. One day, Michel will get into a situation where if he sits too long and thinks about strategy, he's likely to lose his life. There's certainly a logic to it. Michel also suspects that the tower didn't like the way he was playing because the key he got after the board game led him to the room to the snake god. It's a good thing the guy didn't enter the room then, because that would have been the most reckless decision. Meanwhile, the train stopped. The passengers were informed that the train had reached the academy, and were asked to go to the grassy fields to listen to the introductory speech. Just as the guy started to say something interesting, I had to leave the train. In general, Michel madly wants to talk about what he saw and who he befriended. He especially remembers the Henry versus Sebastian fight, where two incredible forces collided. Two makeup artists fighting each other is much more disturbing than some ordinary person who manages to start a fight. You have to be very careful, because the voice said clearly, "Don't tell anyone about what happened, and keep it a secret." For some reason this year there were a particularly large number of students, a record number in fact. It's a sign that the goddess is watching over everyone and expecting great things from the students. Also this year, the Academy is pleased to welcome a new generation of promising candidates. The institution welcomes people from every corner of the country, and also welcomes a number of students from allied and friendly neighboring countries. Students are also reminded that they are welcome here and that everyone will be treated equally at this academy, without any favoritism towards local students. It is very interesting that they wanted to announce such a policy early on. Apparently the hatred of nations like the Edrian is too deeply rooted in the culture of this country. My father told of an incident where an Edrian student was badly beaten after pleading for his country's victory in the war against Valia. Well, how can you justify beating a student simply for expressing a different point of view? When Victoria saw her friend Patrick, she said hello and told her brother. He, of course, was thrilled to see him too, but not now. Michel is still shy about his sign on his forehead. Patrick will think the worst of the guy when he gets a weak sign. Her sister was sure that a bunch of her old friends were here, and she was extremely hopeful that they would have at least a few items together. Michel in turn was clearly not very happy about that. At least many of his old friends he hadn't seen for years, and they might not understand him. Victoria asked not to be so dramatic, because everything would be fine. Years ago, Michel and Patrick were practically like brothers, so the sister was sure that everyone would be happy to see each other, just need to try to look a little happier. After all, it's the first day at the academy. The guy realizes that she's probably right. It's worth trying to look a little more positive. This school year, as previously stated, all first races will be organized into 6 divisions based on the students' personal desires. Goals will be outlined throughout the year for which points will be awarded for completion. In all likelihood, the guys will split up and be in completely different groups, which can be good or bad. With all of this in mind, it's time to meet the group leaders. The first to appear on stage is Professor Jack, head of the Tiger Unit, specializing in large-scale battles. The second professor's name is Isabella. She leads a snake unit that specializes in intelligence. And there are 3 other professors that the students will get to know a little later. As it turns out, Michel was personally acquainted with Isabella, which could play into his hands. The boy was upset, to put it mildly, because of his weak sign. Most likely he would remain among the healers forever. One could say he was doomed to obscurity. And students with synastrophes from other towers will be distributed according to their specialties. The students were also informed about one of the most important moments of the first year. One so-called spy will be studying on them. If a unit fails to recognize a spy by the end of the year, each participant loses 250 points. If it's that serious, you might as well try to turn in anyone who looks suspicious. And then the presenter said, if you misidentify a spy, you lose 100 points. That's terrible. Well, since everyone is already eager to meet their new classmates, the ceremony is over. At the end they wished everyone good luck and be always on the lookout, and sang a hymn. Victoria ended up running to her old friends, and Michel started heading in a completely different direction. They even tried to call him with them, to solve the initial student problems, like to go take the uniform together, but the guy did not even come to them, saying that he had to do something urgently. They even became a little offended that interfered, so simply ignored them. He wasn't sure he was ready to see his old friends yet, and he wasn't even sure if friends was the right term yet, since he hadn't seen them in a long time, so for now it was better to focus on his personal affairs. The first thing he did was to go to Isabella's office to talk to her, and thanks to this sign we could tell where her office was. Class hadn't even started yet, and someone had already come to her door. For heaven's sake, don't knock. As it turned out, she also recognized the guy thanks to the house symbol on his glove, and told him right away that he wasn't in her class. The guy says he has a message specifically for her, but he realizes it's something that must not be obeyed. The runes behind the guy guard this room with basic precautions, so anything can be said here. Eventually he relayed to her that the voice of the tower would like to speak to her. At one point the teacher seemed to freak out and asked to speak more quietly. Now she needed to think. Isabella answered too soon. This office is protected, but not well enough for such a conversation, so she asked Michel to leave immediately, and to take precautions to protect himself. Even though the guy was very scared, he still dared to ask for more details. This cannot be done now, because the boy is in great danger and his life is at risk. Well, what did she mean by your life is in danger? Because he didn't say much. The fact that Michel knows about the voice means it's likely he caught the attention of one or more of the makeup artists. Even if that's true, there's no need to answer out loud. Attention of this kind is most often produced by the disappearance of people. Perhaps the makeup artists themselves would not bother with it, but most likely they would send agents here to do their dirty work. The girl took out her golden key to open the secret box. She took out some silver sigils and mana crystals from there, handed it to the guy, and asked him to always keep a weapon with him. Wherever he was guarding these items was mandatory. There was almost no time to answer the stupid questions Michel was asking. Isabella promised to contact Michel at another time. He should try not to lose his life until then, and absolutely not tell anyone about today's conversation. To put it mildly, the guy was in shock. He couldn't quite realize how much trouble he was in. Even the book still hasn't answered his questions. But that's the least of his worries right now. It's necessary to be vigilant because Michel could be attacked at any time. Anyone could be a potential threat, even that seemingly ordinary student behind him. So without a second thought, the guy just takes off running. Maybe it really was an unusual student and some kind of spy. The first night has come. Michel is in the men's dormitory Phoenix. He nailed the front door to him that it was not so easy to get in. It's not much of a defense, but it's better than nothing. The guy also moved the bed to the other end of the room. That way if someone decided to blow the door open, they would be out of range. Luckily the students have safety signals on their uniforms, usually to help during combat training or to prevent accidents. He also tried to recover the runes he saw in Professor Isabel's office. But he still doesn't have the materials to activate them. That's a problem. I wonder how warlocks manage to keep filling things with mana. Synastrophes usually need a source of power. Warlocks have the ability to create raw mana but for specialized spells. The guy would have to transfer mana from a human or a crystal with the type he needs. But unfortunately this crystal is useless. The sword from the tower even has its own Synastrophe. There are 4 of them. Michel knows the designation of the first 2. It is concentration and ice. There is no information about the other 2 in the book. Thinking about runes in this way, the guy tries to calm himself down. As suddenly someone knocked on the door, and now the question, is it worth opening the door? Maybe Michel is just messing with himself. It's unlikely the villain would have just knocked. When Michel did decide to open the door, he realized that instead of nails, he needed to use a chain as a substitute. Finally the boy put everything away quietly, opened the door halfway, and saw that it was the same student he had already run into today, and asked who he was. After looking at each other for about a minute, the boy asked if Michel was a spy. To which the boy replied no and slammed the door. The story begins in one of the most luxurious mansions in the city. On this beautiful evening, there is a large-scale event, to which a large number of rich people have been invited. At this point, the party is just gaining momentum. When suddenly a waiter came up to Mr. Oliver and informed him that the evening games were about to begin, in which he had been personally invited to take part. The man smiled and replied that he wouldn't have to do it again. After all, the last time such evening games had not ended well for him. Oliver himself is the heir to the Viscount family, a rather famous man in the aristocratic circles. Despite his refusal, the waiter continued to lure the man into the arcade, enticing him with the fact that there are always games and free drinks for frequent visitors. In addition, the arcade shares the hottest news and promotions of the week. After listening to such an impressive advertisement, the man became interested and began to believe that today he would definitely make a fortune. The guests, who were watching from the sidelines, knew that Oliver would leave everything he had here again. When his wife lost her life, the man started gambling and lost the family fortune, which he inherited. As a result, he didn't even have a single plot of land left, so to pay off his debts he had to mortgage even the family coat of arms, which by its very nature is a priceless memory. The only real value he had left was his daughter Sophia, considered the most beautiful girl on the continent. It was the age of capital, the price of stocks and futures skyrocketed. It was the moment when the whole state went crazy with bonds and real estate. You could buy absolutely anything with money. Even things like title, power, honor, and the most beautiful girl in the city of Vinash. In the end, amidst heavy debts, Sophia became a mere material possession for her birth father, which he put up for sale. Initially, the girl did not understand the purpose for which she was brought to this place, so she promised that she would try her best. But when the people sitting across from her were told the initial cost, and in return they started to raise the rate, the world inside her turned upside down. In the end, at the end of the auction, the first beauty on the continent was sold for 50,000 gold pieces. At that time, for Oliver, this amount was of great importance. No matter what debts the man was in, there was no way to justify such an act. Oliver was no longer worthy to be called her father. He even with his own hands directed his daughter's gaze into the crowd, so that everyone would be convinced of her beauty, and have more desire to talk large sums of money. But that's not the end of the girl's misfortunes. Now she'll be tormented by a single thought. Maybe she should run away. But before that happens, she will probably be locked up and not allowed to do anything. Meanwhile, Sophia's personal teacher was getting a little nervous, because the girl had never been late for class until now. The maids were also tired of waiting for her, because according to the rules they couldn't leave the building until someone came to class. The teacher wondered if she was late because it was math class today, because Lady didn't like her, or if she had some good reason for not being on time. Sophia's never been late before, and she's never refused to do her homework. The only thing is, she was often bored in class, but that's normal for her age. That's why Madison had wanted to work with Sophia for a long time, because she had good potential. But that was until Oliver had financial problems. She was too young to deal with all this alone, and because she was so sensitive, tears came at once, so it was impossible to continue. Madison still can't understand how Oliver could do this to his kind, gentle daughter, because she didn't deserve to go through all this horror. Suddenly, the girl's father bursts into the study room and declares that she has just been kidnapped. Then immediately Sophia appears on the horizon. She was looking at her father with a fiery stare, and smiling very wickedly. Her father was shocked to say the least when he saw her there, but what did he care about her, because he had just sold her at an auction. Even so, the painfully distraught daughter agreed to talk to him after class. Oliver even had the nerve to try to stop her now, but no one was going to make concessions. Still, the girl was already late enough for class, so she slammed the door shut and went to the table. Madison looked very frightened, and couldn't think where to start the conversation. Well, the lady was not stupid at all, and somehow she managed to escape. All the suitors must be very excited at the news of the run-in. Young and shy, intelligent and polite, she had never before gone against her parents' wishes, and just because of her strong beauty this poor girl is about to be sold to a complete stranger. That's what Oliver's daughter was like. But what happened to her was that in the presence of her mentor, the girl behaved differently than usual, arrogant but still elegant. She was also polite and more confident. She had never been like this before, but surprisingly it suited her well. During the conversation, the teacher noticed that Sophia had something falling out of her head. It turned out to be straw, and there are already all the signs that the girl was in a bag. She was really kidnapped. The saddest thing in this situation is to realize that her own father will not be able to help her. Since the girl was sold for a large sum at an auction, her kidnapping was planned in advance, so that Oliver would not be held responsible before the law. He also made it clear to everyone that whatever happened to his daughter, he needed to move on with his life. Of course, it sounded too harsh and sad for a 15-year-old girl. She would probably feel better if she said such things without holding back her tears. If a person is able to say it so easily, he must have lost all his moral values and cards a long time ago. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible to help such people. While listening to this story, Madison is in deep shock, and she wonders how Sophia managed to escape alone when she was kidnapped, and still show up to class in more or less good spirits, and without a scratch. Any other person could not have survived such an experience without any psychological consequences. The girl decided to refrain from answering this question, and asked a counter question. The thing is, the tea is getting a little bitter. What could be the cause? At first glance, this set of words looked more like a riddle than a question, which was why Madison didn't understand anything. The girl then decided to put it simply. She sold something more valuable than her body. Since the teacher had always been kind to Sophia, there was good news for her. Shares of the Wagon Railroad Company. There is no way to sell them, because they will soon fly to the skies and make huge profits. This morning, she woke up in a luxurious house and lay under a down comforter worth 2,000 gold pieces, her body enveloped by the warm sunlight and the pleasant scent of lavender. At times it felt as if she was still dreaming. From now on, Sophia looks at the purple trace left by expensive bathing products and becomes a little happier with the realization that she can afford it. No matter what anyone says, money has an almost direct impact on whether a person is happy or not. About 5 years ago, the company that was run by her father had a crisis because of his dissolute lifestyle, but in an instant everything changed, and she earned 1,000,000 gold in just 1 year. Now, in terms of income, she is not even inferior to the counts. All this money Sophia managed to earn instead of her father. But deep down she knew that at any moment she could return to the days when she drank bitter black tea and trembled with fear. Back to the time when she saw suitors as a means of improving her life, and it wasn't her to choose, but her father had given the opportunity to all comers at the auction. Suddenly the maid came into the bathroom and announced that it was only half an hour before the stock market opened, and that she would start work at 9 a.m. The girl's face showed how much she wanted to continue lying in the bathtub and take at least 1 day off. The girl's face showed how much she wanted to continue lying in the bathtub and take at least 1 day off. But unfortunately she couldn't afford that luxury yet. So, gathering her thoughts, announced to the maid the beginning of the preparatory process for going to work. This phrase implies in itself the duty of the worker, to make for the girl a beautiful hairstyle, to choose clothes for today and a few beautiful jewelry. In general, to do all the things that ordinary people have to do every day themselves. In the end, after all the procedures, Sophia gets an incredible look that makes all the men around her faint in a good way. She clearly knows a lot about style. On her desk was a document that fully described the situation on the market. Having analyzed it, it became clear that there will be no movements in Marsala's salon for some time, and if there will be no sharp drops and jumps on 3 positions, it is necessary to leave the contract for 20,000 shares. Also today Sophia is planning to make a deal in the heavy industry, so the maid needs to be taken after only in this area. At this time, the stock market at 9 a.m. was in complete chaos. People were almost climbing on each other's heads. Everyone wanted to buy shares of different companies so badly. This guy with a magic stone in his hand, named Lucas, works for Sophia, and acts solely on her instructions. With the help of a couple of these stones, you can communicate with each other like on the phone. Thus he broadcasts online for his boss all the events that occur in the market. His main task is to get as much useful information as possible about the companies and find out the value of their shares at the moment. This mysterious luminous stone with magical power used to be used only as a source of light, but Blago did not stop there and people continued to study the object. Eventually revealing its inner potential helped the city to make a leap in technological development. From that moment on, It was a world in which anyone with at least a minimal understanding of the market could enrich themselves by investing. And Sophia, who was considered kind and gentle, became the brightest representative of this generation. In her circle, she was called a real genius of financial games. You can clearly see how she has changed from the beginning of her career until now. Suddenly, in the middle of work, Sophia abruptly ordered to sell 20,000 shares of Welsh steel, and all the others must be sold by the end of today. I wonder what reason she had for making such an impulsive decision. Even after paying all the debts to the company, the girl could not leave her family of her own free will, unlike men who are recognized as adults when they reach the age of 18. In this city, women are recognized as adults at the age of 23, before which time they do not even have the right to open their own bank account. Since the girl did not have enough economic power, it was difficult for her to become independent before entering adulthood. In addition, the average age of marriage for women is earlier than for men, namely at the age of 18, and if a girl wants to marry at 22, it will be considered a very late marriage. Also, men acquire certain status and privileges as soon as they are born. And women can afford it only if they marry well. But can you call a girl who is considered to be her own thing, not a loved one, happy? Sophia swore to herself that within 3 years she would leave this horrible place. Suddenly, the maid announced that guests were arriving. It was quite unexpected, because at this time of the day there was mostly no one coming. It was probably that pathetic Count again, who had already shown signs of attention to the girl more than once. Sophia was more right than ever. This man's name was Lucas, and he was hardly attractive. The only thing he can hook any girl with is his status and money, but he has no charisma at all. He is also close to the president of the bank in the royal family, so unlike other aristocrats, it is difficult for him to go bankrupt. Even Oliver tried to marry Sophia to him a long time ago. Appearance problems and lack of charisma are not the main reasons why it's best not to mess with him. The Count also has an evil daughter named Maria. If a girl enters their family, this daughter will most likely try to poison her. All in all, there are enough reasons not to contact him ever again. But since he was already here, Sophia ordered him in. It would seem that a man more educated than a woman would not realize that it is unseemly to enter a stranger's house so unceremoniously. It is necessary to make sure that he will not even think of coming back here again in the future. Meanwhile, Lucas was already waiting for the girl in the living room and drinking tea. When Sophia saw him, she immediately said hello and asked in advance, "Will today again be another attempt to propose?" The man immediately smiled. Since all his plans had already been revealed, it was not time to accept his proposal. After all, a woman cannot be called complete unless she has a partner with whom she will spend the rest of her days. It was a strange term, but Sophia agreed, and she would need a companion soon. Lucas was breathing hard after he said that, how much he wanted to be with her. Pulling a little intrigue, the lady with a smile on her face informed him that she would like to have a younger man by her side. These words not only offended him, but even angered him. He considered this statement disrespectful in his direction. After all, to truly love a woman must be malleable and polite. And then from the Count went a little threat that Sophia's reputation may deteriorate sharply if she continues to behave like this and constantly refuse. Lucas also promised that if she did not agree to the marriage, she would have to start selling all her luxuries in the near future in order to survive. Because of her foolishness, Sophia did not understand the Count's deep intentions and did not take these words seriously. From the Earl's words, we can understand that wisdom is gained through experience, and a wise husband believes in a happy wife by his side. But if you think about it that way, the best option for Sophia would be to marry Earl Howard. He is already quite old and even has gray hair, the perfect groom, dignified and wise. Sophia's plan is to go from extreme to extreme, and thus prove that they are not right for each other. Lucas couldn't even guess that he was being tricked, so he angrily began to explain the meaning of his words once again. As the girl once again pretended not to understand, the Count got even angrier and called her a retard. If the insults had already been used, then everything was going according to plan. Of course, Sophia apologized to him for her incompetence in this matter. But afterwards she immediately asked a counter question, since she was so stupid and inexperienced, then why Lucas wanted to marry her so much. As a result, the Count finally lost control of himself in anger, grabbed the defenseless lady's hand and squeezed it tightly. According to Lucas, if he started to teach her, everything would soon become clearer, and there would be fewer stupid questions. Sophia was really angry after such a sloppy gesture from the man. Since words could not convince her, he decided to use physical force. But surely a man with the title of Count would not want to spoil his reputation by beating a defenseless woman. Realizing this, the man began to avoid the subject, pretending that in this way he was just showing concern, and trying to put the girl on the right path. Since Sophia expressed herself excessively rudely, the guest decided to simply leave, but next time such humiliation, he is not going to forgive so easily. Judging by the expression on the hostess's face, one can understand that the next meeting will probably not come. I wonder how long we'll have to put up with this pig. It can't go on forever. Sometimes, left to herself, the girl dreams of becoming a man, for then she would have succeeded in all her endeavors long ago, and held a position many times higher than she has now. Most importantly, she wouldn't have to endure the vile advances of men she can't stand. If this man wasn't so close to high society, Sophia would have chased him away and never let him start again. But unfortunately in this world not everything is so simple. Women's rights are compromised. About 10 years ago, the Westwood family provided a large loan to quite influential people who were on the verge of bankruptcy at the time. They ended up gaining even more wealth and power with the support of the king. It was in this way that Theodore Westwood, president of the bank, was awarded the title of Marquis, and the royal family within a few years received a large sum of money. The best option at that time was to join such an alliance, but Sophia gave up that chance, so she had to cope alone. In the end, she managed to make more money than the alliance offered. The whole of Westwood tried to find out who was behind her. However, the girl managed to bypass all the traps thanks to her partner. Behind her back stood the king of the underworld, who stopped laundering money and started receiving a large percentage of the profits from the stocks. The name of this mysterious man is Eric. When he was very young, his life changed overnight. He first met Sophia 5 years ago wrapped in ropes in an abandoned building. It was the same man who kidnapped the girl on the street. She was not in the best position then. The only thing she was allowed to do was to keep quiet and not to disturb anyone. But even so, Sophia managed to find a common language with the bandit, and find out how much he was paid for the kidnapping. It was 90 gold pieces, which was enough money to live on for about 3 months if you only spent it on necessities. But what to do when that time passes? Do I have to go and deal with these bandit kids again for the rest of my life? In exchange for her freedom and competent cooperation, Sophia promised Eric millions of gold in the future. It sounded very tempting, but the boy couldn't understand how she could say such a thing when she herself had been sold because of the family's debts. The story of how to work a large amount of money, already by tradition, began with a riddle about tea, which Eric also did not understand, and generally thought that he was just mocked. Realized that the matter smells fried, Sophia decided to go straight to the point, and tell his plan: a large amount of gold. In general, the employees of the railroad company have been on strike for 2 months, all this because the Western Railroad, which is not even a year old, has already dreamed its work. The most important thing about all this is that Westwood Bank is behind it. He made a big bet that the company's stock would fall before the strike began. And when the stock didn't fall, the bank provoked a strike by workers who didn't take out big loans. From this we can understand why the tea tasted different in the end. The problem was not with the stove or the maid, they just replaced the coal used in the stove with the cheapest one. Since people in the city mostly have no money, they could only buy inexpensive raw materials, which are obviously cheaper than the ordinary laborers. But this begs the question, where did such cheap coal come from on the market? Luckily at that point, Eric knew where it came from. Because his younger brother had been stealing and selling fuel from the Western Railroad, for which he was destroyed. But the guy still couldn't understand how these events had anything to do with the big money. Because the negotiations had failed, the strikers were still there. According to Sophia, this was done deliberately. In fact, the discussions ended behind the scenes. If the shares of the railway company fell, the trains would start running again. In the end, the traffic was resumed after 2 days. In other words, the strike will definitely be over. So it's worth saving up and buying these stocks right now. Like selling all the remaining coal and magic stones as soon as possible. And invest it all in this railroad company. When the whole plan became clear to Eric, he asked what the girl wanted in return for this information. She said she wanted to be free from the obligation to marry all the men who bid on the auction, and another 30% of the profits the guy would get. Let's just say for a good start in life. Maybe today is the last chance to think this through. In the end, Eric agreed, but if the girl made him, he would surely find her and do whatever he wanted without any regret. Just the answer she was waiting for. From that moment on, their deal was sealed. Now, after all these years, Sophia recalls all these events with a smile. How much effort she had to put into convincing him. When suddenly Oliver walks into the room, all in a good mood with a smile, and call your daughter your favorite fool. The years go by and the father does not change at all. He had already heard that Lucas was bothering Sophia again, so he suggested that I kick his ass as a matter of urgency. In her heart, the daughter realized that even if she really did, her father would be the first to run to lick his wounds. I wonder what brought him here this time. Of course, for the sake of propriety, the father looked indignant. Can't he just see his daughter? Since it was already his hackneyed strategy, Sophia asked him to come straight to the point, so as not to waste too much time. Anyway, the Miss Maria that Oliver met yesterday is in very bad shape. The daughter immediately realized that her father wanted to leave the woman with a stock that would increase in value in the future. Since Marja is from a family with whom Sophia is not exactly on friendly terms, she immediately began to refuse to participate in this charity, citing the fact that there are no such actions at the moment. Since the daughter's account that she uses was recorded on the father, he accidentally saw the history of transactions. After hearing this information, the girl became very angry. Apparently the bank provided him with a statement. Oh, these laws of rotting Vinochi. Unfortunately, Oliver knew information about a salon, which in the near future should have a rapid growth of shares, and told this useful information to Maria. But instead of thanking her at least for this, the woman asked to tell her what shares to buy. Sophia was categorically against it, because she was 100% sure that in a few days, these shares will buy the whole city, and then they will definitely not grow. When he heard such a rude answer, Oliver began to cry, for he had promised to give the lady more information. In any case, it was his own fault. He should not have used such words. Besides, Sophia already had a bad relationship with Westwood. It could get her in trouble, which was not the right time. Since Eric was coming soon, the daughter asked her father to leave her alone so as not to distract anyone from the work process. Before leaving, Oliver asked her to think about his request one more time. When Eric entered the building, somehow he knew that the girl's father was here. But judging by Sophia's angry look, that's not what she wanted to talk about. At one point the guy stopped contacting her citing business. She is extremely curious as to what the real reason for this is. Turn on your male charm. He began to gently touch the girl's hair and talk about what a delicious flavor they have. This kind of behavior at the wrong time is very annoying. Realizing that the boss wasn't in the mood, Oliver grabbed the wad of money that was on the table and started to move towards the exit. Judging from the fact that the amount of money was quite impressive, Oliver probably wanted his daughter to give him a hint. Despite the fact that Eric wasn't in the mood for normal communication, Sophia asked him to do a good job of strengthening the protection of the account. The guy guessed from the beginning that there would be such problems, so he offered to open a business in his name. But at the time, it was better to trust an idiot who could lose all his money in cards than a bandit. Well, in that case, there's nothing more to say. Sophia smiled, because bandits always found something to say, just to get some favorable conditions for themselves. Then there was a short pause. Eric quietly put the money back on the table, walked over to the girl, gently took her by the hair and said that today he had come here to end Sophia once and for all. Luckily it was just a joke. The problem is that Sophia had prevented the Marsala salon from growing because she bought too much stock. Not knowing the ins and outs of the situation, she had no idea what she was getting into. Until now she had planned to get rid of all 30% of the shares because she thought they were worthless. Eric was very angry, because he warned the girl in advance to be careful. After all, the Marcel has connections, should have written to buy these shares long ago. Sophia kept insisting and saying that a business with genuine shares would never succeed. The fact is that the owner at the moment is Julia, the king's lover, and she is not just a lover, but the mother of his child. No wonder why the girl has never seen her at any of the events before. No matter how the country feels about princes born out of wedlock, they are still considered the king's sons. The authorities have already launched a secret investigation and are going to catch Sophia. But why did Eric tell the girl about it only now? He should have warned her beforehand. It was his job. The boy kept silent because he didn't know what the royal family was hiding. His personal affairs were going well and he didn't think about anything bad for once. The main problem is that the foolish father told Jacob everything. It's pretty serious because the source of money laundering was revealed. Also during the conversation it turned out that Westwood directly interfered with the development of the company that Oliver inherited. Now it's funny to see Westwood Bank lowering the price of Marsala stock. In general, because the girl is directly connected to the salon, the king hired a news agency called Blue Wing. Its mercenaries will search for Sophia, and will not stop doing so until it has successfully done its job. Sophia seriously considered backing out before it was too late. She had only managed to sell 5% of the shares because there was little or no reaction in the market. But in no case we must not forget that the king is already acting, and will not wait for Sophia to wash his hands. He will find out everything he needs and try to interfere. Eric so easily took the money that the girl had earned for 5 years, and in a difficult moment decided to leave her at once. Was it for him all this long communication was just a business? You have to go to Lucas and beg for his help, because he is an old friend of the Marquis. If Sophia agrees to marry him, he will solve everything, and the problems will be over. In this situation, nothing stubborn, because as soon as the investigation begins, all the girl's accounts will be frozen. And if she freezes her shares, she will instantly become bankrupt. But unfortunately, if the king intervenes, even this method may be useless. In such a situation, it's better to throw money in the air than to marry a horrible man like Lucas. Eric also claims that Oliver made a pretty good profit on the whole thing. I wonder how he did it. It's a big problem, because there's a lot of disruption in the stock market all the time. It's a big problem because the stock market is constantly being disrupted. Sitting in the office next to such people, Oliver was scared for his life first of all, not for his daughter. It was already very difficult to deal with the president of the Alishi Bank, who had returned from another city after 6 years there. The purpose of this collection was to force Oliver to give up all the shares that he has from the Marsala Salon, namely this existing share of 25% and the deferred 5%. He even began to be offered various favorable offers. But since the present owner of these shares is the daughter, the father could not make absolutely no decisions alone. The men tried to push the fact that it's Oliver's property by deed, and has nothing to do with his daughter. An immature girl needs a husband to set her on the right path, and luckily Lucas has long since expressed his desire to marry her. All that's left to do is to put just one stamp in the prenuptial agreement. Also, to speed up the process, another clause was added to the contract. The girl's family will receive 100,000 of the promised amount as a security deposit. But if the terms of the contract are violated, the party who did it will have to pay 10 million. At that moment Oliver began to feel two feelings at the same time. The first was joy for the 100,000 he might get, and the second sadness for the 10 million he might still owe if his daughter broke the terms of the contract. But the men assured him it was all to make sure Sophia couldn't back out of the engagement. In general, for a man who is very fond of alcohol and gambling, this proposal was very tempting, because in fact nothing to pay nothing, everywhere only benefit, and the rain will finally already be married. The next morning a letter was brought to the girl's house, in which she read all this outrage. There she saw that in the case of termination of the contract, it is necessary to pay 1 million. Apparently the father knows how to bargain, since he lowered the price 9 times. Oliver immediately went to his daughter and apologized for what he'd done. But no change in this situation will not help. There is one of two things: either the father so much wants to marry his daughter, or he just sold her a second time. But did she deserve all this? Why, Oliver helps gangsters, and all sorts of acts against his daughter, do not have enough money in the family. In addition to selling his daughter, he made sure that she could only get a cash settlement. That's how he said he cared. It's a brazen lie. You gotta get in your face. Sophia has no intention of marrying Lucas and living with his daughter Maria. The girl is not going to pay the fine because she is going to spend the money as she wants. She earned the money to get her family back on their feet. Sophia called her maid and said they were leaving right away. The first thing the girls did was to visit a clothing store. There are many different brand name items. Sophia bought a full program: beautiful dresses, bags, jewelry, shoes, in general, anything, and most importantly, the selection of clothes was made by the main designer of this city. Even managed to buy a ring of a special shape, by the way, the only one in the city. Sophia had already earned enough to buy it all. Of course, it was not without a few problems: the fact that minors cannot spend money on their own according to the law of Vinash, so I had to secretly open an account under someone else's name. Earlier Eric helped with all these questions, but now he is useless. Now the girl can only trust herself. While choosing another piece of jewelry, the girl disturbed that most terrible Maria. It was an unexpected meeting for both of them. Of course, they did not lose the opportunity to humiliate each other a little. Initially she just said hello and then asked if she should be called Mom or just by her first name. This made Sophia laugh a lot, because she doesn't remember since when she became a mother to the worst daughter in this town. That's a lot of text for someone who's been sold out for the second time. The only conclusion is that Lucas is so pathetic that he has to buy his own wives. Since Sophia is not as free as some, she needs to go on about her business, so with a smile at Maria she wished her a good time, and in the future not to try to buy herself a fiancé. The red-haired one clearly did not have her day today. She lost on all fronts and was unable to give a decent response almost anywhere. In high spirits the girl came out of the store, nothing so cheerful how to put in place weak-minded rich teenagers. I wonder in whom she went with such a height character. The first thing that comes to mind is of course her father. After this meeting Sophia seriously considered paying the fine and fleeing abroad. That's a pretty good option. But the first thing to do is to find a broker where you can entrust your wealth. When suddenly an unknown man comes running out of the corner, grabs the girl by the waist, and takes her down a dark alley. But who could it be? Could it be Lucas's handiwork? Though it's strange because the contract hasn't been finalized yet. Had the girl run as hard as she could that time, only to fall into that hole again. In the end, it was exactly the same as the day she was first kidnapped. It is necessary to take control, because fear will not help. This time also need to find a way out of the situation. In the end the bandit revealed his face and asked why she was so scared. Because it was Eric, he just decided to make a joke. The bandit finally revealed his face and asked her why she was so scared. Because it was Eric, he had just decided to make a joke. But Sophia was very frightened and asked her not to do it again, because it causes a lot of stress, especially at such a dangerous time. In spite of all this, apparently Eric still didn't believe he'd really scared the girl, in which case I had to elbow him in the stomach. In fact, the guy came to help, and instead of thanking her, he got run over. I wonder why he'd want to help when he just said he was done with the girl. He really wanted to end the conversation, but because he's too kind to be indifferent. Of course Sophia didn't believe it, and if he kept talking nonsense, she'd just leave. Realizing that the girl wasn't in the mood at all, Eric got serious and said that he had some important information, and if you didn't listen to him, you'd be sorry. The guy wanted to tell the news that the director of the Alishi Bank had returned to the city after 6 years. At the age of 26, this man, ahead of his two brothers, the true heirs, was the first illegitimate son that I managed to get the title of Duke. In a fairly short period of time, he created a bank called Alashir, the first in the country. Despite the interference of the royal family, the duchy, and Westwood, this man became influential not only in Vinochi but also in Romina. I wonder what Eric wants to say with this. Maybe he can be consulted about fleeing the country. In general, the guy personally knows the assistant of the bank, he is in debt to him. One day they met to talk, and Eric told Sophia about the situation. The girl didn't like it, because once again her secrets were being found out by an outsider. In response, the guy jabbed his finger in her forehead and asked her to use her clever head to think hard. Who has the worst relationship with Westwood? That's right, Alicia, and he is interested in Sophia, which means it's possible to get cooperation. At the end of the arrangement, Eric said confidently, there would be no wedding on the scheduled day. Meanwhile, at the bank, the old owner was getting to know his new job. In honor of his arrival, he decided to throw a ball, and invited all the aristocrats, because a grand celebration is planned. This man's name is Daniel, and he's a young up-and-coming Alakir owner. It so happened that on the same day on which the guy planned the banquet, Sophia's wedding was to take place, but since the Duke's influence is much higher, the wedding is likely to be cancelled or brought to another day. This lover of exclusively white colors is Daniel's assistant, with whom Eric is closely acquainted. Now that the assistant has given all this information to the boss, the responsibility for the ruined wedding falls completely on him. The girl who has this day wedding is making a lot of money, much to the chagrin of Westvad and the royal family. This girl with a bright and brilliant flair. Since the assistant owes Eric, he agreed to schedule the banquet for the wedding day. By the way, Daniel also wanted to buy a Marsala salon. She didn't even realize that Julia was the king's sweetheart. Daniel was also told of the fine the girl would have to pay if she didn't show up for the wedding, wondering if she could invest that much money in her freedom. Since the guy hasn't been in this town in 6 years, he remembers Lucas from when he was still married. As it turns out, their marriage didn't last long. About 10 years ago, the ex-wife was committed to a mental institution where she went completely insane. When Daniel turned 20 years old, he was appointed to be the head of the family. Until such an early age, this is considered a huge accomplishment. Since the boy was an illegitimate son, no one considered him a relative, and of course trying to destroy him to take over the bank. When such a person becomes the head of the family, people have a lot of questions, and when they find out that the real heirs are gambling and using illegal substances, everything falls into place. There were days when the brothers planned to poison the third extra, and Daniel had to survive among them with that thought. Despite his status as the head of the family, the boy never attended the events organized by the family. Always at such moments, he went to the garden, where he could hide from the outside world and be by himself. But that evening there was someone in the garden, and it was Sophia, a beautiful girl who looked about 14 years old at the time. At first glance she felt very bad, because she was sitting on a bench looking at one point. Even the approaching guy did not embarrass her in any way. When she wanted to get up, she almost fell to the ground, but Daniel was there to catch her gently in his arms. At first glance one might assume they were getting married, but in fact it was their first meeting in the garden. She smelled of champagne, which suggests that Sophia had clearly had too much to drink. Despite this, the lady of problems expressed gratitude for the help, but there was one problem: she too stained her shoes. On nerves, Daniel begins to look for what he has in his pockets, and finds a white handkerchief, which later handed to the drunken lady to clean her shoes. It was so cool, a girl from the richest family, absolutely sincerely pleased with such little things as a handkerchief, and no less politely thanked for the help rendered, according to her, than she was saved from disgrace. In the end, in order not to remain in debt, Sophia gave the guy one wish. It was great news, of course, a chance not to be missed. Since the boy had a problem that no one could solve, he wanted to discuss it with Sophia. At that moment, Daniel was being hunted by his brothers at least, and some were pushing too hard to marry his daughter. Instead of solving something drastically, the guy just sits and complains to a drunk girl, this fact really tears him up from the inside. One of his ideas was to move abroad, open another bank there, and wait for everything to calm down. It's not a bad idea in principle, but it's more like just postponing the problem. The bigger the bank gets, the more furious its owner will be trying to destroy it. If you think about it that way, Daniel is just destined to have his life decided, a matter of time. This young man's own mother was in a similar situation. Only because she was a commoner she gave birth to a son to a duke, and then she was destroyed in the most horrible way. Sophia could fully feel this pain, because she had no mother either. Then at one point the girl asked not to say a word about it, and not to try to find out who she was. To save her property, it is necessary to open a charity fund, and donate all the money there. According to the law, the property of the foundation cannot belong to a person. Even if the owner of the foundation loses his life, the Duke will receive nothing, because the accounts will be empty. In order to avoid this, it is necessary to appoint oneself as the director of the foundation, and of course to appoint the nearest person as the heir. Then the Duke would definitely not get a penny, and most likely he would let the guy live, in the future, to try to annex the bank to the family. Danielle was shocked, to say the least, at how simply she had come up with the whole plan. Then of course it wasn't time, but the job had to be done as soon as possible. Danielle thought about it for months, allowed different theories and possible variants of events, and she gave the perfect idea almost instantly, and only about 14 years old, and the brain works better than some 30. Well, from now on, guys, the request was honored, the conversation was a success. The young man asked what he could do to thank such a clever girl. But she replied categorically that everything was fine, and she did not need anything. So she will surely manage all the financial difficulties on her own. And now, after all this time, Daniel has to see if it's true that this is the same person he used to hang out with as a kid, and if it is, he has to do everything he can to get her to the ball, so he'll pay his debt to her, and of course he'll get into the whole marriage thing, to help if he needs it. And after everything is settled, we must offer her a job, because the bank needs a genius like her. Meanwhile, Sophia was already picking out her dress for the fancy ball. And Lucas couldn't see how it could possibly mean a ball for all the aristocrats on the wedding day. He was also greatly annoyed by the fact that Sophia was not the slightest bit worried, and with great pleasure was going to go there. In any case, at least the wedding dress is not ready yet. It was necessary to postpone the wedding to another day as soon as possible. The girl asked him not to inform her personally about it. A letter would be quite enough. Apparently, Lucas isn't going to let it go. Why some duke would dare to disrupt his party? In fact, his anger is justified, but that doesn't give him any right to yell at his wife, because it won't change anything. Sophia herself does not like balls at all, but now is a different case, because this is her last chance to avoid marriage, which was given for the girl by the director of the bank. Alishi. Not to take advantage of such an opportunity would be a very stupid decision. For now, she does not know what he is really up to, but at least it will help to buy precious time. Every effort must be made to prevent this wedding within 2 weeks. No one can save the girl until she begins to act honorably herself. From this moment, Sophia made a vow to herself. She would certainly have 2 weeks to settle the matter. The time flew by like an instant, and the long-awaited ball came. The guests were slowly gathering. The party was gaining momentum. As usual, the local aristocrats were discussing how much money they had invested, and where they had made a profit. None of their meetings are without this topic. Since Daniel is a very powerful and rich man, he is always surrounded by many beautiful women. Maria was no exception. Looking at the guy, she literally fell in love with him at first sight, and realized that this candidate is perfect for the place of her future husband. Luckily, it's not a mutual love affair. In the end, very funny turns out, the Balwith hates him, and the daughter adores such provocative men. The girl decided not to lose the opportunity, and having gathered courage went towards the Duke to have a little conversation with him. The dialogue began traditionally with a cultural greeting. But instead of finding out how you are doing, Daniel said that he had already heard about the problems in the family of this girl. Maria immediately began to deny this fact, because in her opinion, the father and the future stepmother treat each other very well. In response to this, Daniel just laughed, because he knew how bad the situation was. Suddenly the whole room turns its head towards the entrance, and they start whispering about the people who are entering the building. It was Sophia, with her new fiancé, who technically isn't a fiancé yet. The girl chose her most gorgeous dress, which fits her perfectly. Because of her attractiveness, all the men almost turned their heads, including Daniel. Maria already realized that she had lost the attention of all the men with whom she had been communicating earlier, but for some reason she kept telling herself that the Duke still thought about her, although in fact it was not so. The man was so caught up in the goddess of beauty that he didn't even hear what Maria was asking him. The first thing Lucas stated imposed, no matter that he had to postpone the wedding, was his wife and property of the Adams family. From the outside it looked like an extremely insecure and resentful boy trying to save his toys. Of course Sophia is a girl with a temper, and did not tolerate such insolence, so also declared to the entire hall that she does not belong to anyone, only to herself. The only argument Lucas could make is that the girl is underage, but from the outside, only he looks underage, because the organizer of this ball opened his bank at 18. Suddenly, the guys meet Julia on the road. She was the owner of the Marsala salon that Sophia had tried to bankrupt. At first glance she appeared to be quite a nice woman, and was respectful of the girl. According to her, she just makes simple and cheap clothes, and is not going to wage financial wars with anyone. But this overly polite behavior did not affect Sophia in the slightest, because she is not so courteous to communicate politely with rude people. About business, Julia is right. Her clothes are simple and cheap. This design went out of fashion about 40 years ago. In general, she humiliated her as much as she could, and it all came down to the fact that the clothes from this salon were a waste of money, and there had never been any positive feedback from customers. In the end, Julia could not withstand such an onslaught, and hit the girl on the head with the palm of her hand. The blow was quite strong because there were even scratches. Lucas continued to just stand there like an insecure boy, and did not even say anything to Julia, because he would not dare to go against the king's beloved. That's how rich life is. He who has a little more status can afford anything. A man to be, you don't even have the right to follow your woman with dignity, because if you don't, you might lose your life. Even so, a real man should not be afraid of losing his life or some status. If his beloved is offended, he will do anything to protect her. In this case, the relationship with Lucas is ridiculous. The circus doesn't end there. The guy grabs her hand and starts begging her to listen to him. But even so, Sophia insisted on being released and given the chance to be alone. It got to the point where the girl was in pain from her hand being squeezed too hard. Handsome Daniel came to the rescue and subdued that insolent Lucas. With just one hand, he made him beg for mercy. Then the bank owner asked if the girl's wrist was hurt, and added that she didn't deserve to be treated like that. Looking directly into his eyes, Sophia realized that she couldn't disagree with more than one of his words. This is the man from her basics, with whom she would like to spend the rest of her life. Daniel did not feel the competition so much that he announced in front of everyone that he would steal the girl for a while. Lucas was shocked by such impudence. He even tried to do something, but the Duke managed to lock the door so that no one dared to interrupt their private dialogue with Sophia. The girl herself couldn't believe he'd stolen someone's fiancée so easily. It was as if he did it every day. She was certainly grateful for the help, but somehow it all came out of nowhere. Because Sophia was addressing him too formally, the guy thought she didn't remember the night they met in the garden. Initially, the girl really couldn't remember, but when the Duke told her about their meeting 6 years ago, she did start to remember something. That day Sophia mixed up champagne with juice and got drunk. As she was only 14 years old, the effect did not take long to show. Since there was a lot of champagne in the end, it was hard to remember anything the next morning. Daniel was very upset by this information, but he did not give up hope, and decided to ask the question in a different way. It sounded like this: how to survive if your relatives want to destroy you because of money. In this way he wanted to make the girl try to remember what she had said to him that night. Then he even tried to help her a little, saying that the best thing to do was to set up a charitable foundation. But Sophia categorically said no, because that way before, the law was changed and now nobody is interested in such organizations. In other words, it worked until Daniel did it. That time has passed, now the government won't approve a new fund set up to protect assets, but 6 years ago the idea was just fine. After this story, Daniel walked up to her, took her hand, and earnestly asked her to apply for a job at his bank. Meanwhile, Lucas called the guards to break down the door under the pretense that his wife had been kidnapped. In order not to be interrupted, Daniel decided to grab the girl's hand and take her somewhere else. But it was not that simple. Sophia pulled her hand back and said that it was not nice to do that to girls. How could he not notice at once? This is really the same girl he met 6 years ago, a real genius of her work. Despite the seriousness of the situation, she keeps calm and elegant. These are the two most important qualities of an investor shareholder. In that case, the Duke went back and politely asked to go with him. Sophia kindly agreed, and gave her hand back. Eventually the guys left in time to chat and go back to the hall through the other entrance, while Lucas was trying hard to open the door, which was just closed on the other side. When he saw that the guys were already in the hall, he immediately ran to meet them and told them in front of everyone that if Daniel wanted to get his bride, he had to pay 1,000,000 gold pieces. The people around just started laughing, and Maria blushed profusely at the embarrassment she had to endure. Daniel admitted that he wants to get Sophia because he truly fell in love with her at first sight. But he doesn't have 1,000,000 on his hands at the moment, so literally within 30 minutes, he's bound to find one. Lucas had no idea that someone would even think of buying his girlfriend out for such a large sum of money. Anyway, even though it's late, Daniel decides to congratulate Julia, since she's the manager of the Marsala salon. In just 1 minute, she's supposed to be notified of something bad. And within a minute, one of her workers comes up to her and tells her she's bankrupt. At one point she seemed to lose her mind and started shouting at the whole room that it couldn't be. At the same time, Daniel smiled wryly and realized that it could be. The Queen was just incredibly furious. After waiting for the stock market to close, Daniel covered up the illegal activities of the royal family because they clearly crossed the line when they put a man in distress. To be honest, when Sophia arrived at the event, she immediately realized that the Duke was strange. He pretended to enjoy the ball, but he was actually giving orders the whole time. And his assistant must have been watching everyone and getting a taste of the action during the ball, which is genius. Of course, Daniel also spoils other people's lives because of his greed, but to put a person in a position where he has to always do the work of others is much worse, because it is necessary to live on the money earned by your own efforts. Depriving a person of this opportunity, you deprive him of life. In the end, right in the middle of the hall, the Queen began to faint. It is much harder for a pregnant woman to experience such stress, but the people she made grief was no less difficult. But now their suffering is over. Even Lucas could believe what he was hearing. Julia had given up the Marsala salon. And then, from the realization of everything that had happened, fell to his knees and began to cry hard. Originally the guys were just going to have a good time at the party, but everything turned into chaos. Daniel stood there contentedly looking down on everyone and feeling great. At last the moment had arrived, the scene that the Duke had imagined many times, to get one man's good, had played out successfully. In the meantime, Sophia was already dealing with Eric, as she had asked. The guy had stolen the documents and brought them to her. The security of the court data was much stricter than one might imagine at first glance. Now Eric really hoped that there would be no commitment between him and Sophia. But he was wrong, because the girl would not forget all the wrongs so easily. If he really wanted to earn her forgiveness, he'd have to work for hire for another 3 years. Deep down, the guy knew that if he fell for her pretty face again, things would be bad. He still can't believe that he agreed to steal such important documents. It's all because of guilt. In principle, if Sophia continues to pay money for the work done, then we can continue to cooperate. But the offer was more of a joke than an actual offer, because if Eric messes up his relationship with the royal family, he's finished. In that case, it was time to say goodbye. In general, initially the guy did not come for that, but just to control the situation. Since everything went just fine, the guys shook hands, hugged goodbye, and that's where their cooperation ends. Meanwhile, Daniel was in a slight panic, because his target was neither Julia nor Marsala, but Sophia. But the protagonist of this evening disappeared somewhere, and suddenly the girl grabs the Duke by his clothes and turns his side. The first question she was interested in was how much the guy earned on this event. Daniel decided not to ask her how she knew about the income, but simply said the sum of 1.5 million gold pieces. In that case, Sophia demanded a share, because if it wasn't for her, the Duke wouldn't have been able to get hold of such shares, so she had every right to a share. The guy turned out to be pretty greedy, and started citing a law that says the Duke doesn't have to pay anything. In this case, since Daniel hired the girl, she asked for a bonus for contributing to a big deal. But to pay nothing, he said he didn't hire anyone. Then the last question about love, at least for these words the Duke is going to answer, or he also just refrains from answering. And for this one, the guy was ready to take responsibility for it on 100%. The guys headed towards Lucas together to discuss their pact in more detail. Thanks to the Marsala Salon situation, Daniel suddenly has 1.5 million gold. Isn't that great? In that case, the Duke is willing to pay 1 million gold pieces of collateral right now. Lucas agrees to the offer, and sells the woman he loves to another man. The people around him were shocked by the passion. As a friend, Sophia abruptly asked me to stop talking, because the Duke shouldn't have to pay 1 million gold pieces. The girl just wondered what he'd do by saying he'd take responsibility. It's a very honorable thing to do, but where does he get the urge to solve other people's problems? The fact is that Lucas is the first solution to the contract. Having possessed certain documents, it was possible to find out that the Count sent a certain amount every month to a psychiatric clinic. Thanks to this, Sophia was able to find out the address and meet his wife. After asking her a couple of questions, she said that she had not signed the divorce papers. The specialist said clearly that this signature does not belong to her, it was simply brazenly forged. If the divorce is recognized as invalid, the marriage contract will become irrelevant. Since there was such a bad situation, now Lucas is obliged to pay compensation for the girl. Sophia would be waiting for her 1 million gold pieces soon, otherwise she would have to go to court. Daniel realized that he and Sophia were alike, because they liked to take revenge on their enemies in front of everyone. A woman like her doesn't need a man's support, at least she can get by without it. Danielle should do her best to take her to the Bank of Alicia, where specialists like her are highly valued. Without wasting a moment, he ran after the girl to talk to her. Even so, it would be hard for her to get the 1 million gold pieces. Lucas will sue her more times than pay, because the court is on the side of the royal family. They will act solely in his interests. And even if there is a payout, all the money will belong to Oliver. Well, I'm so Sophia's formalities don't make any difference, because that money wasn't honestly earned. By the way, Westwood definitely has a grudge against the girl, too. For safety's sake, Daniel suggests she go to work in his bank, because he is financially stronger than Westwood, and can protect the girl from any disasters. Sophia still can't understand why she's so important to the Duke, and how he knows her skills are worth it. It's simple, the guy wants to destroy Westwood. But besides Westwood, the Duke has another enemy, the King. Why fight two at once when you can take them down one at a time? Daniel was shocked, to say the least, that the girl knew such hidden information. Investments and funds are suspicious of the royal family's business. The Duke needs to be careful too. Neither the royal family nor even the bank knew that the business was suffering, and Sophia could only realize it by looking at the investment history. Even if the girl agrees, how much will she be paid? Because she is a minor and cannot open her own account, which means that all her wages will go to her father. Frankly speaking, Sophia obeys her father only for one reason. When he loses his life, the girl will still inherit all the property. The main thing is to keep him within the limits, and not to let him lose everything in cards. There's nothing better than the certainty of a guaranteed inheritance. In that case, Daniel asked if he could provide such certainty, the girl would work for him or not. It could be organized in one simple scheme. For example, he could take away his parental rights and then the girl would be free before she reached her majority. Eventually, Daniel will take custody and make Sophia the heir to his foundation. In case the guy loses his life, the entire foundation will go into her hands. Now that's a really fiery proposition.